What's up, everybody? Welcome into another full day of Madden Sims. Of course, the NFL's regular season is now behind us, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. With Christian DeAndrea, I am Adam Kaufman. This is the Dream Stream, and we are here with you for the next, 11, 12 hours doing Sims all throughout the day. I've got you for this one, along with the one in prime time, 8 o'clock later on tonight. Christian will be hanging out today quite a bit as well. How are you, buddy? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Things are off on the right foot. We had some terrible primetime football, so 2021 not throwing us any curveballs, keeping things very high and tight compared to 2020, which is, of course, a good sign for all of us. Who doesn't want more 2020 in their lives?
Yeah, it is lingering. For anyone that uses Slack in your profession, you are well aware of the outage going on right now, which is just making life a little bit more challenging because 2020 won't seem to go away. But lineups have locked for the poor Giants free roll that we have going on in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Of course, how fitting in the wake of all that happened yesterday with the Giants thinking, hey, maybe we got a shot in the playoffs, and then quickly being reminded by Philadelphia that no, you never had a chance when you woke up in the morning. We're going to talk a lot about Doug Peterson, of course, the Washington football team, all that went on between the Giants and Cowboys and more. But since lineups have locked, why don't you tell me what you're working with in the free roll? What's your lineup look like?
Well, this is a kind of a tough game to call, Cobb. Not a lot of great options here. Yes, you probably need to get Saquon Barkley in that lineup, but in general, the Broncos have the better defense. They're playing at home. They're going to have that little boost there, so I kind of stacked up a whole bunch of Denver players here, starting in the captain spot with my guy, the always playable Cortland Sutton. He is no longer the superstar he was in Madden 20, but still a pretty reliable player. You pay down a little bit. You get him at the top of your lineup, Saquon right behind him. Both tight ends in this one, even though Noah Fant has been a little bit of a milk carton guy as of late, pretty inconsistent. We see him come and go. But I got Fant, Ingram, Melvin Gordon, and the Broncos kicker with the big leg, Brandon McManus, who hopefully will drain a few 50-plus yarders today and really make me feel a little bit less foolish about this reckless lineup I constructed. What about you, Koff?
We have some similarities to your point about Saquon Barkley. As we know, of course, in Simland, the man perfectly healthy, and you got to get him in there. And so I actually put him in the captain spot, which left me little salary to do much fun else. But Daniel Jones is in there because just felt like I wanted that stack. Consider Drew Lock didn't do it. Do have Evan Ingram, Darius Slayton, Melvin Gordon, and Graham Gano. So, we have a little bit of overlap between the two of us. Shouldn't surprise anyone that in the larger free roll today, Saquon Barkley is about 83% owned. That's a big boy number, folks. So a lot of love for Saquon Barkley. If you don't have him, you're probably in trouble.
Yeah, unless Barkley goes out and lays an egg. We haven't seen that from him too often. His lowest performance, he's failed to hit double digits just once in his past 10 games. He's hit 25 or more 4 of his last 6 times out here in Simland. So the guy is going to put up numbers almost certainly. And you know what? He's not going to fumble in the game and then crotch himself on the ball like Wayne Gallman. So win-win for the Giants here.
Saquon's first attempt for 3 yards. Again, we are underway. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman. We got the Drew stack, producer Drew, as well as Drew, our technical director, Joe. We've had Chris here with us in Game Ops as well, so thank you all for hanging out. We do appreciate it. Ryan Shed coming in with the hot topic. Says, okay, Kauf, how'd you like Cobra Kai Season 3? I can't remember, Christian. Are you a Cobra Kai guy?
I've started the first season. I'm not through it all the way. I'm going really slowly on it. I got to get in there.
Perfectly fine. Well, I will make sure to not give anything away, but I will tell you, Ryan, and anyone else who has enjoyed Cobra Kai since the release of Season 3 on January 1st, I enjoyed it. Started off a little slow, felt like they were kind of tying up some loose ends from Season 2 and trying to move the story along. Once you get, and of course, 10-episode season, once you get into episodes like 6 through 10, 7 through 10, gold mine, and now I need Season 4 yesterday, but gonna have to wait on that for a while. Yes, if you are not on the Cobra Kai bandwagon or you're slow to jump on like Christian here, do it. You will thank me, at least if you had any love for the original Karate Kid movies.
Ooh.
Nice long run. Here out to the 36, Saquon picks up a quick 21 on the ground overall. 2 attempts for him. We are scoreless, but let's jump into a little bit of what happened yesterday in Week 17, which just, it feels like, speaking for me only, I guess, it feels like you forget how intense Week 17 is every year until it actually rolls around. And it's like, oh my God, there are 16 games today. We have 8 games in the afternoon slate, and then of course an evening game, a primetime game, which was, something that stories will be written about. Books could be written about that game last night, and every talking head is going to spend the entire day going off on Doug Peterson. But to have that game determine a playoff spot, as does he get in, fall against the pylon? No.
Wow.
Oh goodness, 30-yard rack right there. Golden Tate dead at the 1. So we got a 1st and goal and a perfect time for Saquon to jump on into the end zone. We are scoreless early, about 2 minutes gone by. Golden Tate is only owned about 21% of lineups. Could have really screwed some things up for people, obviously, with a touchdown. Made a low percent of people very happy. How about this? Keeping it himself and finishing the job. Daniel Jones, touchdown to Golden Tate. So there you have it. Golden Tate saying, all right, 1 more yard, that's it. I'll do that right here. Step aside, Saquon. We don't need you right now. Giants take the lead. Golden Tate is owned in about 1.4% of lineups in the captain spot, about 21% overall in the larger free roll. As mentioned, we will take a look at our those poor Giants free roll that we've got going on here for the nooner. Let's see, 128 entries. Blue Eyes is in first, who of course has Golden Tate, 18% owned in our smaller free roll, with a touchdown still looming. As our producer Drew notes, wouldn't be a sim without Christian's Emernet dropping out. Yeah, Christian hasn't gone silent. He doesn't know how to go silent, but he has gone missing. Christian's on the milk carton right now, but he will rejoin us here momentarily, not to worry. Or maybe that's just me giving his internet too much credit. So it makes sense. Internet issues for Christian, no Slack for the world. And a sim for the first Monday of 2021. Just when you thought 2020 wouldn't go away. Kicks away for the Giants. Denver getting the ball. Again, Adam Kaufman here with you, folks. We are closely monitoring the YouTube chat, so anything that you guys want to discuss after what we experienced yesterday or whatever else it may be, hit us up. Legacy Lock says, it's like you guys are trying to be quiet for your kids or something. Nonsense. Kids are at school.
All right. Sorry about that.
There he is.
Is tradition. This one wasn't even my internet. My laptop just decided it no longer wanted to be connected. I clearly offended it, so I had to switch computers here and get back into it. And clearly I missed something here.
All things considered, you did that pretty quickly, moving computers.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get the 2 laptops set up going. One is my work laptop, which is like a 2014 MacBook Air, and the other one is a Acer laptop, which has, I would say it's seen better days, but it's never had a good day in its life. So in case you were wondering why I am so frequently kicked off these calls, it's not just my internet. I also have terrible technology.
Luke says, just in case you weren't coming back, Luke says that, Kop's good at talking to himself. Sometimes it's nice because it allows him to read the chat and call the game. LOL. It's true. Usually I have to pick one versus the other. But here's what you missed while you were gone. Golden Tate got to finish the job. 1-yard touchdown from Daniel Jones. And Tate owners rejoicing. 7-0 Giants. Denver with the ball. 5:10 to go, opening quarter. 23-yard line, 3rd and 11 on the way. Hyro does say, though, there's no love lost over the new year. Hyro says, Christian, thank you for the moment of silence.
Brutal. Fair, though. Fair, and especially if you took any of my picks advice this weekend. I had a chance to win the Pick Watch title. Banked it all on the Lions beating the Vikings, and was promptly punished for my insolence. Should never have relied on Detroit. I feel badly about that one.
Kaufman's Movie Collection. Kauf Christian, Happy New Year. Glad to have the Sim fam train chugging along into 2021. As always, thank you, gentlemen. Well, thank all of you for being with us here. Obviously, we do greatly appreciate it. Early on in the Dream Stream, first of a half dozen Madden simulations over the course of this day. But as we were starting to talk about before we got that Golden Tate touchdown, before you ever so briefly left us, the wildness that was Week 17 yesterday. Where would you like to start? I mean, there are so many different places between obviously what went on at night with Doug Peterson, Washington emerging with the NFC East crown, a division somebody had to win, much to the chagrin of Giants fans and the Giants themselves. Not that anyone, I don't think, is feeling too badly for a 6-win team, but for the fans, certainly, realizing they didn't have a chance. You had Kyler Murray getting hurt, and then the Cardinals missing the playoffs. On the other side of that game, a former AAF player coming in, his first NFL game, taking the Rams to the postseason. You got to love the Walford story. Among other things, Miami missed the playoffs. There was just a lot that went down yesterday. So what stood out to you most?
Yeah, just a crazy day of action. And the Raiders had an amazing comeback win over these Broncos, and no one cared because it's two teams with nothing to play for. That's been the best game to watch, and no one watched it because who cares about the Raiders and the Broncos? I think let's start. Let's go back chronologically. Let's start with the Sunday night football game, a game that was curated for prime time as some sort of punishment from the football god. The Eagles had a chance. They were this close to creating a world where a 6-win team hosted a playoff game, and Doug Peterson stared down at the masses of Giants fans, looking up to him, begging, arms out, please, sir, get this win over the Washington football team. Punch our ticket to the playoffs. And Doug Peterson looked down at them and spat right in their faces, inserting Nate Sudfeld, his third-string quarterback coming into the season, into the game. And Sudfeld was just a human disaster. A terrible quarterback. No matter what he did, he would not get thrown out of that game. He could not find his way back to the division. The Eagles, a very uninspiring win from the Washington football team at the very least. Now they get to host a playoff game at 7-9. I do not trust Washington whatsoever in a playoff game. It's going to be gruesome. As much as I like that defense, as much as I like that front four and what they can do against Tom Brady, that's the only thing you have going for you right now if you're the Washington football team. Maybe Scary Terry and Antonio Gibson. End of list as we get a Brandon McManus 48-yard attempt. The kick is up and
good.
It is good.
7-3 Giants and getting the ball back after that McManus field goal. 3 minutes left here in the opening quarter. It is interesting. Now, look, I don't believe there's not a bone in my body that believes that Tom Brady and the Buccaneers are going to go out even in Washington and lose that game to the Washington football team. That being said, a lot of people who are obviously pro WFT are shouting out Brady's, poor play in primetime games this year. The fact that, the last time Washington, I think, had a playoff win, it was against Tampa Bay, and all these different things that people just like to trot out, obviously, when you're a long shot. These are the times that you hear these things, is when you're a long shot. Although, surprisingly enough, I think Washington only opened as maybe 7.5, 8-point dogs, something like that. I'm sure that line will grow over the course of the week. But I don't know, is there, and Patriots fans might answer this question differently, but to, I put this out to the chat, to the world, to all of you that are everywhere, that root for a whole bunch of different teams across the league. Would you like to see Tom Brady win? And I'm not talking about a Super Bowl. I'm just talking about wild card round. Or are you so in on the Alex Smith, Ron Rivera story? Ron Rivera overcoming cancer, Alex Smith, who a couple years ago, the guy could have died, may never walk again, may never play again, and all of a sudden he's out here getting ready to start a football game in the playoffs. What in your heart of hearts would you like to see happen in this game?
For me, I want chaos to reign. I want to see another Seattle Seahawks Beastquake run where a 7-9 team holds serve at home as Saquon breaking through, big juke there. So he continues to have his game set and ready to go, 40 yards from him. I love Tom Brady. I would not be opposed to him making a nice long playoff run, proving he's still got it. This was a nice he found his rhythm late in the season, and you like to see it even if you are not a Tom Brady fan. Playing a good quarterback at age 43 is absolutely remarkable. But not only do I want to see a 7-win team win a playoff game, I also selfishly would like the Packers to have the easiest matchup possible in the divisional round, assuming the 2 and 3 seeds hold serve at home, the Saints and Seahawks. That means Washington will be coming to Lambeau for a playoff game. That might be a absolute massacre / bloodletting, and that, for me, is the more entertaining idea of this wild card game and what it would impact.
A lot of questions in the chat regarding the first touchdown of the game. It was, and remember, folks, manual scoring, everything is correct by the end of the game. Just sometimes takes a little bit to get everything up to date because it's, one, sometimes two people working on this. So do be patient. We appreciate it. But it was a passing touchdown, Daniel Jones to Golden Tate. That was the first score of the game, the only touchdown that we have seen so far.
This Broncos defense that I thought was going to outperform expectations, absolutely not doing that, continually getting shredded by Saquon Barkley and in position to add more points here as the first quarter winds down.
About 30 seconds to go, opening quarter. We may be on the way to having Slack function, which for our existence is a big deal, just to, maybe for all of you out there too, depending on what you're doing for work. If you're working right now while you listen in or watch along with the sim, 1st and 10, final 15 seconds of the opening quarter. We'll see though. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. 7-3, Giants are leading this one. I'm with you. It's not really in me as a Patriots fan to actively root against Tom Brady. Not that I have any, love for the Buccaneers, but obviously, it's just out of maybe some sort of simple allegiance and gratitude for 20 years of success in New England that, especially with the Patriots not in the playoffs, that, how do you root against Tom Brady? But just as a football fan, if I'm removing any and all bias, just as a football fan, not to be confused with a football team fan, yeah, I would love to see Washington win this game. Absolutely. I'm all in on the Alex Smith story in particular. I'm waiting for the 30 for 30.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give the Comeback Player of the Year award to Alex Smith. The work he's done as a starter, even though he has not been very good, he's kind of lighting a torch to the quarterback wins or a quarterback stat idea, because Washington's kind of winning these games despite him. They just needed some kind of game manager, someone who wasn't Dwayne Haskins, to come in and stabilize things. And he looked awful against the Eagles. Threw some bad passes. He didn't take shots downfield. He had a couple interceptions. He put the game at risk. And really, if the Eagles had any interest in winning that game, they probably would have, because Alex Smith was not really feeling it. But you can't really fault him for what he's done behind center. He has won games. He has looked good enough. So maybe this is the capper to it. Maybe he's already clinched Comeback Player of the Year, but maybe this is the next chapter of his story, showing why he came back to the sport after about 1 million surgeries and that bulky leg brace that he has to wear to keep him from getting drop foot. The man is a marvel. He is going out of his way to start this game for Washington. So yeah, that definitely plays a role into chaos reigning. The man who basically had to have his leg saved by doctors multiple times, as we get a touchdown from Sterling Shepard into the end zone as Kenny Dimes dealing, and all of a sudden the Broncos about to be down 11 points at home.
Only seconds into the second quarter as well, so congrats, obviously, if you got Shepard, and most especially if you've got Jones, who's already off to a two-touchdown day, basically only a quarter into the action. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, we've got our Drew Stack, Joe here with us in Game Ops, all you. Appreciate you being here with us. Thank you so much. And it is an 11-point advantage now, 14-3.
Look at Daniel Jones is absolutely dealing right now, Coffee. He had the perfect passer rating at the quarter break, and that's only, well, it can't go up any further, but it's cemented 158.3 for him. No incompletions.
And that he's going to try.
Yeah, no incompletions, 2 touchdown passes. Quite a day for him. Let's stay on the topic of great quarterback play, because we didn't see any Patrick Mahomes. He's resting on his laurels, taking his time, going to have a couple weeks off before he gets back in the playoff swing of things. But Josh Allen really made a charge up the MVP voting ranks with that first quarter against the Dolphins. Looked great, connected on some deep balls, really made some plays happen. 3 passing touchdowns in the first half against the Dolphins. Kind of put the onus on Aaron Rodgers to prove he could cement his spot at number 1 in the MVP race, and Rodgers did just that. 155 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 incompletions in the first half alone. Cooled off a little bit in the second half. Missed out on what would have been a mind-blowing deep ball touchdown when MVS just straight up dropped a pass 50 yards downfield. But still finished the day, 4 touchdown passes, got one to Devontae Adams. That is my first team All-Pro right there. That is the man I will be voting for in the PFWA Awards for MVP. And Adams is going to be one of my first team wideouts for sure. Koff, who you got in the MVP race, and why is it Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it comes down to. As you know, and anyone out there who is part of the hashtag Team Always Here or is here most of the time and has just, heard me do enough of these sims, I've been on the Aaron Rodgers for MVP train since the preseason, since since the day after Jordan Love was drafted in the first round by Green Bay. I have said emphatically, this is the Aaron Rodgers Bleep You tour that we're about to witness here in 2020. And, sure enough, I'm not going to say that back then I was, going MVP or anything like that. But what I was saying was this guy is going to have a monster season. And sure enough, came to fruition. A lot of the thanks to that is, the early play of Allen Lazard, the surprising play of Robert Tonyan more than anybody else, the electric play all season long of Devontae Adams, and, the occasional, fleeting moments from MVS, and, sprinkle in guys who you want to. And obviously Aaron Jones has been terrific as well. And that Green Bay team has just been outstanding. And so, I'd be a fraud to move away from my pick now, right? So I really do think it is Rodgers with what he's achieved. The biggest thing that I'm wondering is, what's his future look like beyond this season? Obviously, this is a team that a lot of people are going to look at to potentially go and either at least contend for a Super Bowl, maybe even win a Super Bowl. But what's it look like for him beyond this year? Is he in Green Bay? Do they hand the reins over to Love? Because, this is not the era that he came up in, where you draft a quarterback and you sit him for 3 years as he learns from a predecessor, the way that Rodgers did behind Brett Favre. We're of a new generation now where you take a quarterback in the first round, it's with the intention for him to play right away. There's no way that Love was going to do that this year. But what about next year? Or the year after? I mean, what's Green Bay's plan?
I mean, with Green Bay, the thing is, you say it's not the era for that, but in Green Bay, you're constantly stuck in the 1960s, 1970s. It's like living in Des Moines, Iowa. They are constantly behind the times. They are traditional, and they are rigidly willing to stick to that tradition. There's a story. Bob McGinnis was formerly a beat writer with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, was one of the best Packers coverage guys out there, went out, decided to start his own website, and the Packers revoked his credentials because they don't recognize websites. They're like, you know what, you're going to write online and not in print? Sorry, bud, you can't come to the stadium. The Packers are old school as hell, so I think there's a chance that, they do keep Jordan Love on that old Aaron Rodgers track, keep him around for 3 years. sit him, let him play. I mean, they have experience in this exact same situation, and it worked out pretty well last time. What a punt there. Pins the Giants at the 1 yard line. We could be in safety range, especially if Danny Dimes drops back to pass here. Can't imagine he will. It's got to be a Saquon run. They have a huge gap right up the middle.
That's a handoff. They're going to get him. Oh, he just barely got back to the 1. Saquon, who is sitting with 54 rushing yards, 2nd and 10 on the way. Dangerously close.
Wow.
I was getting ready to sing, man. Time for the safety dance. First Monday of 2021. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Let's see. Single backs, no fullback this time. Oh, no, Saquon!
Oh, spun out of the way of it and able to pick up 2 yards. Barkley to the 3. So close.
Wow. This is killing me. All I want.
Gotta have it.
Come on.
You gotta have it.
Send the blitz. You know what? This might be a play action type play for the Broncos. Make Danny Dimes throw it downfield. Send everyone. Go full field goal block on this if you have to. If you give up a 97-yard touchdown, so be it. Give the people what they want.
About halfway through this second quarter, it's 14-3 Giants. They've got the ball pinned in their own territory at the 3, a 3rd and 8. Another handoff. Barkley this time cuts through. Still not enough for a first. Gets out to the 9. We got a 4th and 2 on the way. So seemingly, I'd be shocked if we don't. We got a punt on the way. Jimmy B says the quad father's teasing you, Cough. This is what I'm saying.
I mean, he does eventually get to pile up 8 yards on that drive. No one else touching the ball there. As the field position game working out well for these Broncos. Not going to really be too affected by Drew Lock's inability to get out of his own way on that last drive. But definitely mounting for Denver has been an underwhelming start for them, to be sure.
Kicks away, and obviously it'll be reasonably good field position. Reasonably, I say that because the punt went about 7,000 yards. So starting at the 36 here, these Broncos, Drew Lock leading his team out with 3.5 to go. If you're in the those poor Giants free roll that we've got here for the Nooner, 128 entries. I'm sitting 37th right now. We got Jay Simi, maybe 12-10 in front by about 3 points. With Tate in the captain spot, 2.3% owned there. Has about 18 points already. That ball could have been picked. Barkley, Jones, Sutton, Shepard, and Ratley. Ratley, interesting punt play because he's only appeared in 4 sims by my count. So we'll see if this lineup is able to hold. But sometimes you want to spend up for more expensive players. You got to make those tough calls. Where's Train Island sitting here?
I'm in the top 50%, 62nd out of 128. Cortland Sutton not quite paying off as my captain spot, although he's having a much better day than Font, who is currently on the milk carton. 0 points from the second-year tight end. At the very least, Sutton has 3 catches, so a chance that he shows up and glows up. Although that, well, it's going to be Cortland Sutton time. 3rd and long coming up, and this is not a spot where I have a lot of confidence in Drew Lock, either the real-life version or his virtual doppelganger.
We got about 600 people watching the Dream Stream just on YouTube. Never mind the thousands more across Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, the Game Center, DK Playbook, DK Nation, and so on and so forth. Thank you all, wherever you're watching us, for being here with us. But if you are on YouTube or you want to come on over to YouTube for a moment, be it to get in the chat or just to help us out, smash that like button. We're getting close to 100. Hit the subscribe button as well, as we have picked up about 12,000 new subscribers since these Sims began a solid 9+ months ago. I mean, truly, these Sims have been around long enough to bring a child into the world. That's how crazy it has been. But we've been here for the long haul. We are not going anywhere, so thank you for hanging out. We do greatly appreciate it. Again, smash that like. 4th and 10 on the way from the 36, and we will have a quick punt on the way here from Denver. And obviously the Giants getting the ball again with a chance to score further, open this thing up before moving along to the second half. So let me ask you, and this conversation can continue on, obviously, into the second half and beyond. We want to hear from the people as well out there in the chat. Playoffs this weekend. We have got a, 6 games, 3 per day, Saturday, Sunday. It's, wild card weekend, so no Kansas City, no Green Bay. They are the only teams that have the first round buys. But here is the schedule that we are looking at. For Saturday, Colts and Buffalo, Rams at Seattle, Buccaneers at Washington. On Sunday, the Ravens at Tennessee, the Bears at New Orleans, and the Browns at Pittsburgh. Which game, and maybe it's one per conference, I leave it up to you. What game are you most excited about?
I mean, there are a ton of good games here. That's the best part. You get a rematch of that Titans-Ravens game that went to overtime in the regular season. That Colts-Bills game is going to be an absolute banger. We get playoff Phillip Rivers. You never know what he's going to do, what he's capable of. He's going to throw 3 touchdowns and for 350 yards and play his best game of the season, or is he going to implode upon himself like a dying star? Everything is possible, and you get Josh Allen coming off an MVP caliber campaign, going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL. He's got to prove he's for real. He's got to prove he can be better in the post than his last season, where he kind of gave into those. Incomplete pass there from Danny Dimes. So Browns will get the ball back here. Is he going to give into those basic Josh Allen instincts where he runs downfield and tries to toss a lateral or throws in triple coverage? He's been pretty good about tamping down those instincts, but maybe they come back in a big game situation. So for my money, that is the most interesting game of the playoff slate. But there aren't really any stinkers here, except maybe you can make the case for that Bears-Saints game being awful. It probably will be. Browns, Steelers, at the very least, it'll be fun, but I think seeing the Browns struggle, and granted they did have a whole bunch of COVID problems this week, but seeing the Browns struggle against Mason Rudolph could be a bad indication of their chances for success in the postseason. Although Rudolph did, and this is going to be in today's version of the post route, which will be shipping shortly, postroute.substack.com. God, True Lock, you are horrible. Mason Rudolph did what Ben Roethlisberger really struggled to do this season. He threw some beautiful deep balls. He took some great chances downfield. He really connected with young wideouts in that Steeler lineup, Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool especially. So there's a chance that Ben Roethlisberger can't be as devastating as Mason Rudolph was against the Browns in Week 17 in a meaningless game. That's crazy to think of, but could very well be true. The Browns might struggle less against Ben Roethlisberger than they did against Mason Rudolph, and that is absolutely wild to me.
We got a 3rd and 16 after our reliable 101 timeout here. 31-yard line, and again, Denver with the ball down by 11. See if the Broncos can do anything before the half. It would take quite a bit of effort here on the 3rd and long. Maybe it's time for your guy Sutton. Nope. An interesting run play call there. Takes us to a timeout.
I hate everything about this Broncos team. They look horrible. Drew Lock can... I was doing old folksy saying about him, but realized it would get me fired because it is not safe for work. At any rate, you could not find certain parts of his own anatomy with 2 hands right now.
Are you at all surprised to see the Saints playing on Sunday, knowing that had the game been on Saturday, Alvin Kamara wouldn't have been eligible to play?
I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. After the way the season started and the fact that the league still managed to play all 256 games relatively on schedule, didn't even use the extra week created by the cancellation of the Pro Bowl. Not cancellation, but the going virtual of the Pro Bowl, which is extremely stupid, but enough about that. No. They Big Ten themselves. They're like, you know what? We're going to change up protocol slightly and hope no one notices, and whatever. It's fine. It keeps the competitive balance alive, and it's whatever. But still feel badly for the poor Browns and every other team that's their way through COVID protocols this season, only to see the Saints get kind of rewarded on the schedule despite their own issues. As Danny Dimes thrown across his body. Perfect passer rating has disappeared from him. 3 incompletions on the day. He's still soundly outplaying Drew Lock.
Chris Brumwell says in the DraftKings conference room, what's the payout for last place in the SimFam free roll? Asking for a friend. I'm glad you asked, Chris. The answer is free entry into the next sim.
Because we're looking at it.
But I'm checking. 2nd and 10. That ball is caught for 8, out to the 42. Golden Tate again, 3 for 44. He's got a touchdown today. Some people have asked about how to get into these DK SimFam Friends League contests, though. Hey, Drew, our producer, you feel like collecting any names today? He said, fine. Before I even asked the question. Just wondering, out of curiosity. All right, folks. If you, Happy New Year to you. If you folks want to be part of the DK SimFam Friends League, as about 1,100 of you are, we haven't done a call for names in a while. If you want to be part of the league, if you want to join in and take part in these contests against your favorite, least favorite, or just existing commentators and production team and game ops crew, and obviously each other more than anything else, for bragging rights, they are free rolls, but some people do put paid contests in the league, and obviously if you want to play in those, go right ahead. We have a punt away for the Giants. Here's all you need to do. Drop your DK username into the chat. Just say, my DK username is, and include the name, and producer Drew, gracious enough here on this Monday, despite all the challenges of the day with Slack and so much else, we are starting 2021 on a high note and sending out names to all of you to join the leagues. Let's get up over 1,100 names. I think we're sitting maybe 1195, 96, something like that, or 1095, 1096. Let's get up over 1,100. Leave your DK username in the chat. If you send it, make sure it's correct, by the way. Some people send incorrect DK usernames, and we will get some invites out to you. Drew, more specifically, will get some invites out to you. Very kind of him. So here's a question for you, Christian, and again, the people, to build upon what we were talking about before with these playoff games. And there's so much more to talk about, obviously.
Sure.
Someone said, sarcastically, kind of rudely, if I'm being honest, well, if you guys don't want to talk about the game, who are your Super Bowl picks? I think we've been talking about the game a fair amount, a little passive-aggressive there. So I'm going to ask you this 2 different ways. What is your Super Bowl matchup and winner that you think will happen? That's one part. The other is, what are you rooting for?
I think it's I'm going to go kind of chalky on this one. I think it's going to be Chiefs-Saints. I do have concerns about that Packer defense, especially their ability to stop guys on the ground. And I know the Packers have been the Saints already this season, but I feel like a healthy Alvin Kamara in playoff mode, Drew Brees healthy, no longer with 11 crap ribs. Maybe he's peaking, maybe he's reaching his goal. Maybe he's got more confidence in his throws downfield, because that's been such an issue with him in the past couple of years. But I feel like the Saints, for all their playoff struggles recently, maybe this is the year they get over the hump and knock off the Packers in the NFC title game, make it to the playoffs, and then promptly get swallowed whole by the Chiefs. I do think this is going to be Kansas City's year again. I haven't seen anything other than that shaky passing defense suggests that they are really going to fall off too hard. They kind of tend to play down or up to the level of their opponent, but you still have Patrick Mahomes. You're going to be fine. That said, my ideal Super Bowl, I think, would be Bills-Packers. I want to see Josh Allen on that big stage. I want to see Bills Mafia lose their absolute minds. I want a national record for fireball consumption here in these United States because the Bills are in a Super Bowl. That is what I would like to see out of this one. And for me, I mean, it's just a classic showdown of teams that were great in the 90s. Well, end of the 90s for the Packers, early 90s for the Bills, let's be honest. But you have the fireball fan bases versus the Corbell Brandy fire base. I want to see that showdown in the Super Bowl.
Jeff here is rooting for the Dolphins Cardinals in the consolation bracket. Chris wants the Bills versus the football team. Jimmy says Baltimore versus Tampa Bay. Green Bay versus Buffalo says Sweats for fun. Tampa Buffalo from Mark. There's a lot of Bills love. So to answer my own question for you, what I think is going to happen, which is shocky as ever, is I think it's going to be the Chiefs beating the Packers. I think it's going to be the 2-1 seeds. I think it's going to be Kansas City repeating. I know how difficult that is in the NFL. I think they're equipped to do so. I don't think many people would argue that. That is what I think is going to happen. Here's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for actually the exact same matchup as you, with the Packers beating the Bills. That's what I would like to see.
Yeah, that would be a fun as hell game, and there'd be a ton of points. 2 MVP candidates going at it. Although you can say the same thing about a Chiefs Super Bowl matchup with the Packers. But yeah, I'd be 1,000% into that. It'd be very, very exciting to see. But if we're talking, defense wins championships, there's a very good chance the Ravens finally figure out their playoff woes. Maybe Lamar Jackson can finally unlock that regular season gear in the postseason, and maybe they make a run, because clearly Baltimore has a solid pass rush up front. They have that strong secondary. If you subscribe to the idea that defense wins championships, I think you look at the raw talent on that Ravens roster and you go, okay, these guys might be a sneaky good bet here as the wild card weekend approaches. Of course, tempered by the fact that they have been dog turds in the postseason the past 2 years and have been entirely underwhelming. So do with that what you will.
Love to see all these DK usernames coming in. Just really, we don't do these call for names too often, so give Drew a little bit of work here. I think it's looking like 30, 40, 50 names. Keep getting those names in here. DK username, and if you want to be part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, invites will go out shortly here, not to worry. But let's see. Hyro, our pal, says, what, Christian? You said Bills Packers? Okay, we can be friends again.
All right.
So just in case you were curious if how Hyro felt about you, now you can be friends again. I shouted out the Packers and Chiefs. Jimmy B says State Farm Bowl. Yeah, I think a lot of people would be calling it that if they haven't already, for sure. Some love for the Ravens. You just shouted out that defense clearly. Let's see. Some love for the Titans and Derrick Henry. Of course, they had a nice playoff run last year. Steve says, here's a football question for you guys. Dolphins have the number 3 pick. Do you take a QB based on what you've seen on Tua?
No, I don't think I would, especially if they can get a guy like Sewell out of Oregon, bring in a tackle, bring in I am frustrated with Tua, sure, but he is just a rookie. He did come into the season, rehabbing that, so maybe he didn't even have a proper off. Ooh, Drew Lock going for it all there, but failing to connect in the end zone. Like seeing the Broncos take that chance at the very least. I don't think you need to make that call now. Tua didn't have a full preseason. He didn't get the reps that most rookie quarterbacks would. And he had his share of struggles, sure. And yes, he did get his doors blown off by Justin Herbert, who came into the NFL in the same set of circumstances. But you get a Cortland Sutton sighting there. He's up over 50 yards. I don't think you give up on Tua just yet. I think if you draft someone in the first round, you risk alienating him like the Eagles have done with Carson Wentz, and that created a problem there. Although, to be fair, Wentz does seem irreparably broken. No, I think there's no sure thing at number 3 that you would take to supplant Tua. Maybe if Zach Wilson's there, it's going to be Zach Wilson or Justin Fields, it looks like, if you're taking a quarterback there, and both those guys have their share of question marks. I feel like the best move there is either take Sewell, make sure Tua has his protector, or you trade back, you pick up assets, and you continue to stockpile for a team that, let's be honest, is way ahead of schedule on its rebuild.
Halfway through the third quarter, Christian DeAndre, Adam Kaufman. We got our Drew stack. We got Joe, who even Joe I saw, including his username for DK, into the chat here, looking to jump into the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Joe, you know people. You can reach right out to us directly. Don't let us lose you in the shuffle, my friend. 3rd and 5 on the way as the Broncos trail by 11 and with the ball, trying to move here and work their way toward that end zone, 29-yard line.
Yeah, nice long drive from Denver here. It is what they needed for sure. As we get, Font into the red zone with that one, very nearly turned that one into a touchdown. So it appears that at the very least, Denver will be able to turn into a one-possession game. Let's see what Drew Lock does here, though. This is the kind of place where he gets those brain farts. He does the stumbling backwards animation in the pocket and just waits for someone to sack him. Could be a very frustrating finish to this drive. But to their credit, this is exactly what the Broncos needed: a long, sustained drive, building confidence, putting themselves in a position to succeed. This can be a draw to Melvin Gordon here. It is indeed, and it goes nowhere. Philip Lindsay, rather. Excuse me. So 2 carries for 1 yard for the more expensive of the Broncos running back duo. That Philip Lindsay, he was going off at 8,400 in the flex. Melvin Gordon, about 3 fewer points per game, only going to cost you $5K, and he's been a little bit more productive thus far.
2nd and goal, and over the top, incomplete pass.
Yeah, big 3rd down here. Probably passing situation, not ideal with Drew Lock. And again, this is... Let's see if we can get a little Noah Font action here. Maybe Cortland Sutton, your 2 big red zone targets. Those guys would be the guys I'd be looking to see here. He had Philip Lindsay wide open, and now he's waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
My goodness, a statue. Just
oh my God, Drew! Do not take a sack on this.
Get rid of it, man.
What is going on,
Drew? We don't have all day. That is the longest I've ever seen a quarterback hold the ball ever in the history of Madden simulations. My God!
Wow.
He had that ball for what? 15 seconds longer?
It might have been 20. Fortunately for the Broncos, it's only a 3-man rush for the Giants, so congratulations to their offensive line for playing keep away with their own damn quarterback. But holy crap, Drew Lock showcasing why that awareness rate is so low, and at the very least, he gets 3 points out of this drive.
How does he not get sacked there?
3-man rush, man. 5-on-3 advantage up front, but good Lord, this is not how we were hoping to start off the first Monday of 2021, because this game caught a little underwhelming.
I could have gotten up to go to the bathroom and come back, and he still would have had that football in his hands.
Yeah, I made a beignet. It was delicious. Came back. The animation was going. He was still hanging out.
Got up, made a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Nabi Rubel says McManus at 7. I'll take that every day. Yeah, can't go wrong with that. He's been a good play for you if you got Brandon McManus. Steven says I made lunch while that play was on. I believe it.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. You could have microwaved food that would have gone from fridge to ready to eat in the amount of time that he had that football.
You cracked open a can of tamales, popped them on a plate, and got them at least warm in the center. Maybe not piping hot, but at least gone from lukewarm to regular warm with those canned tamales. That's how long Drew Lock was hanging out in the backfield.
I mean, entire candy bar easily. Maybe multiple the Halloween size. 2nd and 9, final 80 seconds of the 3rd quarter. Daniel Jones getting rid of it faster and over the middle incomplete. He is 8 of 13 for 112, couple of touchdowns.
A big 3rd down coming here. This looked like it could have been a momentum swing here for the Giants. They're able to march this one down, score a touchdown somewhere early 4th quarter. Would have effectively put this one away, but no luck thus far. 3rd and 9 coming up, and a bad situation to run. It will be a pass. Can Ingram get upfield? He cannot.
Akeem wants to know who won the holiday tournament. Well, shame on you for not watching the Simper Bowl, first of all, Akeem, but I understand if you had other plans. That was really, you're all the winners for just being part of it and being here with us, but that's not what you're looking for here. The Chiefs won their first Simper Bowl in their 2nd appearance since moving to Madden 21, and they took care of the Saints in what was a wildly unentertaining game, unfortunately. We were fun. The commentating was fun. The chat was fun. The sim, not as good as the conference championship games.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great on paper. It's like, oh my, Chiefs Saints points everywhere, and then no, not that. It was the opposite of that. Travis Kelce blew up, but that was about it. What was it 24-7 in the end?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't remember what the final score was, but producer Drew might. He has a memory for those things.
As we get a big run up the gut there, Melvin Gordon continuing to prove to be the more valuable of this Broncos running back platoon. Should be about one play left here in the third quarter. Broncos, a little bit of momentum here, Koff. Do you think they can pull it off?
Nope. Drew says you are correct, by the way, 24-7. That was the final. Look at you. You weren't even on the call. You were part of it, but you weren't on the call, throughout and still reciting the final score. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I got to do a little pregame memory lane walking with Kenny Ducey. So
yeah.
The dream team, the two of us, Ducey and DeAndrea, everyone's favorite.
Uh-huh.
We got to talk about our favorite memories. Mine was when I thought, wow, this dream stream could really use a hot take machine. And Kenny Ducey was born fully formed into this world.
That's the thing about Kenny. I mean, I pretend like I knew Kenny before the dream stream, which I didn't, but I just assumed Kenny was always that way, and we just found the perfect outlet for him.
Gotta be. It's those Fordham roots, man. He's a New Yorker through and through, so he came into this world arguing.
Yeah, these are not manufactured takes out of Kenny Ducey, folks.
No, he was born with these. You know how a cockroach is born pregnant? Kenny Ducey was born filled with hot takes. His first words were Vinny Testaverde is not a franchise quarterback. His mom, hand to God. That's first words. Not even 2 years old.
Choker says Koff wasn't invited to Roast Glash. I was on vacation. But yeah, I also feel I wasn't invited to Roast Glash.
Well, a pretty uneventful stream thus far. Our leading receiver, Cortland Sutton, but he's only got 4 for 53. Saquon Barkley has fallen off the bonus pace. No one really doing anything of note in this one. A very Giants Broncos sim. To be fair, this is extremely true to form. It's a game that everyone thought would be exciting and thus is not.
So, again, circling back to the playoffs, because we're kind of going round and round, but naturally it's pertinent to discuss the postseason. It does start on Saturday. We are days away. Again, Colts, Buffalo, Rams, Seahawks, the Bucks and Washington, Ravens, Tennessee, Bears, Saints, Browns, and Steelers. Who is the surprising loss this weekend, do you think?
I mean, I kind of said it earlier. I think it might be the Steelers hosting the Browns, who, clearly they did have some issues with in Week 17, with a diminished roster, no Big Ben. But I think based on what we saw late in the season, you can make the case that Mason Rudolph's willingness to throw deep balls and inability to check down efficiently. And Mason Rudolph is a flawed quarterback. I do not think he is the future of the Steelers team, but his ability to throw downfield and find open guys and throw the ball to a point is something that Ben Roethlisberger hasn't really added this season. And I think the Browns are going to be ready for that kind of check down offense. Granted, their linebackers are butts. They may struggle to really get on those shorter routes, but I think that you can make the case that Cleveland could win its first playoff game since the original franchise was uprooted and became the Baltimore Ravens, which is absolutely wild to me. Other than that, I would not take the Rams over the Seahawks despite the Seahawks struggles, because you don't know what you're getting with Jared Goff and his broken thumb. The Colts could throw a scare into the Bills, but that would require the world to experience a good, efficient Phillip Rivers playoff start, and we don't know if that is going to be a thing. And Bears Saints, yeah, sure, the Bears could stun a New Orleans team with a bunch of question marks and a little downfield passing game. They have a top 10 defense that can throw a wrench in Drew Brees' production, but they're the Bears. They're led by Mitchell Trubisky. He is probably not going to have a very good playoff game. He throws nothing but check down passes. He's going to find his guys downfield, unless guys like Al Robinson and Darnell Mooney can make run after catch kind of plays. The Bears really don't have a shot, and I don't think they'll do so. I would put the Steelers and the Bills on upset alert as Melvin Gordon crashes into the end zone. Touchdown Broncos. They're a 2-point conversion away from tying this game, Koff.
Gordon in about a third of lineups in our smaller free roll, $5,000 in the flex, and that man up over 10 plus points now at this point. The 2-point conversion here, 2 minutes gone by, fourth quarter. Let's see if they can tie it up. Lock, back of the end zone. Got it! Conversion is good, 14 all. Was that Cortland Sutton on the catch?
I believe it was. I think I saw the 14 there. So we got ourselves a tie game, and now we get some Danny Dimes.
Yeah, that was Sutton.
Late game heroics from him as Logan Ryan, realizing he messed up there, getting the tackle in a bit too late. 14 all, good news. If you got Giants wideouts, they're not going to be grinding the clock. They're going to be pushing the ball downfield in this one.
Folks, we're just a few likes away from 150. Smash that like button. The roughly 700 people watching the Dream Stream with us on YouTube. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It is much appreciated as we are into the final 6 minutes here of regulation between the Giants and Denver Broncos, maybe giving us a good sim potentially to start off this work week for many. First and 10, DeAndrea, Kaufman, the Drew Stack, Joe, all here with you. Lots of thanks in the chat for being added to the DK SimFam Friends League. All those thanks go to producer Drew, who looks like he added about 50 new people. We are getting close to 1,200 members of the DK SimFam Friends League. Who knows? Maybe another call for names later on tonight or later in the week, whenever it is, we eclipse that plateau as well. Love to see so many new members, and thanks to Drew for the laborious copying and pasting to add everybody.
Meanwhile, Barkley got a shot, outside shot of the bonus up to 79 yards now. Might get the call here as he seems to be cracking a little bit. Call. I threw my upset watch playoff teams out there. Who do you think? Who do you think is vulnerable and ripe for an early exit from this year's postseason?
So the first one that I thought of, like you, was the Steelers. But then a part of me said, it almost feels like me saying Pittsburgh is hypocritical because I've been saying all year that I'm not a big believer in Pittsburgh. And so if the Steelers went out and lost to the Browns, would that even be that shocking? I'm not sure that it would. You know what I mean? Like, obviously they are a team that is, has considerably more weapons on offense, but I don't trust the team. I don't trust the backfield. I don't trust the defense. I don't trust Roethlisberger. I don't trust the dropsies that so many of those receivers have had over the course of the year for Pittsburgh. So, and Baker's got the kind of swagger that could maybe make that happen. So if I'm, without even looking at odds and knowing who is favored, but just, doing it in my head with what I think this looks like, I could certainly see the Titans beating the Ravens. I'm assuming the Ravens are favored. I could certainly see the Titans winning that game. I don't see the Colts surprising the Bills. I really don't. Rams could absolutely beat Seattle, as you talked about, provided you have a healthy Jared Goff, as much as I'd love to say Walford could get the job done.
AAF legend John Walford.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see it from a story standpoint, I don't see Washington beating the Bucs. I really don't see the Bears beating the Saints, even if they don't have a backfield to work with. So for me, it's really Titans could win, Browns could win, Rams could win. Those are three teams that I'd be looking at.
And you are correct. The Ravens going off as a 3.5-point favorite in Nashville per the opening line. So it's going to be interesting to see if that moves a little bit. Obviously, the Titans have the early season win against Baltimore, and they have fully formed tractor CEO Derrick Henry, the 2,000-yard man. We know what this Titans team is capable of under Mike Vrabel in the postseason. They had that amazing run last year that featured a win over these Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson at quarterback. They were one of the few teams that were able to figure out Lamar and kind of flustered him. So I think there's some good value there if you're picking Titans for what is being an upset win, even though they are the higher seed.
Working 6-7 among others, scoffing at my not trusting the Steelers defense. I get it. It's a good defense. It's a defense that has been good statistically this year. There's, some decent firepower, obviously, on that side of the ball. And we talk about those guys, especially whenever we do Madden Sims and all the, this guy's got superstar traits and X-Factor abilities and so on and so forth. I get it. I get all of that. I really do. That being said, are you going to tell me that defense hasn't let you down a time or two this year? Who's to say that couldn't happen in the playoffs against the Browns?
Yeah, the thing I would be worried about with the Steelers is that the passing defense can get a little glitchy. Obviously, you don't want to put too much pressure on those corners. You're great up the middle. You have Minkah Fitzpatrick, who has continued to play great, efficient football. But if you are really,
Yeah, working 6-7. You don't trust Big Ben, Hall of Famer, 2 Super Bowls. You don't trust who cares? Like, who cares what Roethlisberger has done in his Hall of Fame year?
Sure. The Giants not playing to win here.
Talking about this year, one game. Has Roethlisberger played out of his mind this season? He has not. He's played well enough, generally speaking, week to week. Someone says, so you trust Baker Mayfield? No, I'm not saying I trust Baker Mayfield.
Mayfield in the postseason has been a lot of fun to watch.
Here's what I trust about Baker Mayfield. I trust that Baker Mayfield is unpredictable. Baker could go out and have 7 fantasy points. He could also go out and have 30, and neither one would surprise me, as we got a go-ahead field goal here, and the Giants take the lead.
Yeah, and maybe I'm selling the Steeler defense short in the passing game, but I have concerns about Steven Nelson at corner and whether or not the linebackers can really cover. I think a team with a good tight end is going to be anathema to them, and that is exactly what the Chiefs have. Going to be able to do work on those linebackers up the middle, and once you have a guy like Kelsey, you can move Minkah Fitzpatrick over to him to lock him down, but they just open up the middle of the field for everyone else. That is the one concern I would have about that D. As good as it's been, it is the number 1 ranked defense per Football Outsiders DVOA metric. That's tempo and opponent adjusted. But that is the one thing that would worry me, whether or not that linebacking core, especially now Bud Dupree is out. Devin Bush has not been playing much this season thanks to his season-ending injury back in Week 6. Those losses in that second level they're important and they're going to count. So we're going to have to wait and see if the Pittsburgh D can arrive fully formed and be to go. Drew Lock taking his time, checking down, and Philip Lindsay escaping. So just like that, this team's got a little bit of life.
Chris says, cough, do we smell overtime? Is it in the air, Christian? Minute to go, 48-yard line, overtime. It could happen.
Hell no. The good news is the Broncos do have 2 timeouts left. But, yeah, I get the feeling here that Denver's got the good kicker, kicking in the thin air at home. Drew Lock, probably not the guy who's going to get this team into the end zone, but get him into field goal range? Sure.
Let me ask, you and all the Steelers defenders, homers, whatever out there, because really it's the Pittsburgh fans that are stepping up to attack my opinions about the Steelers. Let's just look at this from a DFS perspective. Let's say you're building a classic lineup on Sunday. Ravens, Titans, Bears, Saints, Browns, Steelers. How likely are you to put Ben Roethlisberger in the quarterback position versus some of your other options? For me, I'd hardly even consider it.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough upside there. I mean, it's like, what would you put Drew Brees in there? Because they're in a similar spot from a fantasy standpoint. A lot of short passes, no real value in the running game. Yes, Ben is still a capable scrambler. He is like a human weeble wobble in that you can't really knock him down effectively. He's going to escape, but he's really going to turn out yards on the ground, and he's not going to throw that many deep balls. So, yeah, I would avoid Ben. I would avoid Drew Brees. That's not saying I don't think they can get it done, but from a fantasy standpoint, there's a lot left to be desired. As big third down coming here for the Broncos, and ooh, did he get it? Did he haul in? He
caught it, but no, he was out of play. 4th and 3 from the 45. Well, you got to go for it.
Yeah, this is the ball game here. Unless they want to trot McManus out there for a 62-yarder in the air of Denver, he might be able to do it, but I don't think Vic Fangio is going to take that risk here in Simland. We're going to see a 4th and 3 situation, and if the Giants can get the stop, that is going to be the ball game.
The one timeout still available for the Broncos. 23 seconds left. 45-yard line. 4th and 3 on the way. 3-point lead for these Giants, courtesy of that field goal, obviously moments ago, by Graham Gano. Here we go. Drew Lock keeps it. Now a throw into traffic. Gets there. And a completion. Are we going to use a timeout here, folks?
Oh, it was not completed.
Incomplete.
Ball hit the turf.
Oh, I thought he had it.
He went for it, but he did not have the hands to haul it in. So just like that, the Giants going to seal this one. A real rough out there if you're waiting for overtime, if you're hoping for those Brandon McManus points. 2 kneel downs here should do it for New York. They will escape the state of Colorado with a victory.
Man, just watching back on the replay too, went up, looked like he came down with it, ultimately landed on the football.
Oof.
So close. Oh well.
Rough finish there, and this Saquon Barkley is going to be left just shy of the bonus at 90 rush yards. Cortland Sutton, 74 receiving yards. Just a disappointing finish to this one. There was a lot of room for big-time games here, and no one really came through. We had some decent days, but I don't think anyone broke 20 points in the flex.
Nope, not that I'm seeing. I'm looking. We got a leader. It's D. Kane, 10-22 as this game goes final here, folks. A Giants win, 17-14 to start off 2021's work week portion anyway. Obviously, there were sims on Saturday, so this is not the full-on first sim action of 2021 for everybody, but for these teams it is. So D. Kane, our projected winner, of course, pending any stat adjustments, it is manual scoring, so that could still happen, but Sterling Shepard in the captain spot went for almost 20 there. Barkley, about a dozen. Sutton had about 15. Fant, Tate with about 17. And Gordon with a dozen. To me, Christian, I defer to you, but to me, these are pretty easy awards to hand out. Barkley, 17 for 95 on the ground, by the way. Touchdown rushing for Melvin Gordon, 12 for 60. And we'll look at the receiving numbers as well here. Won't hit the bonus. You had 5 for 74 for Sutton, 5 for 51 for Lindsey out of the backfield. Tate, 5 for 59, a score, 3 for 35, and a touchdown. But you tell me, let's see if we're in sync to begin the new year. Who are you looking at for the Krusty Koff captain that we've got here, the player of the game?
Golden Tate, 21% owned, coming through with more points than anyone, I think, in this sim. So got to give him the MVP award. That's where I'm coming from. Where are you on this one, Koff? Who was your – was that?
Totally agree. Yeah.
All right.
Golden Tate, that's the guy. How about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award?
Kind of a tough one because everyone was a little bit underwhelming here, but I don't think we saw any Jerry Jeudy other than that one third down completion he could not haul in that eventually doomed the Broncos to a turnover on downs and ended this game. So Jerry, 1 catch, 9 yards, 1.9 point. A whole bunch of guys could have fit here. KJ Hamler, 1.1 point. Darius Slayton, 1 catch. A whole bunch of guys really qualified here. I'm going to give it to Jeudy, who has the stats, the ratings of a much better player than the one that came up with 1.9 fantasy points today at home in Denver.
So I get it. It's a good pick. The guy that I would lean toward, and obviously you make the pick, so we defer to you for the sake of our internal spreadsheet. But the guy that I would go with, Saquon Barkley, man. 95% owned in our smaller league, and in the larger free roll was up around, 85%? Didn't even crack a dozen points. Bust. Just a total bust today, Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I get it. You were paying up big numbers if you had him, especially in the captain spot, and he really did not get too much done. For a normal running back, you find it for Saquon, all caps, Saquon, Saquads, even in the winning effort, really kind of disappointed. So yeah, I get it.
Melvin Gordon gives you those numbers, you're celebrating.
Yeah.
Not the case, obviously, for Saquon Barkley, who, almost 18K in the captain spot. Looks like I'm going to finish 65th in our free roll. How about you?
16th. I was top 5.
Crane Island.
Top 5 for a hot minute there, and then fell back out of it. Thank you, Saquon. Thank you, Evan Ingram, in your 5.6 fantasy points. Terrible.
Love it. Jordan, old reliable here, says Barkley was hashtag cough cursed. Yep. No doubt about it. So here's the deal for the rest of your sim day, folks. We will both return. Christian comes back with Emerson Latzia for the Madden matinee that is on the way with the Cowboys and Titans next. There is certainly plenty to talk about there for Dallas falling short of the postseason. Then you will have Emerson, z.thompson, Professor Z for Dolphins Eagles for the early bird special at 4 Eastern. And then it is the happy hour sim at 6, Browns Steelers playoff preview action. Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi. I'll be back with Brandon Cristal for the primetime 8 o'clock action, Saints Vikings. That should be a fun one. And then Madden After Dark, Glash comes back with Tom Carroll, Tom Ace, Texans and Ravens. So you are getting a nice sampling of commentators here on this Monday, which is always great to see.
Good lineup. All-star crew coming through. And we are happy to start off the week right here on the Drip Stream.
Amen. Well, smash the like on your way out the door, folks. We're sitting at 163. Can we get close to 200? We'd appreciate it. But more than anything, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being with us. Don't go anywhere, because these simulations will be taking you for basically the next 10 hours of your day here as you work from home, work from work, or don't work at all. Either way, we're happy that you're a part of it. We want to thank producer Drew for not just doing his thing, but for adding about 50 new people to the DK Sim Fam Friends League. If you are new and you want to jump into our contest, there are free rolls that either have been or are being created for each of these sims internally, not just the larger one with the tens of thousands of people, but smaller 200 or 100 or 50 person ones that get created by the commentators. Jump on in. The one for the primetime 8 o'clock game is already there. I think there are about 100 spots still to fill, so jump on in. That is always a good time. Drew, our technical director, Joe from Game Ops, hopefully is part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League now as well. For Christian DeAndrea, I am Adam Kaufman. Once again, Happy New Year, everybody, and stick around. Christian and Emerson will return in about 45 minutes. Christian, see you, buddy.
All righty. You are back. I am here for the first time. Christian DeAndrea, Emerson Lazia. Producer Drew with us. Andrew on the ones and twos. Looks like we got Joe and Derek from the ops team hanging out with us. Second sim of a 6-game slate today here on the Dream Stream. Lots to talk about, lots to catch up on. We do have the Cowboys and the Titans here today, everyone. I'm sure most of you have your lineups filled out already in the Dim Boys versus King Henry contest. Did you fill out a lineup?
Did I fill out? Of course. I can't see an El Asia free roll and not participate. That would be foolish. No, I am in fact in, and this is a good matchup. Should be a lot of points in this one. Two good offenses, two highly functioning offenses against a couple defenses are okay, but certainly have their flaws when you're dealing with the Cowboys. So for me, it was about saving a little bit in the captain spot, making sure that I got Amari Cooper up there and his 16-plus points per game. That way I could fit in Derrick Henry, El Tricito, and Dak Prescott. And that left me with a ton of room for spending after that, but kept it balanced. A.J. Brown, and then both kickers. I Rossied myself, which does not mean I shaved my beard and somehow lost 30 pounds in the process. I just stepped kickers on. That's all.
You have been hanging out. You've been hanging out with Rossi like way too much.
He's a little bit like you with the trim here. It's bizarre. Hi, Winnie.
Yeah, my wife is chasing Winnie now. We're trying to get the bully stick back from her. You're not supposed to let him like eat the whole thing. You know, it's like a dried bull penis. And the unfortunate thing is sometimes the scent can give us both like a headache. But I don't know. It's like it's a win-lose in a way, because it also distracts her and keeps her quiet for like 30 minutes.
But you just got to do so. You can't.
It's a sacrifice.
Yeah. All easily through here on out.
You got to do it though. You got to overcome the bully stick scent adversity. I see 136 of you got inside the contest here. It's really good to have everyone with us today over on YouTube. Or on twitch.tv/DraftKings. Ladies, relax. This is an extremely important sim. I need to be focused today. How did the noon sim go with you and Koff?
I mean, it was a great lineup. Koff and I had some very good discussion and conversation. The game itself was bad. No, at 17-14, and the Giants looked awful. The Broncos looked awful. Just a bummer of a sim. So we got Nooner out of the way, and I got a person. I learned something about the bullies that I was not familiar with before. So there we go.
I wasn't 100% sure what it was until my wife told me the news of what an actual bully stick is, and it's again very interesting. And you don't let a single body part of the animal go to waste. I mean,
it's like Native Americans in the buffalo, man. I get it. We got currently my dog is chewing on a buffalo horn downstairs, and similar. Smells absolutely horrible. Smells like someone took your Christmas ham out of the garbage this week and then locked it in the sun.
Oh, jeez.
3-4 days. But he loves it, and you know what? Keeps him happy. Keeps him from chewing up shoes and whatnot. So
for sure. All right, so this is what I decided to do with my lineup. I went Zeke Elliott in the captain spot. You got to have King Henry in there. Dak Prescott. I got Brown in there, A.J. Brown. I got Blake Jarwin, and then Dalton Schultz.
Ooh. So you went down the tight end rabbit hole there.
Yeah, I have some of those higher priced guys in there, so I had to be cheap, but also, economical. And then I had to be smart. I had to think of someone who like every other game seems to produce. So that's why I went a little tight end 2 action here. We already have A.J. Brown on the board from Ryan Tannehill. And how about yesterday with that team? Like that was incredible. I don't want to repeat too much of what you and Koff talked about, but I mean, just because the Titans are on our screen here, I don't know if you guys touched on the game, but that connection,
we did not touch
that connection where they had, where it's like 50 yards or something, with like 18 seconds to go, like that was incredible. And then you have the backup kicker doinking in the game-winning field goal.
Madden 21 legend Sam Sloman had a nice little game. Probably did better than Gostkowski would have done, given what we've seen from Stephen G this year. So yeah, it an encouraging, credit Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator down in Tennessee. Probably going to get his share of coaching interviews this cycle, but calling the perfect prevent defense buster with his vert routes there, and the stupid Texans somehow letting A.J. Brown draw single coverage late in a meaningful game downfield. They deserve that loss, but hey, great news for the Miami Dolphins, because now they get the third overall pick in the draft, because the Texans just urinated all over themselves throughout the entirety of 2020. Everyone except you, Deshaun Watson.
Texans right now, too, one of 6 teams in the NFL still looking for a head coach. So 3 have been shown the door here in the past 24 hours. Adam Gase, Anthony Lynn, and good old Doug Marrone in Jacksonville.
Poor Doug. I thought if the fates allowed, it would have lined up perfectly with the Syracuse job coming open. You get fired with the Jaguars, but Dino Babers would get fired with the Orange, and Doug would be able to make his homecoming in Western New York. And instead, he's probably going to have to wait like a year. I got to imagine Marrone will end up somewhere as an assistant, and then once the Syracuse job flies open, it will be a top candidate to return to the conference.
Oh, my God. Doug Marrone back in Syracuse?
Yeah, man. They love him there.
He was there for like a hot minute, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then he was also there for a hot minute, like in Buffalo. Dude, I was working in Elmira, New York when Doug Marrone took that job in Syracuse. And he went on this like media tour, like all over like upstate and Western New York. And I remember thinking like, what a nice guy he was. He jumped ship, heads to Buffalo. Actually has an opportunity to get out of his contract. And I think they were okay that second year, maybe like around 8-8 or something. I don't know. And he's like, I'm out of here. And he's the one who decided to fire himself as Tannehill on 3rd and 5 had wide open. Could have picked up the first, but why not? Corey Davis.
The dive and catch from that man, who's in the middle of a career year heading into free agency as what is going to be a wanted man. Former top 10 draft pick. Never really put things together thanks to injuries, but this season, career highs in both receiving yards and receiving touchdowns. Looks like he's going to get a little bit of cash on the open market. Dude, I have fond memories of Elmira, New York. I had a buddy who went to Elmira College. And if you went one way, it was like halfway between Pittsburgh and Warwick, Rhode Island. So I would stop there. I spent multiple spring break in Elmira, New York. It was.
That is, what are you doing spending spring breaks in Elmira, New
York?
Dude,
it would be like 6 degrees out. Elmira, they're the Purple Eagles. All their rock salt was dyed purple. You couldn't walk anywhere without like the bottom, like the cuffs of your turning purple from this stupid rock salt. But I mean, nice dive bar town, good college drinking. We had fun out. It was always an enjoyable time. We play. We do things I can't get into on the sim because it's
you got to keep it PG here. You got to keep it PG here on the Dream Stream. The Titans straight up overthinking it. You're on the 1 yard line. You have Derrick Henry behind you, and they go play action. And Tannehill is sacked. Now they hand off to Henry when they're at the 10, and he can only pick up 1 yard. He has 3 carries for 5 yards on this opening drive of the second of 6 sims today. So 3rd and goal coming up from the 9 here for Tennessee.
I mean, all they do is a yard. Derrick Henry just got him a yard, but because Mike Vrabel Galaxy brand himself there. 3rd and long in a goal-to-go situation. Compressed defensive backfield, which is good news for the Cowboys because their safeties and corners are typically pretty bad.
Come on, Ryan. Don't hold on to the football forever. Oh, there's no way. Yeah, there was no way. That's going down as a sack for the Dallas defense. 4th and goal. And now Steven Gostkowski will come out and try to deliver the first 3 points of the day. When you look at the showdown ownership numbers here, producer Drew has dropped it into our Slack channel, which it's good to have Slack back. I don't know if it impacted you at noon, but Slack's been like down around the entire planet all day.
We had to use Zoom chat like a poor.
Okay. Wow. Peasants. Derrick Henry, 87.5% owned. Dak Prescott, you're dropping from 87 down to 53. That's the gap between 1 and 2. Ezekiel Elliott there in the 3rd spot. Corey Davis, at 42%. Blake Jarwin, my guy,
Wow.
BJ, 42%, top 5 owned.
Dude, Jarwin was one of those guys who was good value, and you want to stack up those top guys, your Henrys, your Prescott, your Elliott. So it makes sense. For me, I was like, oh, I'll get Blake Jarwin in there. And I looked at the guys, the punt is down the line. I was like, you know what? I feel better. Like I'm going to get 12 points if I stack kickers rather than if I go like Blake Jarwin gets 10 points and Blake Bell gets 0. Like it's a tough call, and I had to Rossi myself into it. But a lot of you guys did see the value in those 10-2s down the line. Schultz, 14% owned. Jeff Swain, 4% owned. Bell, 3% owned. The Fazerker, 2% owned. So it can be a big, if you get one of those glow-up touchdowns from a guy, depth chart diver, velocity X factor, it's going to be real exciting.
You got it, guy. Definitely a superstar trait. Nothing can dethrone the X factor of overtime as Zeke, 14 yards on his first carry of the day.
Nice little start here for the Cowboys, who could not get it done yesterday, and not super surprising. It was a de facto kind of playoff game situation for Andy Dalton, and that is not a game where you want Andy Dalton to be your quarterback. 0-4 in the postseason. Emerson, guess 4 games. Guess how many touchdowns Andy Dalton has in his post and NFL career?
I'm going to go with 2.
Ooh, 1 touchdown.
Okay, hey, I was close.
Yeah.
Damn it, I should have done the prices right, like just bid $1, knowing everyone else is going to go.
Said you went over and got DQ'd. And 6 interceptions. The guy has like a 56.7 passer rating in the playoffs. Comes out, doesn't find the end zone once against the Giants, who were ripe to be picked on. Does throw an interception in the end zone, basically clinched the game, except for Wayne Gallman. Probably fumbled, didn't recover, but the refs just wanted to get the hell out of there, and I can appreciate that. So the Cowboys, not that it would have mattered. The Eagles, just a giant finger to the rest of the NFC East, getting home early last night, playing Nate Sudfeld, making sure Washington football team punched their playoff ticket. And a lot of angry tweets headed Doug Peterson's way the past 24 hours.
That was ridiculous. I was working late at Nesson last night. We were waiting to work the Sunday night game into the morning show that we taped the night before. And I'm like, we got to wait and see what the hell his excuse is here. For him to say they were trying to win the game. Like, what are you talking about? You remove your quarterback one in the fourth quarter, and really a meaningless game for you, at least speaking for the postseason. 3-point game, fourth quarter, you take your guy out. Not to mention some of the other questionable, like fourth down calls. There was one they decided to go for it right when they could have kicked the field goal just to tie the thing up. I'm like, I think the only reason he still has a job today is because he was probably told to do that. Yeah. The ownership was probably like, we'd rather pick 6 than what, 9?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, Peterson, he's got his share of struggles this season. He's not in a position. He could have been, I mean, if he got fired, I think everyone would have been like,
Zeke Elliott on 1st and 10. Some other news coming down moments ago. I saw some of you guys mention it in the chat, so I appreciate you dropping it in there. The Dolphins here in the past 10 minutes, the reports are that they have fired offensive coordinator Chan Gailey.
Ooh. You know, not a terribly surprising development. Chan Gailey is just kind of like an NFL cockroach. He always finds a way. He can survive a nuclear blast. He just kind of finds his way into these positions because at some point, when you have a certain reputation as a coach, you can't fail your way at things. You can only fail words. You fail literally. A great example of that, Adam Gase. Terrible head coach. Terrible play caller. Only really succeeded as a brain because he had Peyton Manning with those Broncos offenses. And Manning called so much of those games at the line of scrimmage that Gase kind of got credit he didn't deserve. And he proved time and time again he did not deserve that credit. And yet, after being fired, a pathetic performance with the Jets and pathetic fit at the Dolphins, Nick Saban is still like, you know what? This guy, let's make him my offensive coordinator. And I think it's just because Saban wants someone to scream at that will be the most hilarious. Like, who would be more hilarious than Steve Sarkisian or Lane Kiffin to scream at on the sideline. Of course, it's Adam Gase, his big dumb saucer eyes. But just like once you hit a certain level, you cannot perform badly enough to shoot your own career in the foot. You are some kind of coach in the football world. It's bizarre to me.
So was Chan Gailey to blame for the underwhelming season of Tua?
I mean, they're looking for escape. This is basically what they're telling the world right now is that, yeah, we're committed to Tua. We're not going to take a quarterback with a number 3 pick. We might
Obviously,
take a tackle.
Yes.
We might take Sewell, might trade back out of the pick, but they're not going to be going after Justin Fields or Zach Wilson. That's what this says to me. Okay, we tried Tua. We know this year didn't work out for him. We're going to try to put him in better hands. Whereas, I mean, he is a pretty good head coach. He's got that rebuild ahead of schedule, but he's an offensive-minded guy. So, yeah, I kind of like the move from the Dolphins. Gailey is a good coordinator, but not great. When they go out and they want to find their Kevin Stefanski, a guy who can get post out his quarterback, whether he's a woman like a Ryan Fitzpatrick or a budding young star like Tagovailoa.
It just felt like an underwhelming year for him. And I was let me tell you what, Dolphins Twitter is serious. Dolphins Twitter will come at you.
Oh, yeah.
And try to smash you and try to rip your insides out of your body.
Worse than Bill's Twitter?
Bill's Twitter is not that bad. But Dolphins Twitter looks at their team like they can do absolutely no wrong. Super, super defensive. But I'm just like, it's just been an underwhelming season for Tua. Haven't really seen many elite traits or qualities out of him. Obviously, he could use more talent around him. It could help if his wide receivers weren't dropping footballs. But you've had to lean on, Fitz. You've had to go to Fitz for like a couple of times over the past few weeks, and you didn't have him yesterday. Anyway, a whole entire off season for him and getting the feels for the NFL game should help him out. They're committed to him, obviously. And they'll have that nice pick, as you mentioned, the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're way ahead of schedule. The one thing I would be concerned about is that defense absolutely shredded by a divisional opponent that didn't even have its starting quarterback for the bulk of the half. So one thing to worry about, yes, the Dolphins are way ahead of schedule, but there are kinks that need to be worked out. That was a defense playoff game for them, and they fell apart on both sides of the ball in stretches. So still work to be done, but if you're a Dolphin fan, you got to be pretty happy with the way things turn out.
Even Germ says Dolphins fans are delusional and should be used to their team being trash. Right now, 1st and goal, Zeke. Up the gut, 7 carries, 40 yards. 2nd and goal coming up from the 4. We got about 6 minutes to play in the first half. Happy New Year to everyone joining us today. Hanging out over on Twitch for a little bit right now. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. I see you, Germ. I see you, Yogi. Nuke. What's going on, everybody? How are you? P. Fooligan.
Good crowd.
Love this squad. Oh, did Gallup drop that?
Yeah, wow. Right on the money, and puts it on the turf. Also, CeeDee Lamb wide open the back of the end zone there. A lot of ways that could have unfolded Cowboys, and none of them came to fruition. So 3rd and goal from the 4. Could be time for a run here. Could be time for a Prescott scramble. That is what's so light here in Simland. He's going to give you 3 or 4 points on the ground some days he gets up over like 70 or 80.
3rd and goal, corner of the. Wow, he caught that out at the 1 though.
CD, and now I think you got to go for it here. I don't think you throw Greg into the mix. I think you just hand it off to Zeke and let Zeke eat. Oh, cowards!
Oh, come on! Tied game, 3-3. Cool. Super cool. Greg the Leg Zerline.
A lot of fun. I love it. Cool. Great. Oh, a good day if you stack kickers. Rossi not like somewhere on the DK broadcast team, but a terrible game if you like risk taking. Riverboat Ron would never.
See you on there, Train Island, cowards.
Terrible.
Oh, man. 600 people watching over on YouTube. Alex Fox chiming in. Says Fitz needs to be a starter next year somewhere. That man is a legend. Hey, if Cam's not going to be returning to New England, I don't know. Did you and Koff talk about this at all in the noon?
We did not. Okay. Yeah, we surprising. He did not.
I'm just thinking. I know he was that first bridge out of the Tom Brady era, but maybe if they need one more, Fitz can hop aboard and check off every AFC East team on his resume.
Yeah,
that's a nice little plaque to have in your trophy case on your LinkedIn.
He's got that Josh McCown and just jerseys from different teams played for. And he's run out of wall space for him, but it's very nice, very tasteful. Shadow boxes with mementos and signed artifacts from each team. Maybe a playbook page. It's beautiful. No, dude, I would be on board with Fitz as a Patriot. It seems very clear. Cam doesn't know if he wants to be a backup next year, but that might be where he ends up. That might be his ceiling, given the lack of interest he had as a free agent last year. And he proved he can stay healthy, sure, but he did not prove. Well, a tough situation in New England for him. He did not have a lot of playmakers around him. The offensive line, the tackles were a little bit questionable, but clearly you wanted to see from Cam Newton if you were the Patriots. Maybe he does come back as a backup option. Maybe he splits some time. The one thing, we saw the reports, the two parting ways this season, and the Patriots still did not move to get Jarrett Stidham into that game and see what he could do. That seems like a pretty solid verdict on where Bill Belichick stands in the Jarrett Stidham era. It seems like
he's not the answer there. I think you're exactly right. Because if they felt like, okay, let's get him in, get him a whole game, he's probably getting some first-team reps for sure. And then I know the little bit of game action you saw this year was kind of unfortunate. You come in, you're already trailing. You're just in a crummy game. First to finish, start to finish would be nice. They really wanted to see what they had in them. But my guess is, and they know so much more about football than we ever will, that they know what they have with him. And he's not the answer. And he could just be a good backup in New England. But I don't anticipate him being a starter or Cam for the Patriots next year. As Derrick Henry on 1st and 10 off to 24 yards on 7 carries. Not sure why he decided to juke back into the middle of the field where there were more defenders, but he did.
Just wanted to truck someone. Just wants to date someone. That's how he feels alive.
Unbelievable by him yesterday. So he needed 223 yards, right? He needed 223 yards to become the 8th player in NFL history to rush for 2,000 yards in a single season. And the man made it look so easy. And you knew there was an opportunity because back in week 6, he had rushed for more than 200 yards against the Texans already. He's already chewed that defense up. Hell, he did it the previous year as well, I think, in week 17. I want to say he's the first player in NFL history to rush for more than 200 yards against the same team 3 times.
Yeah, I would believe that. That makes some sense to me as Jonnu Smith gets them into field goal range on a big third down conversion. This is absolutely what we play in an SB Nation. A whole bunch who are either still there or among those who got laid off. And the playoff format in our season-long fantasy is weird. It's weeks 14 or games 13 and 14, big week in the semis, and weeks 15 and 16 are 1 week for the championship. And I got Derrick Henry in that last game, and he put me ahead, and I was up 11 points. And Matt Ellentuck, who I was playing against, had one player left to go, and it was the Washington defense. And then Doug Peterson puts Nate Sudfeld in the game, and my 2-point advantage falls apart, and I lose a season-long fantasy because Doug Peterson couldn't be bothered to try even win the Washington football team. Just absolutely brutal. But Henry was the only reason I even got that far.
Well, the Titans And the Colts there were kind of in that neck-and-neck battle for the division yesterday. You didn't really know who was going to get it for the longest time. As Davis now inside the 5, first and goal coming up for the Titans at the 4. Did you just see Kenny Stills has been signed by the Bills?
And practice for now. The Bills, what they don't really need is another impact wideout. As
No.
Gabriel Davis, both looking very, very good. Gabriel Davis.
Wide open. Super easy. And what can Jonnu Smith do for you? First touchdown of this game with 1:28 to go. Little tight end one action delivered by Mr. Tannehill.
Yeah, a beauty there, and Smith has been one of the twos in that red zone. Jonnu, a little bit questionable as a tight end one in a lot of fantasy regards. Doesn't get any touchdowns, has been dealing with injuries the whole spot. Even though he only had 41 catches, 8 of those, nearly 2% of his receiving output, ended in the end zone. Dude has just been a beast near the goal line and right there, coming through in Sim Nashville like he does in the real Nissan Stadium.
Smith, by the way, 29.9% owned in the free showdown over on DraftKings, 3.5% there in the captain spot, everyone. We've got 14,000 entries in that contest. So if you filled out a lineup today, whether you are here watching and listening or not, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for showing some love for DraftKings and spending some time with us. We have a solo first place right now in that contest with Mr. Smith in the captain spot. Derrick Henry, Zeke Elliott, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis, and the Titans defense. So going extremely heavy on the Tennessee Titans with Zeke as the lone cowboy.
Let's see if the Cowboys can respond here. They got about a minute and a half left all time out, so clock should not be too much of an issue. They can run this one down with a potent drive, although they can't be too lackadaisical.
There you go, little Amari Cooper. Prescott is just 5 of 8 for 36 yards, but a big reason for that is they've just been running Zeke, chewing up the clock, chewing up yards through their all-pro running back. Brian Fisk is asking, why was it dumb to remove Hurts? He was 7 of 20 passing with no touchdowns and an interception.
Yeah, but he was also running the ball effectively. And did you guys see Nate Sudfeld? Because
I was going to say, it's because you're putting in Nate freaking Sudfeld.
Nate Sudfeld turned the ball over twice in his first 5 plays. That alone should be enough to be like, all right, we'll yank him, we'll put it back in. Like, even if you wanted to try it out, sure, whatever. But, like, the fact that he didn't go back in was more of a, all right, we don't care about this game. We're not interested in making this competitive. It was frustrating.
Yeah. And it's it already was pointing in the direction of they really didn't give too much of a crap about giving an effort. When you saw the injury report coming out Friday, there were like 30 guys in the injury report.
Yeah.
But just an interesting night there with Doug Peterson, who said after the game he was just trying to get some other guys some looks, and he was still trying to win the football game. Kind of tough to believe. And listen, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just a guy on the outside looking in. You saw how fired up like Giants fans are getting, and in the end you're like, man, you're a 6-10 team, like sitting out. You know, you could have won another game or two, and you wouldn't have to worry about that situation. You want to be able to kind of control your own destiny. It's just ridiculously messy. And I saw Greg Ehrenberg tweet this, and I totally agreed with him. It sucks that move that Doug Peterson made was like the story.
Yeah.
When really the story should have been after that game, Alex Smith, you know, being the comeback player of the year, he should be coming back from that broken leg, and Ron Rivera, right, dealing with cancer, for crying out loud, fighting for his life while leading Washington to an improbable division win.
Yeah, it's very, very cool to be for sure. But man, I am not. This is going to be a grim postseason start for Alex Smith. He has not been very good this year. His team is
No,
winning
he
games around
hasn't.
him because he's stable. But for the first time in his career, I think, or for at least since very, very early career, his rookie year, or thereabouts, more interceptions than touchdowns. His average pass only travels about 3.5 yards downfield. He's just not doing much with the tools he's got. His whole offense is just kind of dumped to Logan Thomas and J.D. McKissick, and poor scary Terry McLaurin is not being used to his fullest. So I appreciate the game management of Alex Smith, and I love the fact that he came back after basically averaging a major surgery every other week for a year straight.
Yeah. I mean, it was a life-threatening injury. It was just like career-ending. It was like life-threatening because he had the infection, too, afterwards.
Yeah, and if he clotted up, he could have lost that leg very easily. Inspiring to see the amount of work that he's put in. I don't think there's anyone in the world who's going to root against him. But at the same time, it's like, all right, but like your value as a quarterback is limited, and we know who you are at this stage in your career, and unless the Washington defense really, really comes to play against the Tampa Bay
Tannehill loses the football. So and the Dallas still has a timeout left. They don't really need to get far to get inside Greg Zuerlein territory. So could be like a 3-point swing here. Could have
this is a big deal.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Tennessee was at a timeout, so they likely weren't going to get anything out of that. But we'll see what the Cowboys decide to do here. Just a little chunk. I mean, right now, there you go. And there is my guy. You're damn right. Blake Jarwin showing up to the party. Again, a top 5 owned player in the free showdown.
2 seconds left. They can run a play here, but they can't afford to have anything stopped in the field play. So might be a time where they take the field goal, get the points, we can get here. That's exactly what they'll do. 47-yarder incoming from Greg the Leg.
This should not be a problem whatsoever. This would be good from 95 yards. It is 10-6.
And despite that, the Titans still tie back to recover it just in case he left a 47-yarder short. So to Mike Vrabel for at least covering all his bases.
Tom Cruise chiming in and saying, Captain Jarwin. Captain Jarwin here. 42% owned. 42% owned. How you guys looking in the free contest that you've entered? Or maybe you dropped a few bucks to enter some of the ones where you could win some cash back. I'm currently sitting 90 out of 136 in the LOTZIA Dim Boys versus King Henry contest. And it's still a solo leader right now in the 14,000 entries for the free showdown.
Well, Titans just going to kneel this one out instead of giving Derrick Henry some garbage points, which I don't agree with. Let the man eat, but he's going to do it for the first half. And this two-team flawed defense and very impactful fantasy offenses, and we have seen one touchdown in the first 16 minutes. A disappointing start to this one, especially for the Titans against a Cowboy defense has been very worst league this year. Derrick Henry yet to really drop into gear. Ryan Tannehill making a costly mistake at the end of the half there. Other than Manu Smith and maybe a little A.J. Brown action, not too many dependable players in this one, although Tannehill, despite the fumble, on pace for the bonus. 186 and a touchdown from him. Poor Dak Prescott, only 55 passing yards in the first half. That is grim.
But Tannehill, don't bury the lead here. He's 14 of 14. Wow. Not too bad. That's called perfection. 100% completion percentage, my friend.
Yeah. Oof. No one on bonus watch on the ground. Derrick Henry, only about 3.5 yards per carry. Zeke Elliott giving you about 6 per touch, but only 7 carries, so he's at 40 yards. Really just been clicking full Cowboys offense, they're going to have to make some adjustments at halftime. And then through the air, Corey Davis, A.J. Brown, both over 60 yards. Johnny had 3 for 47 and a touchdown. Got to be the guy in the captain spot on a lot of leading lineups through 2 quarters.
6 head coaching openings in the NFL. Which one would you want?
Man, that Chargers opening pretty tempting. Yes, you are basically buying a house in which a murder has been committed. You are a haunted franchise that will have very little fan support in Los Angeles. They couldn't even sell out a soccer stadium that seats 30K with their own fans. Now they're moving into the Death Star in Los Angeles, 85,000 people. It's going to be mostly opposing no matter if they're playing. But you get Record holder and passing yards and passing touchdowns in Justin Herbert. You get a Bosa brother up front. You get a pretty good secondary if Derwin James can ever stay healthy for a full season. Yes, they are going to find harking ways to lose games no matter what, because that's what the Chargers do. But in terms of raw building, I'd say pretty great setup. Now, if you want to start directly from scratch, you probably prefer the Jaguars, number 1 overall pick, Trevor Lawrence coming to town. Lots of draft capital, lots of ways to rebuild that team in your own image. Yes, you can.
Damn right. Damn right, buddy.
Yeah, he's going to take a bigger role as a GM going forward and see if he can put his players into work. I don't know how that's going to work. We've seen a similar strategy from Jerry Jones, which has paid off kind of, but not really in Dallas. So Shad's going to have to avoid the mistakes of Jerry Jones before him. That said, I like the makeup there. You're going to be able to lure a whole bunch of free agents town this year because they have more cap space than anyone. If you're building scratch, the Jags are the most tempting of the head coaching offices. But if you are trying to come into a more established team with players you know can play well and win, then you'd want to go to LA. What do you think, Emerson? If you were a hot commodity on the coaching list right now, where would you want to go?
Well, I'm going to throw this question out to the chat as well. Over on YouTube and over on Twitch, 6 openings as head coach openings around the NFL. Which one would you want? So we have the ones open in the last 3 hours, or 24 hours, last day. So the Jaguars, the Jets, the Chargers. You have the Falcons. You have the Texans. And then what's the other one? I'm having a brain fart. The Lions. Thank you. Because that was, I think they, after basically the Texans, and it was the Lions. And they have a GM opening there as well. So which one would you want and why? I want to know. For me, and I may be a little biased. I want the Jaguars opening. I mean, it's a way for a coach to come in and change everything. You're literally starting at the bottom, but you have all of the pieces there in order to turn that franchise around and become a legend. Have a statue built of yourself. You'll have the number 1 pick where you can draft a franchise-altering quarterback. Could be your guy for the next decade plus. You have cap space. You have a city by the beach. That's what you want. You have the river life. You have hunting. You have everything you want there. People wear jean shorts in Jacksonville. Come on.
World's largest outdoor cocktail party. And
Andrew, I was going to say, Andrew, on the 1s and 2s, you have Publix for crying out loud.
Chicken tendy subs. I miss Publix. I mean, to be fair, I have a great grocery store up here in Wisconsin called Woodman's, which is just exciting, but they do not have fresh, made-to-order sandwiches, which is a little sad. No, can't get a chicken tender sub. A little bit of mayo, lettuce, tomato, some pickle. Oh, now I'm hungry. I made a mistake here. This is Andrew.
Yeah, bad. You do have a lot of people who are fans of your scarf today too, by the way. So I'm just ripping through the YouTube chat here. Well, Jason Mackins up chiming in saying, better question is the least appealing opening. So he says Texans are the obvious answer there.
Yeah, Texans are so screwed, man. I mean, it's great. You got Deshaun Watson, you have Laramie Tunsil, but because Bill O'Brien was such a terrible GM, you overpaid for both, and now you have no cap space. You can't bring anyone in. You don't have a first-round pick. You don't have a second-round pick. This team is basically the team you're getting now. Team that just finished with the third worst record in the NFL. That's the team you're going to 2021. There's very little room for improvement. Things are very, very bad for the Texans. They won't get better in the immediate future, which is maybe winging all over on. He's just looking for a challenge because he threw in not only the Texans but also the Falcons, which is another cursed franchise where you got to make a quarterback decision like you're going to have with Matthew Stafford. Another guy who clearly can still sling it, but maybe isn't that appealing if you're going through a rebuild.
So I'm seeing a lot of Texans, actually. People would want that job. Andrew right now just says the Jets. I'm not seeing – he's the only person who I see who is choosing the Jets. OSU fan says Chargers. There you go, Robbie Noble. I knew I liked you. It says America's team. Damn right. Goat says Detroit. Irwin says ATL, but he's talking about the fan base being soft. There's Trenton saying Jags. He likes the young weapons there. Lots of love for the Jaguars, considering the position they are in. I wonder who they're going to hire. There was the report of Urban Meyer, so he's won a couple national championships just about an hour outside Jacksonville there at the University of Florida. I don't know if he's got his legacy is looked at in the brightest of lights, how we kind of left Florida there, but we will see. The good news is, like, unlike in college where he would get like super stressed and then something would come up and he'd want to, leave after just like one loss. We have learned you can make the playoffs in the NFL with just like 7 wins. So, and once you're in the playoffs, a whole new season.
Yeah. And he doesn't have to worry about recruiting. He's not going to be on the trail, sitting down in high school kids' living rooms and hanging out with their parents and having terrible dinners with families who are just kind of trying to figure out, why should their son go to the Ohio State University or the University of Florida or the University. He doesn't have to worry about any of that. I also appreciate that he's basically like, here's my asking price. You can either meet it or I can just stay semi-retired and do the Fox pregame shows here because I don't care. I have a ton of money. My family is,
Hold on a second. We got ourselves a Blake the Snake Jarwin touchdown from Mr. Dak Prescott, and an extra point away from taking a 3-point lead here. And those 3 points were the ones delivered in the closing seconds of the first half after that Tannehill fumble. But over on Twitch, Wing says Falcons or Texans. Nuke says Chargers easily. And yes, you have agreed with that. You have mentioned that already. But yeah, and then first time playing Fortnite is not a fan of what the Dolphins did yesterday. Well, you'll have a new offensive coordinator. Not sure if you saw that first time. Chan Gailey's out the door reportedly. Ooh, Trenton. Yeah, I saw that. Someone mentioned on Saturday that if Urban didn't want the job, that Ryan Day would actually be in the loop. And then Ryan Day has already come out and shot down those rumors, although we've seen people, that's what you're supposed to do, shoot down the rumors right away. But then it got people talking. Then it got people talking about, well, what's up with this like Ohio State connection all of a sudden? Yeah. And then you're thinking, would they actually have the marbles to draft Justin Fields over Trevor Lawrence? We have 3 years of tape. We have that entire resume, and you can't just base it off of one game. Peyton Manning had like 100 yards his final game in college with like 1 touchdown, like 20 attempts or something. I got to find the numbers. And you know what? The Colts didn't give a crap.
Yeah, it's been really weird to see the connection that the Cons had to Big Ten, and apparently it all just, it's poor Ryan Tannehill smoked there. But it looks like it was after he was already down, so ball stays with the Titans. Obviously a big donor to his alma mater at the University of Illinois, so I guess that's basically why they're saying, we're familiar with Urban, we know Urban. And it's a weird connection because Urban wasn't at Ohio State all that long, and you weren't working with the Ohio State boosters, you were working with the Illinois boosters. And I mean, I would get it more if he was like, I love Lovie Smith, let's bring him in, and because we're with him. But no, wow,
oh
big
baby,
Brown. Can he run it in all the way? He can't. What a huge play there as the Titans flipped the field with a big chunk, and I believe A. Brown just moved himself into the bonus.
What can Brown do for you? And for 28% of you in the LOTZIA Dim Boys versus King Henry contest, you're like quite a bit. 5.2% owned there in the captain spot. Over in the larger 14,000 entry free showdown, Tannehill's been having to scramble around quite a bit. That pass is incomplete. Only 2 incompletions in this game for him. He's 15 of 17. He was 14 of 14 through 2 quarters here, but 34% owned, 3.4% in the captain spot there for A.J. Brown in the big free showdown contest. Good to have all you guys and gals here with us today. Almost 700 watching over on YouTube. Quality crew hanging with us over on Twitch as well. If you guys want to look back a little bit on the weekend that was in week 17, what was your biggest takeaway? What did you enjoy the most? Your favorite moments? If you want to go ahead and look ahead to Wild Card Weekend, we have all of the matchups set, and we can gossip about it a little more in the 4 o'clock sim here on the Dream Stream. Z.thompson will be joining me. But it's Colts and Bills, Rams and Seahawks, Bucks at the Washington football team, Ravens, Titans, Bears, Saints, and Browns, Steelers. Because you've got 7 teams each conference this year with only 1 bye, Chiefs earning it in the AFC, Packers destroying the Bears yesterday to pick up the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. Which game you looking forward to the most, Wild Card Weekend?
I mean, there are a whole bunch of good ones. There are also some bad ones. Mitchell Trubisky will be starting a playoff game again, which will be interesting. The eye opener there on Saturday, that Colts-Bills game, and that's going to be really good. We get to see what Josh Allen can do in the postseason last year.
Oh, yeah.
Even had it, is Josh Allen brain part where you run for 18 yards downfield, chuck a lateral over his head without looking and hope for the best. So we get to see what he can do not only in the playoffs, but against one of the AFC's top defenses, the Indianapolis Colts. So if Josh Allen is, in fact, inside the circle and trust to finish the season, he's pretty damn close. But if we are really going to ride him all the way to an AFC title game or even to a Super Bowl, he's got to come out big against the tough Colts defense. Very interested in that one. I kind of want to see the chaos of Washington hosting a playoff game against the Bucs. I want chaos to reign. I want a 7-win team to win a home wild card playoff game again, like the Seattle Seahawks did. They had the beast quake back in the 2010s, and that Ravens-Titans rematch is going to be pretty good. It's going to be pretty good. And the Browns-Steelers rematch also going to be pretty solid. So a pretty great weekend of football. Tuning this up for the divisional round of the playoffs and getting us ready for the NCAA National Championship game 1 week from now. A lot of good things going on.
Brady hasn't been too good against the NFC East in the playoffs in his career. That's what I said yesterday. I said, you know what Doug Peterson's doing? Doug Peterson is protecting Tom Brady when he pulled the whole Jalen Hurts stunt because he didn't want the Giants. He didn't want the Giants to go up 3-0 on Brady in his playoff career. That's exactly what he was doing. Let's go, Tannehill. First and goal. Use the legs. Superman's into the end zone. Touchdown. The lead is back in the hands of Tennessee.
He looked like he was going to cost himself pulling there, running into traffic, and then decides, now that I've got everyone's attention, I'm going to jump over you all and get into the end zone. Titans get back into it. Good news if you've got that Cowboys receivers, because Dak going to have to come out throwing the ball now, trailing in the fourth quarter.
I, too, am looking forward to that Bills game. I mean, we've obviously got some Buffalo blood in our households here.
Yeah.
Little lackluster season-ending performance like from the Colts, but they won. They did have who's that rookie running back they had that just set the franchise record for rushing yards? Taylor? No, for the Colts.
Yeah.
It was like 250 yards yesterday they ran for.
Former Wisconsin legend.
Yeah, that's your boy. But Indy finished the regular season here 2-4 against teams with winning records. So it's it's a feel-good story for him, I think, especially with Phillip Rivers and his 20 children in their first year in Indianapolis. But it's kind of hard to imagine Frank Reich's squad keeping pace with the high-flying Bills. Because, man, if it wasn't for what Aaron Rodgers has been doing in Green Bay, I would almost hand over my MVP vote if I had one to Josh Allen.
Yeah, I mean, Allen put Rodgers kind of on notice for that amazing first half, and then Rodgers responded in kind, 15 of 15, 155 passing yards, 3 touchdowns in that first half against the Bears. So Rodgers all but locked down that MVP vote. You are right, but Allen making a real tough charge at the end there. Patrick Mahomes also sitting in there. I think it's going to be MVP number 3 for A-Rod, though, and I think part of it is because he did have a great season. He was the best player on the NFC East team for sure, but I think voters are going to get a little bit sentimental. They're going to go, okay, well, this is a great FU season, but B, this might be the last time he has a season like this, whereas Mahomes, Allen, they're going to be doing this for another 10 years each at least. So there might be a little bit of sentimentality that factors in here when it comes to picking an MP, and that's why Rodgers probably are right now.
Yeah, and I think if you want to go offensive player there, you can go like Devontae Adams. Holy hell, that guy's been unbelievable. And hasn't he missed a couple games? He missed 2 games with injury, too.
Yep.
Zeke on third and short, he picks up the first down.
This next, so apparently ESPN has up to publishing an incorrect story about Chan Gailey.
Wait, so that was the reason I was saying reportedly, because I certainly don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But
so it was a fake Schefter account that somehow may have gotten the.
Oh no, because I Twitter searched Chan Gailey, and then I'm looking at all the verified Dolphins reporters that are all reporting, and I'm like, okay.
Wow. Yeah. So it was a fake Adam Schefter. And now, wow.
So yeah, here's Will Manzo, who I know is a sports director down there at the CBS station in Miami. Says now ESPN is making a correction on the Chan Gailey story. Story published in error. Seems likely one of 2 things happened. It's really a mistake, or 2, it's true Gailey will be out, but they weren't supposed to report until later. Well, yeah, that's what it is. It's either not true or it's basically true. The middle ground here as Dak Prescott is sacked. And 4th and 13 now coming out. 6 minutes to play. Cowboys trailing by 4. I'll probably punt the football away here. And defense going to have to step up for him.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this is an Uncle Chap's special right there. And yeah, well, Gailey may still wind up being fired. We'll have to wait and see. But kind of throws that idea that Tua is a rocks pick a little bit. Like goes from like 99%. The Dolphins won't take a quarterback at number 3 to maybe like 98%, 97%. Just gives it a little bit more of a possibility, although it's still, I think, extremely unlikely that we see the Dolphins go after a quarterback 1 year after drafting Tua.
Checking out the contests, solo leader in the LOT, Tim Boys versus King Henry contest. A Sea of Viper 1969 with your A.J. Brown in the captain spot. Derrick Henry, who has under 4 points in this game. Ryan Tannehill, Jonnu Smith, Corey Davis, Blake Jarwin. Let's go over to the 14,000 entry contests. And we're looking at a two-way tie for first place right now as Derrick Henry, not emulating the real-life Derrick Henry, and has a little bit of yards on a little bit of carries. Third and 3 coming up here, guys, for the Titans, right in a 4-point lead, 4.5 minutes to play in the game, and Tannehill going to the air this time.
Oh, my God.
It's going to come up short.
It's the terrible decision.
And
Smith
holding.
was open for a very, very long time. And not only did Tannehill hold the ball way too long, he also allowed his offensive line to blast him with a holding call because he couldn't ball out in time. And that formation, the Cowboys did not stack, so they were daring Derrick Henry to run on them, and Vrabel said no. Ryan Tannehill did not audible out of it. Just a stupid decision. And now, stupid Titans deserve to lose.
All right, Dallas, small little hill to climb. Got to score a touchdown. You want to take the lead here. Field goal's not going to do it. Sorry, Greg, the leg. 6 catches, 65 yards, and a touchdown there for Blake Jarwin. There was an interesting conversation happening in the chat earlier, which producer Drew, or Andrew on the ones and twos rather, found very interesting, and I did as well. David Litz said he was, Andrew said to David Litz in the chat, this is why I love the chat so much, because you guys have all just become family and kind of do your own thing and have your own conversations amongst each other. But he says, yo, I'm looking to move out of state. Would you recommend South Dakota? And then David Litz says, I'd rather punch myself repeatedly than move here, bro. Is it South Dakota or North Dakota that has what is it, Mount Rushmore?
That's South Dakota.
That's South Dakota?
It also has Sioux Falls, which appears to be a pretty nice little city, little town. One of the things I want to do when I probably won't ever actually have time for it, but like just get a nice car and drive west from like Minnesota through the Badlands, go some dives up in the Dakotas and Montana, and stop off in Boise for a football game.
Dak, come on. Now is not the time to be taking the sacks. Every time like Mount Rushmore ever comes up too, I think of Richie Rich. That whole,
really?
Yeah, you remember Richie Rich, and there's like the whole, they had like Mount Rushmore there. Remember that with the laser beam? They were like carving in faces in a mountain.
I do not. The live action or the cartoon?
It's like no. It's like the live action one. Richie Rich, and then it's like the Mount Richmore. It's the family on there. You know what? Forget it, dude. Only the real ones will know. I thought you were a real one, bro.
I mean, are we talking the live action Macaulay Culkin reach?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. As on 3rd and 15, Dak goes to Amari Cooper.
Finally.
Cooper is in the zone now. We got the 2-minute warning has arrived. Cooper has 4 catches for 52 yards. Now Irwin's saying, Ducey could not survive the Dakotas. Hey, look at this thing. Poor Ducey. I don't know if Ducey really ever leaves his apartment, and I think it's more because he couldn't survive. Matt LaMarca doesn't leave his apartment just because he chooses to live in his man cave, and occasionally he goes to Dunkin' Donuts or have to take his dog out.
Whoa!
Holy hell! Off, which could secure the victory for Tennessee. It's going to make it a lot more difficult here for the Cowboys. Just a terrible, terrible throw by Dak Prescott, and a hell of an interception there.
Yeah, Kevin Byard, and now the Titans exactly where they want to be, except Derrick Henry can't get anything started. So this is exactly the worst case scenario. Trailing to the Titans in the 4th quarter. They can, at first down, basically the leverage to burn down the clock, and they have Derrick Henry, except he sucks today. He's nothing. Only 2 yards on first down there. I think you got to keep going with it and chug a lug and make those burn all those timeouts. You know Derrick Henry can rip off 8 yards at a time with no problem. Let's see if he doesn't get the chance here again. And about 6 maybe
One more should lock it up, my dude. But if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm not throwing in the direction of a player with a superstar trait titled pick artist. That's just not going to do it. Just seems like that could backfire on you. 3rd and 1. I know he hasn't done much. I know he's been extremely underwhelming, especially for near 90% ownership, but this could be the biggest play of the day in terms of win-loss. Wow, that's actually close.
He definitely close. We broke in on that.
I don't know, man. Yeah, he did. He got it. So that should be the game.
Kneel down, and this one's all over. Although, with enough time left, the game may decide it needs to run one more rushing play with Derrick Henry. Now, at least one kneel down here. And again, we've seen this where the game will kneel down twice and then run a play on 3rd down for whatever reason.
Yeah, makes
ball
no
with
sense.
1 second left. So, still time for waiting on a Derrick Henry explosion. I know a lot of you are. Let me see. Excuse me, if we can get there on that.
And here we go. Here's exactly like what we were talking about. You do kneel down and you want to come out and run a play, which is just the way Madden works sometimes.
And Derrick Henry was maybe even he only picks up. He does pick up value there. So if you needed 0.2 points to vault ahead of someone in your shutdown, congratulations, Henry, just delivered. This should be the last play of the game, but who knows? Kneel down again, of course. Sure, why not?
You will be done for the day following this sim. I will hang around and we'll be joined by z.thompson for Dolphins at the Eagles. So we'll have lots to talk about. Who knows how many times Chan Gailey will be fired and rehired during the 4 o'clock window. Even Andrew on the ones dudes I wonder if he's just packing and unpacking his bags as he's seeing all these reports. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that Eagles situation. We'll get Zach's opinion on that. And then Glash and Rossi will have you from Browns at the Steelers. That should be fun. Little division rival. 2 teams that will be meeting this weekend. The Saints at the Vikings, Kaufman and Brandon at 8. And then Glash and Microwave Tom for Texans at the Ravens for Madden After Dark. Tannehill finishing this game, 17 of 19, 258 yards, 1 tutty. 1 tutty also for Dak, 20 of 27, 181 yards. Had that interception that really sealed the deal there and gave the game to Ryan Tannehill and the Titans. Who was your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
I think it's going to have to be your Dalton Schultz kind of coming out of nowhere. Not really coming out of nowhere. He's the 4th most owned guy here. But doesn't really have the track record performing the way he did, and yet came out, scored the Cowboys' only touchdown, a big deal.
Wait, we're talking Blake Jarwin, right? Because I did roster Schultz. I don't think he did anything, unfortunately.
Jarwin, you're right. Jarwin. Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Apologies. I got my current tight end one for the Cowboys confused with the Sim tight end one for the Cowboys.
Yeah, no, because I can confirm. Actually, 1 reception, 5 yards for my dude Dalton. So thank you very much for the 1.5 points.
7-78 for Blake. So he gets the crusty cough player. Babysitter Billy, not Mike Kittle, going to have to go to the most guy in this sim, Derrick Henry, who was just shambling Frankenstein's monster out of the backfield, could never get anything going, looked terrible, very barely clinched this game with that third down run, but not what you expect. Poor Derrick's got to go. You got to go.
It was funny, too. Like yesterday watching Derrick Henry run, which, I was talking about offensive MVP earlier, and that completely slipped my mind. I mean, it's got to be Derrick Henry. I was just thinking of everything that Devontae Adams did this year. But watching him run yesterday, I even said, like, on Twitter, I'm like, Derrick Henry is what happens when you make a player in Madden and you move all of the ratings up to 99, like, across the board, including the hair. Like, you just customize your own player. But yes, today, absolute dud here in this sim.
Terrible. Very disappointing. I'm sure all of your own variety of curse words to throw at sim Derrick Henry. Just know the real Derrick Henry, all 250 of him, loves you and loves destroying.
Large. Just a large man. Okay, you're going to go do your thing for the rest of this Monday. Again, lots of love for you and that scarf. Thank you very much to producer Drew and to Andrew on the 1s and 2s. We got Derek and company there on the ops team who added up all the scores for us today manually from home. So love them as well. I'll be back, guys, 4 o'clock with z.thompson for a little Dolphins-Eagles matchup. I hope to see all of you then. Until then, toodaloo.
What is up, DK Sim fam? Z.Thompson here with you as we get ready for our 4 o'clock sim. I will be joined momentarily, hopefully, by our main man, Emerson Lazia, who did set up for us a nice little contest over in the DK Sim fam group. And I will let you know my lineup here as we get ready for lock in this matchup between the Eagles and the Dolphins. A couple of teams that we can talk about and break down their interesting, we'll go with interesting week 17 for both these teams. And it is 4 o'clock. So let's run down what I've got. And then Emerson, when he gets in here, will let you know what he's got. I have Miles Sanders in my captain spot. So I think he's going to be able to run against this Dolphins defense. I do have his counterpart on the Dolphins, Matt Breida, as well as Tua in my lineup. Zach Ertz, Jason Sanders, and the Eagles DST rounding things out. So that's who I've got. And looks like we're just about ready to get underway. Emerson is wrapping up an interview, which you'll get to catch later on here on the Dream Stream. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But we're here for a sim in sunny, at least looks pretty sunny here, virtual Miami between the Dolphins and the Eagles. What do we think about Tua, everybody? Tua going to be the answer in Miami? Definitely taken some hits the last few weeks, and got to wonder if they would have gone to Fitzmagic in this last game if he'd been available, but he was obviously not due to COVID-19 protocols. So, yeah, I mean, they could have gone to him, which would have been an interesting comeback attempt against his former team. I feel like every team is Fitzpatrick's former team. And there he is. Here he is joining us all the way from, wherever he's at. It's the man, the legend, Emerson Lazia rolling in here. What's up, man?
What's up?
Thanks for making time for me and the DK Sim fam.
Dude, absolutely. I would never miss it for the world. Honestly, we can
I'm so confused. I don't even know where we are. I said we were in Miami. We're clearly in Philadelphia here. You can tell from the angle of the sun at this time of day.
You see what happens when I don't show up on time and
I get lost and go to the wrong city.
You screw everything up. You need me and I need you, and we need the DK Sim fam. And it's good that everyone else showed up on time except for me.
Well, did you get your lineup in time, sir? Or were you busy?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course I did. Hold on a second. I'm going to open up the contest page now as
Carson Wentz going to scramble. And,
yeah, so he's done. He's going to be done in Philly, right?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yes. When you're trying out your backups back up in the fourth quarter just to see, yes, he's done with all caps, like hit the caps lock. Done. So it'll be really interesting to see where he lands, and we can talk about that as we move forward here. But yeah, definitely done there in Philly. Doug Peterson expected to return, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. I mean, I guess it is one or the other. And they went with Doug.
So I'm opening up the contest page right now. All right, so shout out to the 145 of you who decided to get into the LOTZIA, ban the Eagles from the NFL contest.
How do you really
think? I went ahead and went with a really strong Dolphins stack. I'm boycotting the Eagles right now. So I went Tua in the captain spot. I went Breida, Parker, Gesicki, Williams, and then Ertz is my lone Eagle. That last night was a travesty. I thought it was terrible, an ugly luck. But in the end, I don't really care all that much.
Oh no, okay, you don't care. All right. I am here also. I looked at the schedule and I was like, oh, good. Emerson's here. I get to tell him he was right, at least half right, with your Gardner Minshew prediction, because you told me he would beat the Jaguars to the number 1 pick overall, ding, 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 and the playoffs, which we could just, how about that? We're half right. Congratulations.
It's impressive. It is really difficult. We've already seen it from the Jets. It's really difficult to lose 15 straight games.
They
and
sure
finally,
tried.
they
And
got
couldn't
rid.
do it.
They got rid of Doug Marrone, and justice for Gardner Minshew has been served. Now, we could have been criticizing the Jaguars all season for clearly tanking. Clearly. Gardner Minshew, like, he was out because of the battle with COVID-19 for a little bit. When he came back, like, he gave you the best chance to win out of Mike Glennon and other people on that roster. And they decided to keep him on the sideline. Like, and I think another reason we're complaining so much about, like, last night, is it that big of an issue if it's just kind of like in the mix of the 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock window? It was just the only game going on last night. No one would have, like, really cared that much. It's just like, we're all kind of looking for a little extra something to talk about.
Yep. I mean, there were other quarterback switches. There were other backup quarterbacks that played. How many of those are people up in arms about? Zero.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get that people, and yes, you could also make the argument that it had playoff implications for the Giants, basically tanking for the Giants, as it turned out. And the Giants players on Twitter were humorous and also fired up about that. As we see a sack here by the Dolphins on Carson Wentz.
So you kind of missed it in our 2 o'clock. I was with Christian DeAndrea, and we were riding the roller coaster of, like, the Dolphins offensive coordinator Chan Gailey being fired, and then I guess not being fired.
Oh, no, he wasn't. He was unfired. Actually, he was never fired in the first place.
Yeah. And I guess I'll toss out the question to you. I mean, and I tossed it to Christian as well. But how much blame does Gailey deserve for an underwhelming season for Tua? Or is it just like, Tua maybe not being all, like, ready to go and take that next step, which obviously a whole offseason will help him?
Yeah, I think it's much more that. It's so hard to know in those kind of situations without being inside the locker room here. So they're going to go for it on 4th and 2. So let's see what happens here.
Okay. Come on, Wentz. You want to prove yourself. Let's go.
They're going to go for it, and they're going to throw. Wow. I like it. Gutsy call there. They do pick up the first down to Zach Ertz, who's on my team, also on your team.
Same here, buddy.
And who's your captain again?
Tua, dude.
Tua. Okay. I have Miles Sanders as my captain. So, but yeah, Zach Ertz in both of our lineups there with that first down conversion. I mean, it's hard to know without being there who's doing what and whether Chan Gailey's trying to do stuff with Tua and he's not do it or what. I wouldn't, based on what I saw on the field, which is all we can base it on because that's what we know. I don't think you have to get rid of Gailey. I think you could definitely give Tua a full offseason in the program. Remember, when they drafted him, they didn't draft him to be like this instant solution. They drafted him. No,
he had that huge hip injury.
He had the hip injury.
Yep.
He was, it was a messed up offseason for him on a number of levels last year because he had the injury. Then obviously with the COVID, there wasn't preseason. It was messed up for everybody, but even more so for him because he was coming back from that injury. So I think, and I know this is an unpopular opinion with Dolphins fans right now, I think Tua gets another year. If it was me, I would give him another year. I would not draft a quarterback. I think they have other needs. I would not draft a quarterback. Maybe trade the pick as we see a nice little Miles Sanders double pass.
First and goal from the 2. Well, that's a good point you made there, Zach, because that's a good point you made because we saw the impact it kind of had on Baker Mayfield in the first few years. It's like, dude, if you're consistently changing coordinators and coaches, head coaches and something you have to worry about there, but coordinators you don't. And to me, I don't know. Like the kid, maybe his confidence level isn't all the way there too, because it seems like if he struggles, boom, they're throwing Fitz in, and Fitz seems to make the offense look okay for the most part. But yeah, you need that consistency with these new kids coming in, especially for if they want to be strong mentally.
Right, and
as there's your touchdown.
Gets my touchdown to get things started. Miles Sanders finishes the Eagles' opening drive with the score there out of the shotgun formation. Nice time to run the ball when you've got the defense all spread out like that. Brian Flores over there trying to coach up that defense. Yeah, what do we make of the Dolphins this season? I know it was an awful end, and they end up like really. I mean, you could go lose that game to Buffalo, and that would be sad. But the way they lost that game to Buffalo was heartbreaking.
It was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing. It was because Buffalo had no reason to really play. I mean, they were lost.
Well, I
into
mean,
either
all right.
the
So
two or
here's
three.
the thing. Here's the thing. Well, yeah, but still, being the 2 seed lands you a home game in the divisional round. So you kind of want that,
There's
which is
very little to play for.
Yes, very little to play for. But they went ahead and said,
And
"Okay,
they
let's
just
throw."
crushed them.
Yeah, they did. It was
a bad look. I mean, we could have called this the bad look Week 17 showdown because these were two of the teams that were the biggest embarrassments in Week 17, I guess you could say, right? Between the Eagles and their Sunday night decision, which we can get back to, and then Miami just totally. They were the only win and get in team that really got crushed. I mean, the Bears were also in a win and get in situation, and they lost and still got in. The Cardinals were winning get in, and they had the Kyler Murray injury.
No,
but the Miami Dolphins were embarrassing. That was really the right word for it. And just the way the offense, I mean, they looked like they could do nothing against the Bills. Even late, when the Bills had pulled all their starters, they were struggling to score.
Well, which is when typically, at least we've seen over the past like 5, 6, 7 weeks, you throw Fitz in, but Fitz was out because of, his battle with COVID-19 here. What was really sad is all of my Dolphins friends down in South Florida, they lose, right? So the Dolphins lose, and now you need the Jaguars to beat the Colts. And it was close there, actually. The Jaguars looked like they were going to be blown out. They brought it back within like 6 or 7.
Right.
I know.
It was
and
like,
everyone's
not
like,
only are we going to get, you're just going to get crushed, right? Just crushed. But you still have hope, a little bit of hope. And that little bit of hope, the Jaguars just kept teasing, like, right in midfield? No.
Yeah.
Right
People are tweeting me. They're like, oh, dude, need your Jaguars step out. I said, guys, if the Jaguars haven't disappointed you yet, please take a number. They'll be with you shortly. Like, don't watch this game. They will only torture your soul and your feelings. They will rip your heart right out of your chest. I've been dealing with this since 95.
Yeah, our good friend Gary and Thorne, who is a Dolphins fan, is completely off the Tua bandwagon. I can tell you, he changed his profile picture to Zach Wilson at one point. So yeah, he's ready. He's ready to move on.
Oh man!
Can we talk? I know this is not a Jaguars game, but we never stay on topic anyway. What are you doing for your head coach, man? I mean,
okay. So
what do you do? Or is it Urban Meyer time? Is that Urban Meyer's theme music? I hear.
I mean, oh God, yeah. If you believed Ian Rappaport or Schefter report, whichever one it was, I forget, over the weekend, where it said that Shad Khan wants Meyer. Yeah, and then what was funny is right before at 2:00 Sim, I see the report come out that Meyer wants like $12 million a year. That's the report, and I'm like, damn, $12 million a year, guy. No NFL head coaching like experience, but as I mentioned,
you wouldn't have to worry about paying the players. I mean, we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, but he's also never never had to worry about a salary cap. Yeah, you can pay players all you want in college. Yeah, not have to worry about going over. So I'm stuck right now. I'm stuck with do we want someone who already has like head coaching experience or NFL coaching experience, or do you say, okay, let's take a shot on someone who is respectable, almost like an Urban Meyer who could truly come in and change the culture in Duval? Because I feel like if the Jags wanted someone who could do that, he could be the pick. He's already a guy who people have mixed feelings about.
He's got a lot of respect from
in North Florida.
Right. Yeah.
Like there's no bigger name connected to NFL openings than Meyer right now.
I would agree with that. I mean, we've heard the always Bill Cowher's coming back rumblings.
Oh God, I haven't heard that. Wait, have you heard that already? Why haven't we? That's been a decade now. Can we squash that?
I know. And maybe it was just Twitter rumors, which are worth what they're worth. I haven't heard it from any big names like the rap sheets of the world or the Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
But,
so
Sanders, really the only fantasy producer early on here, 31 yards for him on the ground with the touchdown. Zach Ertz has had a few catches as well. 3 for 23 for him. Marquise Goodwin, 1 catch for 27 yards. Not really anything for the Dolphins, who went 3 and out on their first possession. So that's how it's 7-0. Eagles with the early lead here. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard any other big names. Obviously, you could do Marvin Lewis. I mean, I've heard that name a lot. I don't know that he's, but as a proven, coach with more of a track record. Anthony Lynn, who is just fired by the Chargers, is somebody who a lot of people have a lot of respect for. Did have some struggles there.
Yeah, because he's going to have a young rookie quarterback here. The Jaguars will, and I didn't necessarily like how he handled everything with like Herbert and put them in a position to lose so much late in games.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Herbert does. I think the Chargers' job is probably the best job if you're like from a candidate perspective. I think
that's what Christian said. That's what Christian said. And you know what?
Yeah,
again, the reason I was late was I was doing an interview with Ross Tucker. You guys will see tonight in the late edition, the late slate of the Dream Stream. But he says it as well. And I'll go ahead and spoiler alert. Which one is more appetizing? And he also named those two teams. He says the Chargers and the Jaguars.
Yeah, I think it's Chargers, Jaguars. I think Texans are probably a close third, but I would put them third. I don't know.
And I threw that out. I threw that out to the chat on YouTube and Twitch during the 2 o'clock sim, Zach. And a lot of our awesome friends of the DK Sim fam said Texans. People were big on the Texans.
I mean, because you've got Deshaun Watson, who I think is the start of something. And they do have some cap issues, though. They don't have the same capital, if that's a thing, that some of the other teams do, that the Jaguars and the Chargers specifically. And you also don't have a draft pick this year because you traded Laramie Tunsil, which I mean, Laramie Tunsil was good. He wasn't even bad, but yikes. Trading what turned into the number 3 overall, right? Isn't that the one that they ended up?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Where Miami sits now. I mean, they could also trade back. I mean, if they can, Miami's in such a good spot. If they do decide to stay with Tua, because you can move back in the draft, probably get a ton for that number 3 pick. If they do end up, as we here in New England know, you can trade that draft capital for more draft capital in the future and end up with the entire 6th round, which is
and then trade a 2nd round pick from Mohamed Sanu, and then later release it and just get rid of it. But
even master plan.
Sure. That's what you keep telling yourself. But even Andrew on the ones and twos said the same thing. It's just like a lack of draft picks there for the Texans. So it's good to have Andrew on the ones and twos here. It's good to have producer Drew here, Kyle and Patrick from the ops team cooking with us today. Eric Bieniemy, Chiefs offensive coordinator right now, is a guy I would love. It's one, and I'm just talking from a Jaguars.
I said you guys because you are my Jaguars. Yeah. So I mean, just let's be honest. You fired your general manager as well, right?
Yes.
You've got to bring in a GM. Yep.
For sure. So, and like for me, if ownership of the Jaguars wants like an immediate boost of credibility with a hire, this one, Eric Bieniemy would be that, and like so much more. So he really is one of the hottest names on the coaching carousel. Would be a great fit to develop Trevor Lawrence, who I'm pretty safe bet that's going to be the guy. And after he successfully has kind of done the same with Patrick Mahomes, and you can say the same thing about Brian Daboll and what he's done with Josh Allen in Buffalo. So those two guys immediately
those are both going to be very. I think both of them get a job. Honestly, it's just going to be where they end up landing.
And so I know, again, Jacksonville might not look like the most attractive position at first, but there is Publix there, as we mentioned earlier. Yeah. But there's a chance to fully make over the offense. And that's got to be something. These offensive juggernauts, these guys with these minds, these brains that are just sponges filled with offensive goodness, they could go there. And that's got to be appealing for a former, NFL tailback, too, with Bieniemy.
Yeah, totally. And I think, too, I mean, both those guys have built very good offensive systems around young quarterbacks, like you mentioned. And now they would get the chance, if they were to take the job, to do that in that head coach's role, get Lawrence. I think you've got more of a ramp there than you do it with the Chargers. I think if you take the Chargers or you take the Texans, the expectation is you get to the playoffs right away. Like, both those teams should be playoff teams. Maybe you get a year missing the playoffs. In Jacksonville, you get a little bit more time. I feel like even if you take that job, I mean, Marrone was there a while. It's not like the Browns situation where they seem to fire their head coach every year, although obviously Tim Stefanski's got them in a much better place. It's not a place where you're going to be on such a short leash that you're not going to have time to build your program. So if you're a Bieniemy or if you're a Daboll, like the two names that you mentioned, I think it's a good spot. If you can get Shad Khan to buy into what you're doing, that you've got the time to really build and put together a program that's set up to be successful long term, if you think you're ready to do that. Which, I mean, those guys are also very successful in their current roles, and it's always hard to know, even like with Josh McDaniels, who we hear about every year here in New England going somewhere else, like, when is the right time to make that jump and when is it the right time to stay in the role you're in and have success there. Because we've also seen coordinators like McDaniels and like other, I mean, the list is long, coordinators jump ship a little early and not have success.
Yeah, and there tends to be, you tend to really only get like a couple chances when it comes to becoming a head coach in the NFL, which is why I think Josh McDaniels has been so selective and choosy about like his next move, especially after backing out of that like Colts gig like a few years ago. And Jacksonville could be a fascinating spot for him, but I don't know. I really don't want anything having to do with Josh McDaniels. I don't know if he wants to go to like Jacksonville either. It just doesn't get me fired up at all.
It doesn't seem like a good fit to me either. I think the names we already talked about as far as offensive coordinators ready to take that step for the first time. And I think Urban Meyer as kind of I mean, it's probably not the perfect parallel, but if you look at even what Gruden did when he took over the Raiders with his massive contract and kind of resetting the whole franchise, I think that's kind of what you're looking at here, whether he's coach and GM or whether the GM kind of comes with him, like somebody he trusts in that role. He's going to be the leader of that organization.
What's interesting though, what's interesting is to think about the Jacksonville spot with, as you mentioned, the GM opening being available there. What happens if like he was able to entice Nick Caserio to join him as GM, like in Jacksonville?
There you go.
Throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks here. But if Bill Belichick, like isn't going to retire anytime soon, I mean, him linking up with like a generational quarterback prospect in a winnable division, could be a solid exit plan for him. But as producer Drew points out in Slack, McDaniels is going to the Chargers, if anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably a better fit, more established talent. But again, hitching on to the star that is Justin Herbert, who set just about every rookie record. I was writing his recap, and I was like, okay, enough already. Like, I can't list I'm out of characters here to list all the records he just set. So big year for him. I think they're headed in the right direction. There in Los Angeles. Plus, I mean, Los Angeles, right? If you've been in some of these other cities, you get to go coach a pretty high-profile franchise there in the brand new stadium, and I mean Los Angeles,
right? Get to pay that big, fat state income tax. Well, there is no state income tax in Florida, guys. So again, come to Jacksonville. Best chicken tender subs on the planet. There's a beach. There's a river. There's everything you want.
The chicken tender subs,
dude. If I am entertaining a potential, a free agent, maybe a potential draft pick, anything like that, I'm picking them up from the airport. We're going straight to Publix. That's exactly what we're doing. Or they have great little local.
Where else?
Chain.
Like, because I mean, you are the Jacksonville expert, as we've established. Where else would you take somebody in Jacksonville food-wise? I
mean, I got the food-wise at Bono's Barbecue is my favorite barbecue joint there. All right, and then we got a bunch of places like out at the beach, a couple watering holes out in Atlantic Beach. Nice. What are you saying? Okay, well, you know what? Now I have my roommate / wife chiming in saying I don't think the food's that good there, but that's okay.
At Bono's? Is that where
she's just talking about in general. We have ourselves a big meaty touchdown, 41 yards to D-Jax from Carson Wentz.
D-Jax, one of just about every Eagles skill position player who did not play in the season finale. Carson Wentz to Deshaun Jackson, putting the Eagles up 14 in this one.
That's right. Deshaun of the dead, alive and well here.
That's right.
As the extra points will make it 14-3, under 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Emerson Lazzi with you. Z.Thompson on the other side of this baby.
What's up?
We got ourselves a late slate coming up too, ZT. Late slate that'll have the Browns at the Steelers. Hey, maybe a little preview of what we're going to see this weekend with Glash and Rossi. Yes. Saints at the Vikings. Kaufman, Brandon. That's at 8. Texans, Ravens. Glash and Tom to wrap up your day here on the Dream Stream with everyone, with all of your friends and family members here in the DK Sim fam. Yeah, we're going to have Big Ben starting in this one, though, unlike over the weekend.
That is true. But Mason Rudolph actually didn't look awful. Threw a couple touchdowns, and it was a solid showing for Mason Rudolph, as he scared the Browns fans, I know for sure. Had him within a 2-point conversion. And the Browns, of course, how do I say this kindly?
Go ahead.
The Browns have a history of disappointing their fans. Is that okay?
Yeah, I would say so. Maybe like 18 years of doing it where you haven't been in the playoffs.
And, but they were able to get to the playoffs, so congratulations to them. And of course, they would end up facing the Steelers. So,
Hey, what game are you looking forward to the most for a wild card weekend? You got 6 to choose from, which is awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about the weekend just in general because, well, I mean, okay, I'm always excited about the weekend, but I just realized how that sounded. That I'm always like, that's always good times. But super wild card weekend for the first time ever, we have 6 games. 3 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Should make for a ton of fun. I actually, there are so many matchups that I'm interested in. I got my 2 assignments for the showdown pieces that I'll be writing over on Playbook, and I might be biased, but I actually think they're the 2 games that I'm most excited for. The first one on Saturday, I'll be focused on the NFC West rematch between the Rams and the Seahawks. My Seahawks that I picked to go to the Super Bowl. I'm excited to see them in action facing the Rams for the 3rd time. There's some drama there. Will Jared Goff play? Are we going to get another John Wolford game?
The guy just had surgery on his thumb, for crying out loud.
I'm thinking we're going to get John Wolford again, which basically means what version of the Seahawks are we getting? Yes.
I've got a fun fact for you. I mentioned on the site yesterday, but in case you missed it, Walford and I went to the same high school down in Jacksonville, Florida. It is.
He came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he really did. So me averaging 2 catches a game in high school as a lean, meaty tight end paved the way for Walford to
How many years behind
his first start? A lot.
Okay.
Like a lot. Maybe a decade or so.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'm sure legends walked that.
Right?
Legends played and walked on that field, and sat on the bench.
Well, you walked on the field. You had to get from the locker room to the field somehow.
Every once in a while, I played. I got in there and would throw the football, or I was a gunner. Special team. I was like Matthew Slater. I was the Matthew Slater of my high school football team. Let's just put it that way.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, he's a Pro Bowler,
Pro Bowl guy, man. Good guy, too. Lots of respect for Slater.
So right now, the Eagles...
Personal able to get rid of it.
Yeah, Eagles had 2 timeouts to go.
I do have Sanders, so that field goal also helping my lineup here a little bit.
How's it looking?
It's looking all right. I didn't have D-Jax, so I didn't have that touchdown, unfortunately. But that's all right. I'm going to reload here and see where I am in our contest.
I'm embarrassed to tell you I am. I am absolutely embarrassed, and I don't want to share this. I really don't.
I'm in 25th, so the way you're playing this up, you're either in first or 100th plus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm 142 currently out of 145.
All right.
Who is beneath
Oh,
me?
yeah.
Who's 143, 144, 145? Who is Sammy? Who is JC in Springfield? And Jay Hemany. Are you guys here? Thank you. Because of
Hanging
you,
out
I am not in dead last.
At the bottom of the pool, but that's all right. It's all good. Carson Wentz putting together a solid game, 11 for 13, now 145. Does have the touchdown strike to Jackson. Connecting there with Marquise Goodwin, who had a huge holiday season for these Eagles, who did advance in our holiday season in the playoffs, and then got beat by the Saints, who ultimately lost to the Chiefs in the Simper Bowl, as we were calling it last week. I know you and I was able to join you for that fun pregame show that we were able to be a part of. But yeah, the other game that I'm excited for, which is my assignment on Sunday, you asked me the matchups I'm excited for. I've got Bears and Saints on Sunday. So I like Bears and Saints as well. We'll see if Alvin Kamara can get back or not. There's a slight chance he'll play. Very slight. And Mitchell Trubisky ready to go for the Bears. Browns Steelers on Sunday night. I'm surprised. I thought they would give the Ravens and Titans that showcase spot in the last matchup of the day. Which matchup is most exciting for you?
As Alshon, bro. Alshon has showed up.
And another healthy scratch from last night.
Right.
Literally,
Dude.
Except for Zach Ertz. All the players on the Eagles that have done anything in this game, I think, were not playing last night.
So,
Bills?
I think I'm
Bills?
kind of. No, I don't have to say the Bills because we got the Buffalo representation in the family.
Right.
I think I'm saying the Bills more because just to see like what Josh Allen can really do in a season like this, where he is in the MVP conversation. He's not going to win it, but to see him in the playoffs, like at home and against some pretty decent like Colts defense, I'll give him that.
Yeah, I mean, and remember the last time we saw Josh Allen in the playoffs, it was not great. It was the lateral play in Houston. Remember the scrambling and flipping it over his head to try and beat the Texans. Have a little bit of experience going up against a lot of experience with Phillip Rivers. But I do like the Bills in that game quite a bit. And hey, they'll have some fans in the stands.
Yes, they will. They'll have close to like 7,000 fans. That's right.
Exciting. First time this season.
Yeah. And so, it's just a high-flying offense right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's the flip side of that Miami embarrassment was that the Bills, even their second team, just couldn't stop scoring.
Stupid.
Isaiah McKenzie had 3 touchdowns in the first half.
They've averaged almost 50 points a game in like the closing stretch.
Yeah, and I mean,
so you look at some of these teams with like momentum. I don't know if that like if it means a whole lot at this point and like at this high level of like football.
I mean,
because look at what we've seen from like the Ravens, right? And the Ravens in the past few years. Yeah, everyone expecting them to do everything, and then
it'll be interesting.
They meet Derrick Henry, which that's a rematch this weekend.
Yep. And a lot of times it was those teams that came in with a lot of momentum, but then had the bye week. See, the Bills don't have that bye week. That bye week sometimes has killed some of that momentum, I think.
That's a great point.
Thinking back to even switching sports, but remember when the Rockies were unbeatable and then they had to not play for what felt like a month before they faced the Red Sox, and then the Red Sox beat them in the World Series. So sometimes that layoff can really kill your momentum. So I think maybe playing this week against the Colts, who, like you said, really solid team. Although they did drop some games down the stretch too. Jonathan Taylor looked decent last week, I guess, with over 250 yards rushing. I think that's a fun matchup. That's the first matchup out the gate. We start the weekend in Buffalo, and I think it calls for wings all around for that 1:00 start on Saturday. I will be enjoying it over on the Playbook, so make sure you come check it out. We'll do Leaderboard Live for that in written form, as well as on DK Live. So plenty of fun stuff.
That's right. Yeah. So Saturday, I'm looking at the schedule here.
Yeah.
Saturday, it is Leaderboard Live all day long here on the Dream Stream. So there's not going to be any Sims on Saturday, guys. And then the same for Sunday, which we'll have the Sweat typical sweat show from 11:30 to 1, and then leaderboard live for the 3 games starting Sunday afternoon. So really good stuff. It's kind of like your one-stop shop. You guys are keeping an eye on some of the big money contests or any impact here, fantasy impact, injuries and big plays. It's really fun. It's good stuff. And as I always say, like here on these Sims, if you guys ever tune in and watch the sweat, or if you're watching leaderboard live and you guys have questions, we'll take those questions. We'll take them live during our show. So, interact with us as much as you feel like, man. If you guys have any concerns.
Always enjoy hearing from the DK Sim fam and answer as many of those questions as I can, whether that was season-long fantasy. I know we met many times on the season-long fantasy field. It was a good year for that. Happy to give out advice on that. We talked a lot about waiver wire pickups as the season went on.
Yep.
So throw those questions at us. There is some big contests this weekend on both Saturday and Sunday. Kind of nice that we have both a 3-game slate on Saturday and a 3-game slate on Sunday. So kind of get two swings at it this weekend rather than just the one giant slate. Or a 2-game slate. The 2-game slates at 3 gives you a little bit more to play with than these.
It feels closer to like a regular Sunday classic slate.
Yeah, it feels almost exactly like a Madden classic slate, to be honest, with the 3 teams that we usually have in these. I mean, the timing's a little bit different with 12-2-4 and then 6-8-10, but it's very similar to that as far as the options you have to choose from. And as you build your lineups for those contests, I think these Madden Classics stream slates, the 3 games, it's a good way to practice. So we've got 6 games today. We've got 6 games Tuesday, 6 games Wednesday, 6 games Thursday, 6 games Friday, and then plenty of practice reps to get your lineup construction down to a science for the playoffs this weekend.
Jason Mack saying on YouTube, 7,000 Bills fans is equal to about 21,000 of most other teams' fans. They're going to be crazy. You're damn right they are. First home playoff game
in multiple ways.
In a quarter of a century. That's 25 years.
That's crazy. Is it?
That is.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that math for me. I would have struggled.
I was mashing it as Johnny B. Good in my school play in 1995, the last time they had a home playoff game.
You and John Wolford? Was he in the play with you?
No, that was the year he was born, actually. Producer Drew dropped it in earlier. So I'm like, I'm a star. Like, I'm the future in Hollywood as we have Tua legit, Tua quit. Hooking up with Jakeem the Dream Grant.
Grant to finish the season a little banged up for them, but definitely part of their future plans there in Miami was pretty involved. Lynn Bowden getting some work towards the end of the season, both as quarterback and receiver, as it turned out. But yeah, Jakeem Grant in with the score there. Speedy slot guy going for 2. We're going for 2, Emerson.
I love it. Mark it 2, Donnie. Tua going to the air. Complete.
Had a man wide.
Whoa. I thought he had it. I thought he caught that. He didn't catch that?
Well, he should have. He was wide open.
Wait. Was that Parker or Grant? I thought I saw 19 there again.
I believe. Well, let's take another look. Nope, we're not going to take another look. I thought it was Grant who was wide open. I know we got the
dude. There was no one around. That's why I'm like, oh, he
wide
got
open. Nope, I think Tua missed him. I think Tua bounced the pass off the mark. So it is still a 5-point lead. Looking to cut it to a field goal game there with the 2-point conversion. But a nice drive, first touchdown of the day for the Dolphins, and it does go to Jakeem the Dream Grant. Was he in your lineup?
No, but don't look now, losers, or do, because I got 2 in that captain spot. I'm no longer chilling in the 142nd spot out of 145. I am up to 131. Now, I peaked way too early, finished 17 out of like 130 in the 2 o'clock.
Were you in the lead?
I'm getting better at these, man. People, you guys need to start emulating my lineups because I am unstoppable at times.
It's true. I mean, you get here nice and early and you give out your lineups. People should just copy your lineup.
That's why I come on late. That's why I sign on late so no one can see it. Heather K
Gotta keep
says,
that lineup under wraps. I hear you.
Heather K says, who got the touchdown? That would be Jakeem the Dream Grant.
Jakeem
From
Grant.
Tua.
Earlier, yep. Earlier for the Eagles, there was a rushing one for Miles Sanders and then a Deshaun Jackson touchdown strike. Deshaun Jackson, actually kind of a fun little factoid. If you were playing on DraftKings and you threw him in your lineup, the 1 week he came back off of IR, he was at the minimum, 3K. He scored the 81-yard touchdown, had like the one big play, and then disappeared. He did earn you, though, if you did play him in a lineup. The NFL achievements, one of the NFL achievements, which is kind of a fun thing you can get involved in on DraftKings. It's just like ways you get bonus crowns if your players do certain things. And he was my sleeper starter, get 100 crowns if you had a player who cost 3,000 or less scoring a touchdown in a paid NFL Classic entry anytime during the season. I had Deshaun Jackson when he had the 81-yard, like, one and done. Like, that was his season. At least after he was on IR, he came back, made that one catch. And
That's
that was
like been his seasons the past 2 years.
It really is.
One great game,
but
and then he's gone.
good for one. He's like Sammy Watkins week 1, who has monster games week 1 and then totally vanishes off the face of the earth for the rest of the season.
That's right. Week 1 against the Jags 2 seasons ago. Like last season. That's right. It was 3 touchdowns. Yeah.
He had another monster game this season. I think it was against the Texans. In like the weird foggy game when we were like, can people even play football in COVID times? And Andy Reid had the face mask he couldn't see through. And remember that was back the very first game of the season when Sammy Watkins had another big start to the season only to vanish and deal with injuries the rest of the season. But he's back, I guess, ready to go for the playoffs.
Sanders up to 43 yards rushing here. He does have that touchdown, as Zach mentioned, first touchdown of the game. Eagles leading 14-9 here with 2:25 and ticking in the third quarter. I hope all of you guys and gals have gone ahead and started building your lineups for the late slate tonight.
Late slate.
I believe Jesse should be back. She had a nice little holiday week. And 6 o'clock will be Browns at the Steelers, Glash and Rossi, Kaufman and Brandon. Okay, now I'm being told it's Terrellin, I believe, from producer Andrew. So
hey, you know what the best kind of holiday weekends are? The ones that just don't stop. They just keep going.
Oh man!
So she can continue her holiday.
You're telling me, you do you, JC, our draft queen, and Glash and Tom, Texans at the Ravens for 10 o'clock.
There you go. Texans Ravens will be a fun one. That they met twice in Simland, both times lots of points. So not saying you could go all in on that game. Not saying you should, but you could. And if you want more information on what happened last 2 times they played, and my picks are on Playbook. So playbook.draftkings.com. Look for the Lamar Jackson photo because obviously, yeah.
Emerson's forehead says, is Sudfeld coming in the fourth quarter here?
You never know. What do the Giants need the Eagles to win this game? I feel like I can't remember a time where a division opponent basically got to just pick like which division rival do I hate the most,
right?
Or hate more between these two and got to play. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you have all the division teams in Week 17. Every single team was playing a divisional game this last week.
According to Ross Tucker earlier, Doug Peterson said earlier in the week that Sudfeld was going to play.
He did,
okay.
And nobody believed him.
No, because you're just like, okay, why would you do that? You have your rookie quarterback who just took over the starting role a few weeks ago. Losing or not, playing great or not, it's still good experience for the kid.
If it's a 20-point game, then I think either way, you could roll Sudfeld out there and nobody would care. But because it was close and because, I mean, Washington didn't look that dominant, but they did end up getting the win they needed with maybe a little bit of help. Did you see the Washington Post back page? Tanks for everything. It was great.
Mm-mm.
It was
a picture
of, I think it was one of the Washington football team touchdowns, and it said "Tanks for everything." It doesn't matter how we got here. Washington is in the playoffs.
Could be a quick ending for them.
You would think, right?
Quick finish. I think they're 4 quarters away from their season being over because you got Tom Brady and company.
You would think.
Heading north.
Unless they can get some snow or something going on, right? Like maybe get
yeah. Real quick. Studfeld and there's like north of 14,000 lineups in the free showdown contest. Studfeld is owned in 0.05%.
So there are some people who believe.
It is free, but that is like funny as hell.
And I don't. Producer Drew said hoping for the fake field goal. I mean, wouldn't that be Jalen Hurts at that point? I think that would be Jalen Hurts, though, right? Because Sudfeld's the QB3.
I don't know. So, don't some of these? I'd have to. That's your job. Don't have me answer. That's your job. You're the one who's supposed to know about.
I'm pretty sure that it's Jalen Hurts, but we'll have to look next time they come out to kick a field goal. But I'm pretty sure that would be.
Oh, now I've never rooted more for a fake field goal than right now.
Oh yes. Well, I mean, we can tell even if it's not a fake field goal.
Yeah, no, I know that, but now I want the fake field goal.
I want it too. Let's go. I would love that. We have seen him. I've been on two. I was on a Brian Hoyer fake field goal touchdown back in Madden 2020 with the Colts.
Yeah,
and then I think it was you and me with the Jameis Winston revenge fake field goal against the Bucks in the Saints-Bucks game. It might not have been you, but that definitely did happen. On that one with me. The Winston revenge fake field goal there. So, yep, lots of fun times.
So, yeah, I just the way Brady looked in his first year in Tampa Bay, there were some highs, there were some lows, and Bruce Arians said he's even Tom Brady. Tom Brady has exceeded my expectations, or Bruce Arians' expectations. What about your expectations in Tom's first year? And I think the stats are like kind of one thing, but in order to keep that like train on the tracks, I think was more impressive. As we have another 4th down.
And they're not going to give us our field goal.
No, they're certainly not.
They're not going to fake it. They're just going to let Carson Wentz throw to Zach Ertz for the second time on 4th down.
Yeah, I was going to say, he went to Ertz the first 4th down conversion in this game. But what'd you think of Brady's first year in Tampa Bay? Like, expectations-wise, exceeded yours, met him?
Sorry, I'm reading Drew in the Slack. Said they had a fake field goal on Saturday with Brian Hoyer. And he ran out of bounds at the 1 and was a turnover on downs. And that does, producer Drew, that is exactly the correct. It is accurate Brian Hoyer awareness rating on that fake field goal out at the 1. That is hilarious. That is very funny. And as we get another Miles Sanders run here, they ran that play last time they were down here too. That fake quick toss to Deshaun Jackson going across, running up the middle. Kyle Van Noy with the stop there. Bringing up 2nd and goal from the 4 as the Eagles look to score. Your question before I got distracted by
focus, dude. Wow, I'm more focused than you. That never happens. It's the first time ever. Well, tell me what you think about Tom Brady's first year in Tampa Bay.
So I said that he would lead them to the playoffs. I still don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. I got to be honest. I really don't. I have not bought into them as a Super Bowl contender. I think they can win a game in the playoffs, which is what I said. And now that they get Washington, they should win a game in the playoffs. If they lose this week, it's a disappointment, right? I mean, they're a win-now team. If they win this week and then go to, what would it be?
Wentz gets in.
Got it. Would they go to, I guess it depends on who wins the other games, whether they would go to Green Bay or who they would play. But if they win this week and then lose, they would have exactly met expectations for them. They would have to exceed expectations. They would have to win this week and then knock off either, whether that would be Seattle or New Orleans or Green Bay. That would exceed expectations. What about you? What did you think? I mean, you said they've already exceeded your expectations.
Well, yeah.
Really?
Tom Brady individually.
Okay.
I mean, like the team, we kind of, knew there could be some growing pains like early on with him, especially
Right.
with like so much talent.
With
You see it
so
with like super
many.
teams in like the NBA too, like from time to time. It takes a while to kind of get everyone on the same page.
And with preseason being whatever preseason wasn't its normal self last year, they got housed by the Saints twice.
Yeah.
How much drama would it be if they had to face the Saints again in the playoffs? Because that could happen.
Well, they
Depending
would
on how
pull, and especially if they lost to them, they would pull what the Jaguars did in '99, where they went 14-2 in the regular season, lost both to the Titans, and
Yep.
then in the playoffs, AFC Championship game, they lost to the Titans. I was there at that game, and it was a wet fart of a performance. But Tom Brady, throwing for 40 touchdowns, had 43 total at the age of 43, while leading the Buccaneers to like an absurd north of 30 points per game. And here's the thing. Antonio Brown's finding his groove now. Rob Gronkowski is continuing to do Rob Gronkowski things much better than he did early in the season.
That's true.
What's the update on Evans? I knew I'm not sure if there was one today. If anyone knows,
Yeah,
drop it in the chat.
I have not seen anything new on him today.
Arians said yesterday, knock on wood, we think we avoided some serious damage. So that's great.
Okay.
As Devontae Parker hauls in a catch.
When that happened, man, I mean, non-contact injury, leg kind of slips and buckles weird. I was like, oh, that's the end. So I'm glad that I'm hopeful that he could play. Even if he misses this week's game, I mean, I think we saw in that game that they have enough from Antonio Brown. And
right.
Yeah, I mean, Antonio Brown and Chris Godwin are good enough for Tom Brady to work with. And maybe actually helps their offense that he has fewer options.
Yeah.
They looked really good after the injury to Evans. So we'll see. We'll see. But I think they're good enough to get through this week. They will need him, though, if they're going to try and take out the Saints, Seahawks, or Packers.
He's been his top target. He's been his favorite target. I think he had 12 or 13 touchdowns. And right before his injury, he broke the record, has 7 straight seasons of 1,000 receiving yards to start his career. So he passed Randy Moss. That's pretty damn good. The guy is a special,
you're passing
special
Randy
talent.
Moss, I mean, that's what when Justin Jefferson started breaking all the records for the Vikings, it was like, oh, he's breaking all of Randy Moss's records. Yep, that means something.
All right, there's my dude Jason Mack coming in with the information. No structural damage in MRI. Evans considered day-to-day. Okay, cool. Oh, baby. Is that
people at the white. It is. There he is.
Albert Wilson.
Hey, also breaking news, the Jaguars have requested permission to interview Robert Saleh. How you feel about that?
Okay. All right.
49ers DC, I believe.
Yes, it is. I want an offensive guy. I want an offensive-minded guy. I really do.
Fair enough.
And of course, there's going to be a lot of focus.
I mean, you got to interview. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of interviews. So I mean, they're not even saying he's a leading candidate.
It's true.
They're just,
but for me, like fanboy and me talking, no, I don't want him. And there should be more focus, I think, on offensive minds because of Trevor Lawrence is pretty much coming in, but Rob could be. He's like an all-around candidate. I think that.
I think if you brought him in, it would be very important who you bring in as your OC, right? Like who's the offensive coordinator coming in with him. I think that would be critical. And obviously, the same thing wherever you have a defensive coach getting hired like that, who they bring in as offensive guy is super important. Just like if you have an offensive coordinator coming over, who they bring in as the defensive guy is very important. And we've seen that even in Arizona with Cliff Kingsbury coming in offensively, the defensive coordinator he brought in there, Sean McVay, with Wade Phillips when he first took over with the Rams. Not anymore. I know he's not there anymore, but I'm saying like when he took over as the brilliant young offensive mind, he brought a defensive mind with him. And I think that's what you need to look at when you see these offensive coordinators being hired, as we see a nice first down pickup there by Tua, setting up first and goal.
I need Tua to do something here.
You want him to run it in?
Well, yeah, no, he could throw either now to Breida, Parker, Gesicki, or Williams.
You did give him a good number of options there.
Yes, I did. This is not good, though. This is one of my worst performances in Dream Stream DK Sim Fam history.
Well,
But
you stacked. I mean, when you go all in on a stack,
because I didn't want to
did.
show any love to the Eagles. The reason I rostered
understand
one
that.
is because I had to. You
I
have to when you
understand.
show
I
those.
hear you on that. The stack lineups like that. Just as people are putting together their rosters for these showdown contests specifically, you can stack like that, and you will either end up at the very way up at the top or way down at the bottom.
Yeah.
They're high risk, high reward, because if this score was the other way around and the Dolphins had 3 touchdowns, you'd probably be near the top of the leaderboard. But instead,
Tua.
they've struggled.
All right, so that's a sack for the Eagles defense.
That's
If you
my
were,
defense.
Yep. 3rd and goal coming up from the 9. They're trailing by 12 right now. How do you say his last name again? Sala?
I think it's Salah, but
Okay, so going back to him though, real quick.
Yeah.
Could be that all-around candidate that could actually change an ownership's mind. And I know he's got that fiery personality.
he does,
which I love.
That's kind of fun.
That could help energize this team. This team.
He
really,
does seem
really
like a
needs
guy
it.
that if you get him in a room, right? Like if you get him in the room, is he gonna sway people? Like is he gonna really impress the group?
And that's what I'm talking about. He
He
sits down with Shad Khan.
Yeah, exactly. Is it just Khan, by the way? And Tua reaches.
Whoa, my man! Let's go, Captain! Oh, Captain!
Tua extends for the pylon. I think the Dolphins let him keep his job now. I mean, how can you not after that run right there? Heart of a champion in a sim game. Anyway, maybe. Did he get in? Are we going to review that?
No, don't
good.
review
Look
it.
at it from behind this screen.
Do not review it.
He's going to block our view. Let's see. This fan's going
Come on,
to seriously block.
What is
Yeah.
going on? Come on, the camera work. Get down, dude, who paid a lot of money for that seat in the 5th row.
Oh, the Eagles
it.
fans, you gotta love them.
Sanders. On for the extra point. It's now
Not even-
a 5-point game.
Yep.
But
5-point game. So
my closing thought on Salo though
you
is
have all their timeouts. So before we get your closing thought, let's say the Dolphins have all their timeouts, so they can kick this away, use their timeouts, and maybe get the ball back. But I would expect an onside kick here.
I don't expect one at all. I
Okay.
expect them to step up and have their defense know
right.
what it has to do.
You've also
order
got the
to do
2-minute
what they
warning
need
in
to
play. So
So they have 4 timeouts left.
basically, 4 clock stoppages.
Last
And
thing
the-
I'll say about Sala, got the
let's hear it.
defensive acumen. Could make
Yep.
his defensive. He's obviously being considered for a head coach because he's good at what he does, but could make for a quick turnaround there on that side of the ball. That obviously has really plagued the Jags, who were just ran over by Taylor yesterday.
Yeah, 250 plus yards for him.
Franchise record for the
Nice
Colts.
performance. Yeah, very nice performance out of him. Past, I believe it was Edgerrin James, a name that fantasy owners may remember from back in the day.
Any Miami Hurricane fans here as well.
Oh, that's right.
But here we are, guys. Let's see. Still in the 100s. Chillin' 101. How you guys looking in whatever contest you decide to enter?
Miles Sanders going to get the first down, which should basically
No.
end this. I said
Stop.
basically.
Yeah, I know what you did. You're protecting yourself, coward.
All
But
I admit
real
it.
quick, wanted to shout out everyone who's been here today, hanging out with us. ZT and I will be on our merry way before we hand it off to the late slate squad on the Dream Stream. So shout out to all you guys who've been here all day: Travis and Edge and Robbie Noble, Mike Bizzle, Knapp. I see you, Jimmy B and Earl. Irwin, Ryan Powell, man. Thanks for being here today. Even you, Batman,
Now can I say it?
and the Twitch squad as well. Yes, go ahead.
Miles Sanders with that first down should put this one away.
Yes, you are good to go.
Okay, cool.
Although, They'll do like the whole we'll take a knee thing, and then we're gonna run it just for some whatever reason on third down.
No, they'll just throw a pass because why not? Or maybe we'll get to see Nate Sudfeld.
Please, dude, if they get in the field goal territory,
that's true. It's true. Let's
give it to me.
Fake field goal time.
Malik, I see you there, Eric Stern. What's up, dude? Well, here we go. 21-16. This game should be about over with. Miami's going to burn its final timeout after this play. It ends up in a first down. Put this dude on ice.
Oh, wow. Ball game. If we didn't already know it, now we know it.
I see you as well. My Banks brother from another mother. What's up? So one more time. 6 o'clock, Browns, Steelers, Glash and Rossi. 8 o'clock, Saints, Vikings, Kaufman, Brandon, Glash and Tom. Then 10 o'clock, Madden After Dark, Texans at the Ravens.
There we go. Late slate. Get your lineups locked in.
What is on the menu for dinner tonight? Because you and I, we didn't really get to talk too much about food.
I believe it is spaghetti.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. We're doing hot roast beef sandwiches here and tater tots tonight, y'all.
Very nice. Well played out of you.
Thank you. I can't wait for it.
Should be good.
We'll have your Krusty Kaufman player of the game, your babysitter Billy. I'm still single, not my kid player of the game coming up.
Is that what we're now officially calling it?
Yes. So we're all need to focus and try to help set Billy up.
All right.
With a friend here. He needs it, if anyone has talked to him recently.
He was on our pregame show as well.
Yes, he was. He and Rossi together, they got a fantastic podcast that they bring you week in and week out.
They do. And I think you've joined them on that podcast.
I have. And we talked about food. It was perfect. Oh man, and look at that. It is Hurts as the holder on the field goal unit.
All right.
So we did to fake everyone.
Anyway.
So here we go, guys. That is your final score, 21 to less points. The Dolphins had 21-16.
Yes,
I already forgot.
5-point game. Yeah, we're moving.
Thank you. Who is your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
This is a good question. Carson Wentz. Threw for a touchdown, ran for a touchdown, 243 yards. So he will be the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. Tua actually, 190 yards through a touchdown, did run for a touchdown, but his team lost too. So, got to consider that as well. So I'm going to go with Carson Wentz. Plus, the guy could use some love. Taking a lot of heat right now. Going to be looking for a new home.
Anything else you'd like to share with us?
No. Oh, you mean the Krusty, the version of that, the LVP?
Yeah, the babysitter Billy. I'm still single.
And who is the LVP? Yeah, or whatever. Babysitter Billy, not my kid award. I'm also stalling.
I'm still single. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Because I wanted to see Alshon Jeffrey's final stat line, which I have now seen, and I am going to award him with the babysitter Billy's not my kid award. That 2 catches, 32 yards, wide receiver 1. Alshon Jeffrey, also Doug Peterson. Just because he deserves it.
He deserved it. Just based off last night. Not even Sims. Just real.
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with this. His team won here.
Looks like D. Murray said, bearing any last minute changes here, looks like I won the early classic free roll.
Hey!
I don't want Big D.
That's cool.
Also, from one Big D to another, David saying ordering pizza tonight. And while he's going to watch all the Madden Sims.
All right, cool. Also, we didn't even get to it. PGA Tour's back this weekend too, buddy.
Oh yeah. Oh my God! If you guys follow Reed and Jeff on social media, those two guys have been so ridiculously hot and bothered on Twitter all day, talking about golf. It actually gets me fired up too because I love that sport like no
Yes.
other. Didn't
And
you
it's
do some
Hawaii.
golf writing recently?
Hey man, I'm all over it. I am so psyched for this. Yeah, we're debuting, and this is, I mean, breaking news. Ready? Play the sounder. We're debuting a new playbook article every week. I am now writing an article that highlights course history and current form heading into the tournament. So every week you'll be able to see, like, I'm going to list out some course history, like guys who you got to look at, and then some current form guys you got to look at, because those are the two things you've always got to consider when you build your lineup. So there you go.
Oh
Course
my
history and current
God.
form coming tomorrow for the first time ever on Playbook. Check it out, playbook.draftkings.com. Reed's article's up already. Jeff's article is coming soon if it's not up already. I wrote the hub where you can find all the stories for our coverage over there. So check it out. And Emerson's dancing because he likes
Let's
it.
go. You're doing
Golf
it,
guy.
Peter. You're doing it, Peter. You're doing it.
Yep.
All right.
Pretty psyched.
That's the perfect way to go out there. 6
There you
o'clock,
go.
guys. Get your lineups set and ready to rock. Browns, Steelers, Glash, and Rossi. Dynamic duo. Two good dudes. And
They
then
are.
Terrell will be hanging out all night as well with you guys. So thanks for spending the past 2 sims with me. Thanks for spending this one with ZT, Andrew on the ones and twos, producer Drew, Kyle, and Patrick from the ops team. I had a terrible finish in my contest, but we won't talk about it.
just
118
don't
out
get
of
to talk about
145.
PGA.
Later. Love you guys. Peace.
Hey everyone, happy new year and welcome to another edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Tara Lanazak, and tonight we have a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims, surrounded by more DraftKings goodness as we keep you company over the next few hours. So tonight's late Madden slate is a part of our Madden Stream 6K Monday night special contest. It's a $10 entry featuring $6K in prizes with a $2K prize for first place. There are also paid contests for all of the individual showdowns, and of course, free contests for all of it as well. So let's jump into it and take a look at tonight's schedule. So starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, we have a preview of one of this weekend's wild card matchups as the Browns battle the Steelers in Pittsburgh. Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi, those guys, they have you covered for that sim. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern, Mr. Krusty Kaufman and Brendan Cristal, they're taking over play calling duties as the Saints travel to Simeonapolis for a date with the Vikings. And finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, Glash is making his way back for Madden After Dark as he joins Tommy Carroll to call all the action in our nightcap with the Texans taking on the Ravens at virtual M&T Bank Stadium. But while you wait for those games to kick off, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So the NBA season is in full swing, as you know, and you can get in on tonight's biggest contest, including the NBA 1 million shoot around special, which has a $20 entry fee, and it gets you a shot at $1 million in prizes, including $200,000 to first place. So head on over to DraftKings Lobby to get those lineups locked in. And while we have to wait until Saturday for the NFL playoff action, you don't need a wait start to build your lineups for Saturday's NFL 2.5 million wild card millionaire contest. So that one, it's a $25 entry and a $1 million first prize. What a great way to kick off the NFL postseason. But don't forget to check out all of the action over on the DK Sportsbook on the NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, UFC, and more. So I will be back soon, and I'll be joined by DraftKings contributor Julian Edlow. So he's going to give you his favorite plays and bets for tonight's late NBA slate. But we're going to get into some Madden football right now, of course. We have the Browns and the Steelers for the call. Here are, well, let me hold off on announcing one of the people. We have Jason Rossi, of course, and he's looking great. No beer, people. Still no beer. He's keeping up with it. But we have a guy who plays on the Browns. You might know him. He has taken the Browns to the playoffs for the first time since 2002. So I'll let those guys take it away.
What's up? Baker Mayfield's here. This is not Hulu. This is YouTube. What's up, Rossi? How you doing? Playoff bound, baby.
I saw that. Very good for you, Baker. I'll tell you. The doubters were there. You almost lost, let's be honest, to a JV Steelers team, but you got it done. This isn't about the negative. It's about the positive. It's 2021.
Yeah, that playbook this year, man. Colin Cowherd, he motivated me this season. I'm going to play myself in this contest. Brendan Glasheen's a friend, and he wants me to be in his lineup, so I'm going to allow it. Is Baker in your lineup? What's your lineup looking like?
Oh, we're going with the Baker man as well. We're going to stack QBs in this one. Baker, Glash man, Bakefield. Anywho, yeah, I like the quarterbacks in this one a lot. Staying as far away from from both, I guess I should say, RB1s. I'm going to go with Kareem Hunt. Like what he's been able to do, kind of vultures a little bit. And then he also, yeah, that's your guy. I also like Jalen Samuels a ton here. Stay as far away from James Conner as you can here in this one. Like Landry, and in my captain spot, since lineups are locked, I'm going to take a little bit of a dart throw. I'm going to go with Deontay Johnson, your opponent, not only this past weekend, but this coming weekend as well, Baker.
Wow. Okay. I'm a fan of it. I love Deontay's game. If he was on our team, I'd like our chances this weekend against Pittsburgh. But the truth of the matter is he isn't. So I'm a little scared. But check out my commercials this week, and I'll feel better about myself.
I will say those ones where you live in the stadium, they get me every time. I don't even find you as charismatic as most, but you make me laugh, Baker. You make me laugh, you son of a gun.
Thank you. I put Kareem Hunt in my captain spot as well. My boy Nick Chubb. Just love, hand off. Like I love doing that. Love giving him the ball. Baker, me, Ebron, Johnson, and Landry. So very similar build to you, Jason. Is that your name, Jason?
Yeah, my name is Jason. Yes, I grew actually a little bit. People had the rumors are true. Baker, I was very, very short at 4'6". I'm up to 4'8". But yes, I can sling it though, just like you, Baker. I aim to please, and I aim to throw it to the DK Sim fan. But yeah, so we'll see. I think it's going to be interesting. We saw this matchup this past Sunday. In reality, we're going to see it as part of the late game on the Sunday night. Browns back in the playoffs. You brought them back to playoffs. And last time the Browns made the playoffs, they played the Steelers there as well in a heartbreaking loss with Kelly Holcomb and Dennis Northcutt and guys that you were probably watching when you were in the diapers.
Hey, man, don't worry about it. I've dealt with criticism in the past in terms of being out of shape and also being too short to play the quarterback position. So if you want to have a talk here for the next 1 hour, 15 to 20 minutes, you can tell me how you really feel, because people think I'm too short to play the position, and I think you have a great, great arm.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
It's all upper arm muscle. I get it. Listen, when you're short like us, Baker, you know, it's all a lot of leg strength down there. And you built like a fire hydrant. But yeah, you look good. And I'm telling you, I'm not ready to pick you this weekend, but my heart wants to pick you. My heart wants the Browns to beat the Steelers.
Feels like all of us feel that way. The Browns just they need this moment of glory. And you know, my opponent Big Ben coming off not a bye, but being rested for a week, hoping that offense can kick it into high gear as it did against the Colts a couple of weeks ago. It's going to be good. It's going to be interesting to see the same two teams do battle the following week. This is nice, and you guys here at DraftKings, this is great. You do these simulations to give us a preview.
Yeah, see, it's, you know, a while back when there used to be Monday Night Football back in the early part of the season, we would do the Monday night games, then we confused all the whole DK Sim fan, by the way, welcome to your part like that. So it's good to see the kind of reflection of reality here. And don't quote me on this, Baker, but I believe, I'm not going to say this for sure, but I know back in the day, the Jets and the Raiders, they played the Week 17, then the playoff game. It's happened several times, so I actually think it may be a little bit of an advantage. People would think for the Steelers because they saw your starting offense, but I think it could be something for the Browns because you saw what that team had without Ben. You've played Ben, you know, numerous times over your third-year career. So I think there's something about your team. I think there's a little bit of swagger. I think Stefanski with his very odd-looking beard, you guys might have a little something going on.
Well, I love our defense and Myles Garrett leading the charge, intimidating these Steelers. Big Ben is going to fire for a first down right off the bat. It's Deontay Johnson, 46.5% in the $500 free showdown. Big Ben is about 63% owned. Rossi, you're getting love here in the DK Sim Fam YouTube chat. Tom Cruise says you transformed from Santa Claus to a male model. King says you shaved and became the most handsome DK broadcaster.
Hey, people, I appreciate the compliments, but is that James Conner? The avoidable James Conner? I appreciate the compliments.
Samuels.
But no, that is not true. It's just it's like the recency bias, right? It's like this is what happens. Like if I kept the beard, people are like, oh, look at this guy, it looks like crap. And you clean it up one day, and then you look great. And then don't worry, within the next 2 weeks, it'll be right back to mediocre at best.
It's great to see all of you. Happy New Year. It's like riding a bike back in Simland with our people. Oh no, 4th and 1. And there I am getting the offense ready. Damn, I look good. Steven asks, Baker, what is the book for book club this month? It's a great question.
That's good.
I'm going to go with the Harry Potter books.
All of them? All of them?
Those books.
Okay. I've never read or seen a Harry Potter book or seen a Harry Potter movie. That is a fun fact about me. That usually people get very upset with me for one reason, but I don't know why. I get very overwhelmed when there's a lot of things to catch up on, so I just don't.
Tremendous punt by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Baker in the free showdown, 59% in the flex. OBJ, about 42% owned. Baker is 12% in the captain spot. Mike Bizzle says, before, Rossi looked like a person who needed a shower out of need. Now it looks like he takes one for fun.
That one got me. That was a good one. Sometimes you'll get it.
Baker 1 for 1. Austin Hooper is tight end 1 in these Sims. Njoku is the tight end 2. We're strapped on in for this Sim. Baker. Glash will come in as well from time to time. Jason Rossi. Kyle and Patrick updating scores. And Daniel and Michael producing. Terrell in between Sims.
Great crew. Great crew.
There is the Chubb master, Nick Chubb. 6-yard gain. Baker, 2 for 2. Chubb is 52% owned in the $500 free contest. Kareem Hunt, the RB2. No relation to Mike, as some of you have brought up on these streams. 23% in the flex. Wanted to just get that out of the way before someone asked.
Very important information. This is the stuff we do.
It actually is important. Baker, nice ball to Landry. First down to the 42.
Like seeing Landry there kind of using some of those moves. You see, as soon as he made the catch there, Baker Glash, whoever I'm speaking to, it's tough sometimes. Like it was one of the Santa Claus. I didn't know what to do. But anywho, yeah, makes the catch, goes immediately into the spin move animation. These are the things you're going to see here or as these simulations go on. One of these are going to break. Like he's going to be able to break that tackle and take it. So they set up here at the 42 yards.
We are just underway, a playoff preview. Steelers and Browns, play action Baker. Clean pocket. He'll spin, throw off the back foot. Landry reaches out for a first down.
Again, nice play there. Baker Mayfield gets out of the pocket, avoids a very, very vaunted front here from the Steelers, who do perform here in Simland. Don't sleep on the Steelers DST, which I assume actually has a little bit of love in ownership. We can check in a moment, but they have, you know, that's a team that can get after the quarterback, but Baker avoids it.
Scores are being updated manually, so thanks for the patience. Nick Chubb stiff arms one man, and a rather large gain of 21 yards to the Pittsburgh 26.
What a play there, and like Nick Chubb did on Sunday, just rips it to the outside, the stiff arm. That's what he has. He has the X factor here. Look at this beauty. He has the speed, too. Could have broken one more tackle, make it to the end zone, but now they're at the 26-yard line on their opening drive.
Got about 60 people watching on Twitch. What's up, guys? Fooligan, CJ71, Mamba Vision, first time playing Fortnite. The usual suspects.
Twitch homies, we appreciate y'all. 2021 might be a big year for Twitch. Just throwing it out there in the Twitch homies.
What makes you say that?
I just want to put out some positivity in my Twitch people. I don't know what else to say, so I throw something generic like that out there.
Oh, okay.
And I just feel like Twitch, the platform itself, is obviously continues to grow, as we've seen over, like, there's tons of millions of streamers. I think this platform, you know, we kind of dipped in later. Could see a little more love over there, that's all. I feel like it's coming.
It was very well done.
And it also has given Reed's Tea a place to hide. We still will find you.
All right, from the 5, first and goal. Tell us who you need. OBJ, bottom of the screen. Chubb is in the backfield. They'll give it to him, and he's in for the touchdown.
Huge run. This was just domination from the offensive line. The blocking just was incredible here by this Browns O-line. Again, not really the highest rated offensive line either, especially against that Steelers front, but Nick Chubb was a bowling ball. Never saw Kareem Hunt touch the ball in this first drive. And takes it home. Big 6 there for the Chubbster. That's what they call it.
All right, extra point to make it 7-0. So Browns on the second drive of the sim. 3 minutes, 9 seconds of clock. Still 3.5 to go in the first. We made a contest for this one. Glash and Rossi, wild card preview. Browns at the Lurs. I have a buddy from Pittsburgh who calls them the Lurs. So
Lurs. I've never heard that before, and I think I kind of hate it, but also kind of like it.
That's okay. I kind of don't like it either, but it's stuck in my head. So, yeah. 135 entries. You made a lineup, correct?
Sure did. It's sitting in 77.
Okay. That's right. You talked about your lineup. Just wanted to make sure it got in.
All good. All good.
So, Pittsburgh football. There's Mr. Johnson.
This guy need. And, again, this is, and Glash, I know we've talked, obviously big playoff week ahead of us, Saturday loaded up with games, Sunday. I'm really interested. I don't know if I like the title super wild card that the NFL's going with, but I do like these 3 matchups each day. And I was trying to think of what day looks better. I don't know if you've kind of overthought that at all like me, but I'm just going to pull it up of the 2 day, which day you looking more forward to.
Okay. It's a good question. I know Brady and the Bucks play Saturday night.
Yep, they get the nightcap.
Yeah.
So we have, for some reason my screen isn't loading. I'm going to pull it up on the app while we get this play.
Travis in the chat talking about Chubb and his production as of late. Well, Travis, hope you played him in this one.
Yeah,
I always whenever I do a Browns sim, I like to play Hunt and Chubb. It makes me feel better.
No, and if I can be honest with you, it's actually a really successful duo. Several times out, they will both score. Obviously, it's very early in this game. We're still in the first. Chubb already has a score. Would not be surprised to see, Hunt get involved. All right.
Oh, boy. 4th and 3.
So
far,
here,
the Browns D looking good. What do you got?
So the Steelers are going to punt, so we'll give you that. So on Saturday, you have Colts-Bills. Colts traveling to the Bills. They'll have 6,700 fans who are going to sound like 100 million fans.
Agreed.
And you have Rams traveling to the Seahawks. And then the nightcap, you have the Buccaneers going to the football team. That's Saturday. Sunday, Ravens at Titans. Bears at Saints. Browns at Steelers is your nightcap. Which day? You can only watch one day worth of football. What are the repeat pack?
It's Sunday, and I'll tell you why.
Shoot.
I'll tell you it's Sunday because, real quick, what's the Ravens-Titans is fantastic because it's a revenge narrative. They played last year in the AFC Championship. And Baltimore got absolutely embarrassed. So I'm looking forward to Lamar Jackson stepping up to the challenge, or the Titans could just go to Derrick Henry, who is probably upset. I don't necessarily agree with it, but he's probably upset that he's not even being considered to be MVP of the league. Mm-hmm. I'm not a big MVP running back guy. It's usually a quarterback. That second game, which remind me, I'm looking forward to. My take going into the season was the Bears. The Saints are going to have a down year, and I was wrong. They did pretty well. They did well with Taysom Hill, similar to last year. They did well with Bridgewater filling in for Drew Brees. If the Saints lose wild card weekend again, like they did last year to Minnesota, oh boy, I kind of want the Bears to win. I kind of do, because Drew Brees gets anointed for being this, and his numbers are fantastic in his career. I'm kind of a sucker for teams that just don't belong in the big game to just continue not to get there. So I'm kind of rooting for it a little bit. And then, oh my God, Steelers and Browns is going to be, get the popcorn ready. You just no clue what you're going to get in that one.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I don't love these matchups. I like all the teams. I almost wish things fell into place a little differently. Obviously, good for the Saints that Kamara they got that extra day. I think that was the NFL, wink and a nod. Ratings are ratings. But I agree with you with that Ravens-Titans. There's something about Browns-Steelers that feels like a 1 o'clock game to me. I don't like that that's a nightcap game. That feels like a perfect 1 o'clock Eastern, but we'll see. But I agree. I think Sunday has the better matchups than most of the stuff you said. And there's something about Rams Seahawks. There's Hunt. That doesn't really excite me. That's just I don't know. It just seems it's like week 17 type matchup, not as much of a playoff. But it also could be because they're division rivals.
Also, I'm really excited to watch the Bills. I'm kind of bummed they're playing the first game. Put them in the middle. It would be great. Give those Buffalo fans a little more time to, do what they need to do.
What did Tom Brady say that one time? He had a term for it. Lube up or something like that.
About the Bills?
No, about Patriots fans. It was a playoff game. Patriots fans were playing 1 o'clock, get all lubed up. It's
hydrate.
Yeah, it's what did you mean by that, Tom? He's I just want them to be hydrated, excited for the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
I remember that.
That was 2 or 3 years ago. It's good times. Remember the good old days when Tom Brady was on the Patriots? That was fun.
Yeah. And also there was a report today from Pro Football Talk that Bill Belichick makes $25 million a year. So, getting old, a lot of money.
Not bad. It's a nice payday.
Just saying. So if you're just joining us, Nick Chubb has the touchdown, 5 carries, 52 yards, and the tud. He's not in the captain spot in the winning lineup in the $500 free. The Browns DST sitting in first right now in the captain spot in first place. Second place has Chubb in the captain. Landry, the leading receiver, 2 for 33. Hooper, 2 for 15. Jalen Samuels, 1 for 9. Rashard Higgins, 1 for 11. Chubb, 1 for 6. And that's what we got as far as receivers. So there you go.
Hey, listen, it's been kind of a quiet start. It was a lot of Chubb, as you mentioned, on the ground. So we'll see what the Steelers, if they can get going next time they get the ball. You get the Browns here. Great opening drive. So maybe we see a little more Kareem Hunt here. Or, they're marching towards the 50. We'll see what happens.
And we're almost at 300 likes. So if you are happy to be back in the Sim bubble, in the Sim portal, you feel at home watching the stream, smash that like button. And thank you. Thank you for tuning in. It's much appreciated. We have 2nd down and 6. Ball is just about at midfield. Daniel has alerted us that scores are updated through that first quarter. Baker has OBJ in the slot. He looks, he fires, and misses badly.
It's not the passing game has not been strong thus far in this one, but hey, early, we'll still see more to come. Again, but just looking at these playoffs, I know we talked a little bit, I was trying to figure out, obviously with the Chiefs and the Packers getting the bye, which I think those are still 2 Super Bowl favorites, everything pending. But out of these matches, I'm like, who's going to be the biggest upset? Is Washington going to beat the Buccaneers? And there's a chance for all of them, but is it Buccaneers losing to the Washington football team? Could the Colts beat the Bills? I'm trying to think of the real, we both said the Bears. I want to see the Bears beat the Saints, but I have a feeling that's going to be one of those. Every time I count the Saints out, including this past weekend, they win 42-6. It's just the Saints way.
Yeah, but this is the weekend for the Saints where it happened last year. They had Minnesota at home, of course, fans in the building.
Yeah,
that's going to be different.
That was
different all year, of course. But
that was the Kyle Rudolph walk-off, right? They scored at the end of regulation, and Rudolph, I think he did. He scored in overtime.
I don't remember for sure, but I'll take your word for it.
90% sure. Odd memory of the most random things.
For some reason, I thought the Vikings won comfortably. I thought they won by a touchdown or 2. It wasn't a buzzer beater or a end of the game walk-off scenario. That's what I remember.
That's why they have beat. Let's see.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you all for sticking with us. It's much appreciated. Rick Lewis, what's up, man? Good to see you. Earl Sparks. Yeah, you guys were in the chat talking about Johnson, that first play of the sim. I thought he caught it too, but I guess it was an incompletion. So we've got 3rd and 7. We're about 2 minutes in, second quarter. Nick Chubb has the touchdown. That is caught. Landry inside the 40 to the 36. Baker's 8 for 10, 73 yards, but short of the first. 4th and 1.
Yeah, so here it is. It was the walk-off by Kyle Rudolph. They won 26-20 in overtime on January 5th, 2020, and the world was a lot different than it is today. They scored, the Saints actually made the comeback, so they were up kind of big. They were up 10 going into the 4th. Saints came back, and Kyle Rudolph scored in overtime. Say good night.
Here is Austin Seibert from distance, 53-yarder. And he got it. Wow.
Give it up for the kickers. By the way, I must say my hat is off to Mr. Matthew Prater for drilling. What he hit, a 62-yarder yesterday or something crazy for the Lions and won the entire city of Detroit beer. So if you're a Detroit Lions fan or in Detroit, that's the one shining light from this very awful season for your team and probably a very transitional year you're about to have.
Travis, what's up, man? Happy New Year. Says pick guys and pray. That's his strategy for making lineups here on these sims.
Travis, I applaud that. That's a great call.
Looking at our free roll, I'm in 9th. Let's go.
What do you have? Seabird and the captain?
Nah, I've got Hunt and captain, Baker, Chubb, Ebron, Johnson, and Landry. 2 of my dudes haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, Johnson in the captain spot's hurting right now. Outside of that, yeah, both of us. Landry looks good. Hunt, if you can get more involved. Roethlisberger, I have him too. That stinks.
Bad boys of pop. What's up?
Oh,
Happy New Year.
boys. I don't know where they went.
Juju, first down.
Mr. T, I see that. Captain and kicker, I love you. Yeah, I don't know where they got the beer from, but it was like an entire, like the city won beer. That's all I know. It was between them and the Denver Broncos. It was Prater versus McManus, whoever had the longest one. McManus had like a 56-yarder earlier in the year. I think it was a game winner. And yeah, Prater just booted like a 70,000-yard field goal this weekend.
Do you know he went to UCF?
I've heard that once or twice. Especially doing some of these sims.
Yeah. Jalen Samuels. Huge pickup to the Browns 34. This is no question the best drive for the Lurs in this sim. In the $500 free contest, Mr. Boss Playa is in first place by 0.5 points.
Mr. Boss Playa. I was wondering why that username wasn't available when I tried to get it.
Really?
No. But it'd be cool if it was true. I like Gullible Glash.
I'm so gullible. That's bad.
No, it's actually kind of a good way to live your life, though. Better to believe, man. Better to believe.
When you're gullible and don't think sometimes, most of the time, before you talk, it can lead to some problems.
Yeah, listen, man. It's a whole new year. It's a new you. I'm looking at you. You look like a whole different person. Kind of look like Baker Mayfield.
I don't know. Would I rather be Brendan Glasheen or Baker Mayfield in 2021?
Yeah, no spoilers, but depending on what happens Sunday, but I think Brendan Glasheen. I like that too.
Okay. Producer Michael, Glash is a half full kind of guy. Hey, I'm like you. Positivity. Any way to spread the positivity.
Listen, you get bogged down with a lot of crap. All you have to do is pop on your Twitter account or really any social media. But you know, listen, we like to have fun. We make fun. We have jokes. We laugh. But yeah, like keep it on the up and up.
So this kind of relates. Terrellin says, please always stay bozo. Yeah, that's natural.
That can't change.
Boswell connects, and the Steelers are on the board. So I was at the grocery store the other day. I don't know even why I'm telling you where I was, but it's just, I don't know.
Which aisle? This is very important to the story. What aisle?
I was at Market Basket. I was at the Market Basket in Chelsea, which is
giant.
Oh,
baby. I used to live right there. That's my old stomping grounds. That, if for anybody, shopping center or grocery store in your area that's just huge, that's this one. This one's literally like the size of like a Walmart or like a huge, like oversized like superstore. So.
Oh, I was blown away. I've never been there before. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, it's overwhelming.
The aisles are so wide. It was nice. So much room for activities.
Seriously.
So, all right, long story short, Steve Buchanan sends me a text, and he says, guess what? I'm like, what, Steve? So his son Googled him, Steve Buchanan, DraftKings, and a picture of me with a leopard jacket on with cat face paint, because I think I was trying to do a Tiger King thing back in whenever, May, June, and his son was like, Dad, this isn't you. Who the hell is that? And Steve had to explain to his kid, like, what he works with.
What? And this is on Google?
Yeah, Steve Buchanan, DraftKings.
All right, hold on. Now you're making me do it. Forget about the sim, everybody. Go immediately to your Google.
In images, of course.
Yep.
So, who knows? Maybe it will change for you, but that's
DraftKings. I have this actor.
Oh, yeah, I just did it myself. I pop up right there.
Images and boom, Glash. There he is. Look at what in the fifth picture over. Just a feline.
Every other photo is of Steve. So rightfully so, he's like, what? Dad, who is that? Like, what is happening here? God knows what Steve told him.
While you're in the good old Market Basket or grocery store X for wherever you may live, but listener or DK Sim fan member, there's Glash just strolling through, picking up some black beans in the Goya section, and out of nowhere gets that, and boom, there goes his whole shopping list, just looking at pictures of himself in full-blown tiger.
Yeah, the location of where I was had nothing to do with the story. That's how I start stories. I was here this time doing this, and then I got a text.
If you're a great storyteller, you have to paint a full picture to give everyone a visual. So you did a great job.
American says I'm Googling Steve Buchanan DraftKings. Do it.
Just wait. Wait till you see the fifth image.
Yeah, you'll have a great time for about 12 seconds and then say, why was this even a story? So I apologize.
Why have I not seen this before? Why is it not the background of my phone?
Lewis says, thank God, Glash and Rossi. My last three have been Koff and BK. Sleepers. Well, maybe it was late. Just getting tired.
Yeah, and you calling them sleepers? Like they're talented, but you don't think they are? Like, that's what you need to.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah.
what I'm going to put it.
Yeah.
Robbie Noble, how are you? Happy New Year. You're really helping out the chat with things they can purchase.
Oh, what can we do?
Nicholas Pittner, I sent you an invite to the DK SimFam Friends League, which was started by Adam Kaufman, probably the best thing he ever did on
Sleeper.
these streams. So that's what I keep talking about when I say our league. You're in the band. Oh, by the way, Kaufman and Brandon Cristal, I just love saying his name, Brandon Cristal, they are with you for the 8 o'clock game. So the sleepers will come with you at 8. That kind of sounded wrong, but...
The caffeine crew will be here at 8 o'clock.
The sleepers will be with you at 8. And then I'll be back with Tommy Freeze Pops for Madden After Dark. That's the wind up in the pitch.
Good
All
line.
right, Big Ben. You guys. Look. 7-9.
I'm going to Google your name in DraftKings and see what happens.
Best of luck. Careful.
Yeah. Oh, nope. Spelled it wrong. Nothing comes up.
Brother Phil says, Glash, be suspicious of everything. If you think it deserves a certain level of suspicion, quadruple it.
Oh boy, be careful is right. So the first image with Brandon Glasheen, not Brandon because I know him that guy, is you with no eyebrows and a mustache. Yikes. Second image is your current Twitter image. Third image is you just looking studly in front of your setup. Then it's the animated image. And then we get, just a lot of studly pictures. But then all the goofy ones come popping into play, like you with like the unibrow, post-shaving your eyebrows. But the first one, some new future potential. I hope there's some like really, really important job for you in the future. And like, hey, Mr. Glasheen, we were taking a look over your resume here and did a little Google search. And the first image here shows you with no eyebrows. Care to explain?
This is why I probably will never leave this sim bubble with all of you. Dean Murray says, hey, Glash and Rossi, Google my name with DraftKings. Seriously, I think you'll like it. All right, Dean.
Doing it, Dean Murray. Now, this is going to get weird. Like, all these people are going to tell me.
Hey, everyone, Google yourself. And smash the like button. Please, we're almost to 300. Hit subscribe as well as Big Ben goes down, and that might be the timeout. Never mind.
Dean Murray, I see. And Dean Murray Herring and Daily Fantasy. Sweet. Love that. And then Darren Rovell talking. Look at you, Dean. What a guy.
Dean, I like your gold tie and the blue stripes.
I like you fighting the good fight, most importantly.
Brings out your eyes. All right, this is getting weird.
Yeah, I'm going to just Google Adam Kaufman sleep. See what comes up. It says last night's sim. That's weird. I'm kidding. It actually shows if you put an Adam Kaufman sleeper, there's a bunch of pregnant ladies. So, all right, back to the sim. I gotta stop.
No way.
Yep. There's like pregnancy shoot photos. Two first pictures of a man holding his wife or lady's belly that is pregnant.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah. Adam Kaufman.
Weird. And then Brad Stevens and Danny Ainge.
Yeah. Well, and it's weird. They're holding each other's bellies too. It's very strange.
Dean Murray now follows up. That's when I met your boss, Jason. He's a great guy.
You don't know that.
Oh, Jason Robbins. Great person. Really is. Happy to be here.
I was on a conference call once. That's as far as I've gotten.
If Jason Robbins Googles my name, I think he's tuned in before, so I think I'm okay. We've hit halftime. 10-6. The Boz.
Yeah, stack them kickers, baby. Stack them kickers right now. 3 field goals, 1 touchdown. Just saying. It's a recipe for success.
So the assignment for all of you is when the 8 o'clock game rolls around, you have to tell Koff, hey, I wouldn't Google. See, you got to flip it. Don't tell him to Google himself. Tell him not to, because that will prompt him to want to do it more. Hey, man, I wouldn't Google yourself as the sleeper.
And let me just say this. I think we're on cam. There is not a perfect duo than that 8 p.m. duo to say don't Google yourself and sleeper than those two. I'm just saying. Just saying. I don't really like when people say just saying, but I'm just saying. There's some football people. Where's Dean? Dean gets the first one.
Dean, great way to keep the conversation going. That's why we love you guys. You keep the topics engaging, and we figure it out as we go.
Yeah, I need something to be looking forward to because my lineup stinks out loud right now.
Yeah. How's mine doing? CEH 1300, I did make a lineup. I'm in 22nd.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good.
Pretty good. It's one of the best starts for me in a while. Patrick from Game Hops. Patrick.
You doing?
Patrick Fry. Not like a French. Oh yeah, I guess it is spelled like a French fry. Fry Fry. He is 4th right now. Interesting. Patrick.
Hey, go get it, Patrick. Yeah, look at him there.
Look at that. Just look at his username highlighted on my screen.
Chubb, Mayfield. Yeah, he's got a good lineup. Didn't put a kicker in there, though. Could put him in first if he did. Just saying. Again, I said it again. Don't like saying it.
Landry's got 3 catches, 38 yards. Nick Chubb, 60-plus yards on the ground and the touchdown. Seibert made a 53-yard field goal.
Boomer.
It was a boomer.
Boomer. Speaking about that, how weird was it not to have Tony Romo and Boomer doing the game? I don't know if you listened to any of that. It was bizarre.
I caught them both on cam, and then I'm like, uh-oh, did Romo get COVID or what happened? And he was a close contact, I guess, so he didn't do the thing.
Which I will just say, it was interesting, especially in the time we're living in. Look at what we're doing, that they didn't just have Romo there, like, via Zoom or some form of technology. But
they talked about that. I don't think they had enough time to set up his home studio, a.k.a. I don't think Tony Romo knew how to do it.
Exactly. And I feel like Tony Romo is one of those guys that probably doesn't remembers password to anything. Seems like one of those type of dudes, like not a real tech guy.
What would Tony Romo's password be?
Jessica Simpson for life. Because that's when he probably set all of his passwords back then when they were dating. Or maybe something about Carrie Underwood. He had a nice run. I'll tell you that. Tony Romo lived his life there as the Cowboys star quarterback, bringing in all the pop blondes from back in the day. And I said pop, I didn't say hot, because I'm not that type of guy today.
Or maybe it's hold the snap.
Oh.
1, 2, 3.
Should have been Bledsoe. 11.
It's a good one.
The same. It's at the end of that game. That's a very famous moment you're bringing up. They had a chance to throw a deep bomb at the end of the game. Romo doesn't have the arm Bledsoe did, especially that was his last year. He should have just let him chuck the ball deep, see what would have happened. T.O. might have come down with it. Maybe we're talking about a different world. Maybe it's, who knows?
It's just a damn cough, man. I'm his QB. I'm his quarterback.
There's so much. Oh, man. I don't know. The Glass, is this your first sim of the day? Have you already been on today?
This is my first sim since the championship last Tuesday.
Oh, you, by the way, again, great job by everybody involved, but you guys are, I love the 3-man booth. I love the visual of the 3-man booth. I love like Koff in the small window, looking like a miniature Koff, like bobblehead Koff. I like that. But
all Koff.
but one thing, like obviously we haven't even touched on, I'm sure it's been talked about all day with this, we were talking about the Cowboys. So just imagine, forget the Giants, we know the situation with Philadelphia. But imagine if that was the Cowboys that won earlier in the day. Could you imagine, like the Giants obviously it's still a major market and all that, but like there's some of the Cowboys fans and like the way they believe things to go. If that was, if Andy Dalton didn't throw a blooper into the end zone like a goof at the end of that game and threw a touchdown pass, let's say instead, and then that happened with Philadelphia, could you imagine the world today? It would be a whole different place. Because Cowboys fans would literally try to destroy the world. It would be like another plague.
Timing is everything. As Nick Chubb zips up the right side to the 41. If that game last night was not in the 8 o'clock window, it was obviously moved there because of the implications.
Yep.
This wouldn't be a talking point. No one would be like, "What are you doing, Doug Peterson? What are you doing?" We wouldn't be talking about it if the game was at 1 o'clock.
It's a really good point.
This happens all the time. Happens every year, week 17.
And I know people aren't going to like this, but my hot take is like, if I'm Philadelphia, if I'm Doug Peterson, knowing I'm coming back, I'm doing the same thing. That's a pick. You get the 5th overall pick now. They could have went, I think, up to like 8. It's like, that's a huge. People trade like they did it for Carson Wentz years ago. They traded like entire drafts to move up. So I'm with it. And no offense, Giants fans, Cowboys fans, whoever. Like you won 6 games. The Patriots. The stinking Patriots, who are terrible, won 7 games. Like, win more games. Don't put your fate in other teams' hands.
I thought you had something else there. Sorry.
No, sorry. I could go on all day. I just think I understand if that was me and like if that was the Patriots going into another situation like this happened once with the last time they didn't make the playoffs. The Jets had to win a game. Brett Favre was the quarterback. Didn't do it. I was ticked off for like hours. But I get it. Like, if I'm a Giants fan, I'm upset. I'm really ticked off. But you know what? Win one more game somewhere in the year, and this doesn't happen. All right? Can't just blame this last moment.
Rick Lewis says he was happy with the result yesterday. Todd May, Rossi, your behavior is appalling. I'm telling Santa.
Well, I have a lot of time to make up for it if I'm on the naughty list on January 4th. I have roughly 352 days or whatever.
Yeah.
Minus a week and whatever. Math is not my strong suit even though it is. Yes, Carolyn, yes. Hashtag bobblehead Koff. Make sure he Googles that too.
Maybe the background of his lair will pop up.
Gosh.
Yeah, Kenny, good point. You don't hear the Dolphins fans whining that the Steelers benched Big Ben.
That's a really good point, actually. Because I guess it's because they like knew it was going to happen, but it's still similar. Like, but again, I think Doug Peterson. Like, I don't like the move. I don't think it was the right thing to do for NFL for any reason. You have a guy who's only started, but that was his 4th start. Like, it's not like you saw. It's not like they brought in Carson Wentz or something. Then I'm like, okay, like, that would make sense. But they brought in like me at quarterback. It's like, no, you don't need to see him.
Brother Phil, if you didn't comment ever again, I wouldn't care because this was so nice of you to say. It was a very Seinfeldian rant. I quite enjoyed it. It's one of the greatest compliments ever.
Is that you or is that him saying that?
He said that I had a rant that was Seinfeldian.
Really?
I'm honored. Also, do I look like John Rambo?
I think it's the bandana look, but no. Well, no, I guess because you have the face paint. Like, he was all face painted up. But, yeah. I see where they're going because you're wearing green. Or it's brown, but it could come across green on the screen.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I mean, I looked it up, so I don't know if I totally see it, but I can get behind it. I'll do whatever it takes.
What do you like about Flash?
Hey, 4th and 1. They got it.
Oh,
First down. Love it.
Yeah, there it is. Chubb, again, just such a dominating factor in this game. He's just barreling through this Steelers front 7. Huge play there on the 4th. Didn't go with our guys, Seabird. We wanted to see about 50 kicks in this game. Guess they weren't feeling it, so we'll see. They have a fresh set of downs here from the 30-yard line.
Justin Lee, my 17th cousin. What's good? Scene Star says I need to water Leafy. The plant has a name, Scene, so please call her Leafy. You know, everyone here wants to talk about their dogs. Well, I have a plant that I love, okay? And she has a name. Also, we're only 6 guys. I'm not sure what happened in terms of what we may have said today, but, you know, the commentators are here just asking kindly to hit that like button. We're almost at 300 likes. If you don't want these Sims to go anywhere, this is not a threat. Please just hit the like button. It helps. It helps the engagement, you know, the stats, the numbers, the data. So do it up. You'll feel better.
Yeah, we're all about that algorithm over here. So. Look at all this Leafy love.
Yeah, the plant. I mean, Leafy is Leafy has really found her role in the Sim bubble. I'm proud of her.
I'm gonna need you to get your toaster to be a character soon.
Giggle pigs. I respond to threats better than suggestions.
That's the most current day lifestyle response you'll ever read. Oh, there he is. Get in there, Hunt. Oh.
The way you just worded that is the best, because you can't say 2020 anymore. So no. Current day lifestyle. Because now you can't say that's so 2020. It's gone. Can't do it anymore.
Oh. And I don't want to say the word millennial or Gen Z or whatever, because I don't know what age any of these people are, but I just laugh when people say that. I'd rather be don't tell me what yell at me and I'll do something. I'm going to do the opposite of what you say. I'm yeah, that's the world today.
All right, 1st and goal, Browns up by 4. Trips to the right side, hand off to Kareem Hunt, and he gains 1. That's my captain. Come on.
We both could use him there. Kareem Hunt, now involved. This is what we talked about earlier. It's never a bad choice to put both of the Browns running backs in there. I would take both Browns running backs over almost all of, I didn't do this in my lineup financially, but all of the Steelers running backs. But shove back in here.
Let's go. I'm 2nd right now in the free roll. Let's go. Chubb. Oh!
Ooh, whoa! Look at that 2nd effort. Yeah. You're just point and 1.03 behind the lead there, Josh.
Herb Dog, all of you, thank you for hitting the like. It's much appreciated.
Every like, we're sending virtual hugs to you.
Oh my God.
Caw-caw, the vulture! Caw-caw!
A vulture touchdown.
Flash, you know what a vulture sounds like, right?
Do it.
Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw! It called itself out.
Janovich, the fullback.
That right there, ladies and germs, that's the tough one, because you understand it. Chubb got stuffed the play before. Give it to the front man, give it to the short run, but my Lord, that is unbelievable.
See, this is when I really genuinely feel bad. When I ask people, you ask people, we explain why hitting the like button is helpful, and then that happens. And then I think, wow, why in the world would I want to hit the like button?
Flash, you know why? Because
I'm sorry.
0.58% people owned him in the flex. So those are the people that have smashed that like. Those are also the people that Googled Adam Kaufman sleeper and watching pregnancy pictures. Those are the ones that are going to smash the like, regardless of what happened. Sorry, I just saw the team.
I'm reading too.
That's so funny. I remember this. He posted a picture of, was it Bird Brain from Power Rangers? My Lord, that is a throwback that I didn't think I'd ever see.
Oh, the first Mighty Morphin movie.
Yeah, it's from the yes. Vulture. Daniel's got great references. My God. Yeah, when I was a kid, I'm not even going to pretend like Power Rangers are my jam.
We might, maybe, you know something? I just thought of this. I'm with Jeff Ulrich on Thursday for Moose Calls, but maybe Vulture Calls should become a thing. We got to get that recorded.
Just, I'm a vulture! And there it is. Become Vulture again. The vultures are out there. You got to be careful.
Kareem, who was that bum in all caps?
That was Adam Kaufman. Please be nice.
Mark Mantelli, Glash, I have 2 first-place finishes today.
Sick.
Very nice. Where are we at here? 150 left, third quarter. Pittsburgh has yet to score a touchdown. Trips to the right, Big Ben to fire, and he will in a tight window. First down, Juju Smith-Schuster. Very nice.
And Juju stinks, but has been playing really well down the stretch ever since he, quote unquote, got mature in a matter of like days. Dancing on logos, off the TikTok. Kids craze. Scored 2 straight weeks. We'll see. We get these Browns on Sunday night. Make it a freak.
I think it was a good move for Pittsburgh to rest him for a week. I think the obvious answer is yes, right?
So I usually say no to this because it's usually historically a bad call because you don't want to like if they're playing that next week, that week of rest, like without it being a bye for the whole team's a little odd. Like the team gets out of sync, but the Steelers really didn't have a bye this year. Like they had that week 4 bye, but they didn't know till like I think it was like Thursday or Friday afternoon. The whole Titans situation popped up. So I think it was needed, and they're lucky they beat the Colts when they did, and they had that great second half. Because if they didn't, like, I still like the Steelers are going to be tough. The Browns, I know they'll be motivated, but that's a huge, level of, for Ben to have a little bit of rest for some of those, defensive linemen and guys like T.J. Watt to not have to play a full game all out. So I don't like it overall, but I think it was a smart move.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Makes sense. Jalen Samuels, the play before. This is Connor, 2nd and 4. Third quarter winding down. Edward Pride, LOL. Rossi ate that McRib and lost about 250 pounds. Take that Subway, fat boy.
I'm sorry, there's something about the when you put fat and boy next to each other, I think it's hilarious. I don't know what it is. It's got me forever. When people it was a fat boy, like I don't know, something funny about it. Like, very like 1992 sounding as well.
Hey, fat boy.
Yeah. I had an old voicemail with a kid I had to let go at a job we once had, and he left. He said "fat boy" on the voicemail, and I recorded it onto my phone, and I still have it to this day because it's hilarious. But yes, I did have a McRib, and I don't think I've lost necessarily any weight, but I did shave my beard.
You look great. You really do. You look handsome, and I know you've probably heard that a million times, but I actually mean it.
I can't wait for people to not tell me that in about 3 weeks. Like when it's like end of January and I'm looking like disheveled again, and people are like, you look bad. You look kind of rough.
Oh yeah. Don't you worry. Especially here in 2 weeks, not even maybe a week. We'll find something to hate you for.
Oh, please.
Very soon.
We still have a fourth quarter.
Yeah, today we'll find something in the next 8 minutes of gameplay to find out. You know what? Forget his looks. We hate this guy.
Yeah, he stinks. Smells out loud.
Yeah, fat boy.
Kidding. Don't worry. Speaking about a couple fat boys, where are the bonus people at here? I can't find them. I got my binoculars out. The vulture just flew by, and they're nowhere to be found.
Great question.
Nobody.
Kenny Rossi, with that haircut, you look like a slightly chubby Seth Green.
Okay, cool. Seth Green, though, really? Okay. I'll take it, actually. I find him funny. Can't Hardly Wait, one of my favorite movies.
Bad Boys of Pop. Connor just tripped over the kid from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
I will say this very quickly. I know it's totally off topic with this, and nobody's playing great in this game. Obviously, like the touchdowns, Chubb and Janovich. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like very funny movie, but that was traumatizing. As when I was young and I watched it, I was like, Could you imagine that happening? Like that's really that's like actually that's the scariest horror movie of all time when you really think about it. Like you get shrunk and you have to like somehow survive and you're in like the backyard with a Lego piece and an ant that's trying to kill you. No thanks. I'm out. That movie's still there's something that, like I can't watch it because it bothers me a little bit because it's scary. Take all your Jason Voorhees, your Freddy Kruegers. That you can tell is fake, but like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids could actually happen potentially.
2nd and 4, Big Ben, and the Steelers down by 11. That is incomplete. Looking for Ebron. El Bongo. When are you guys giving us more free pizzas? Ah, the pizza deal. Feels like years ago. Feels like years ago. Someone ruined it, man. Can't do it. I hate to say this, but some people you can't trust. It breaks my heart. 3rd and 4. No, I'm just seeing random fat boy comments in the chat. El Bongo says, screw pizza, I want a tub of butter.
Butter bet coming up in Madden After Dark. Ask Kaufman to do it in the 8 p.m. segment. A butter bet. Oh, Earl brings up The Incredible Shrinking Man. There was also a movie called The Incredible Shrinking Woman. I think that's where it comes from. That's another one. Terrifying movies. These movies are very disturbing and scary. And yes, I have shrunk. Jaro at the Great God says, ever since Rossi saw Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, he's shrunk. I've not grown. Stopped.
Oh my gosh. 2nd and 10. Yes, a gain of 12. Juju Sim-Schuster. All right. Nice play. 4-way tie for first and the $500 free. And M. Romero 25 is in first in our free roll. I'm in 5th.
You guys are doing good. It's hard, like especially when you get to the 4th quarter, it's really hard to make that jump without having a complete. Like if Deontay Johnson scores like 2 touchdowns, then I could make a push. But sitting in 49th with 44 points, not good for me. Oh, I see a lot of people asking. It looks like, yeah, Tanya Roberts is dead, unfortunately. R.I.P.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, she's an actress. She very, very attractive lady back in her day. Probably still up until her passing days. But yeah, she did pass away. So several people were asking about that.
It's too bad.
You can Google her with a couple of words, Glash, after the sin. That's maybe for something like Madden After Dark.
Okay. That's a good idea. 7 minutes to go, 4th quarter. I've got to read this because
What do we got?
what Scene Star in the chat. Scene Star. Rossi always carries an umbrella. Because he can't reach the P for penthouse? What?
I give these, this symptom, I give you a lot of credit. The creativity or the things that are in your head, like that whole sentence, like I never would have computed. And look at you, putting it all together.
Oh, trust me, I don't put anything together well. I'm reading this and I'm like, I think this isn't bad. An interception!
No!
If you have Big Ben.
I'm like, it's not bad. It's just saying that I can't reach the rack in the newsstand. If those things are still a thing.
Ah, got it. Oh, gosh.
Welcome to 2021. Same Sim fan, but new calendar year.
So, since that was intercepted in the end zone, Browns are at the 20, up 11, and with the ball.
Throwing. Interesting.
Throwing the ball to Rashard Higgins. Big Ben has thrown 16 picks since we've moved to the new game. There's a lot of Sims, but not great.
No, we don't see a ton of interceptions, so that's actually pretty high. And to throw one in the end zone, we talked earlier, like I was saying, you could put the Steelers DST in your lineup, but right now, that Browns DST, I know they were in the leading lineup in the free showdown earlier, the $500 free showdown, but man, they're impressive today. Interception just giving up 6 points.
All right, Baker. Nice ball over the middle to Austin Hooper. That was a rocket. First down to the 32. I'll be honest with all of you. I am setting a lineup for NBA. Koff sent me a head-to-head. He has been beating my butt in NBA lately. It's not good. I'm very upset.
Let me tell you, school. Okay, he did it to me for a while. Then he stopped inviting me recently. He's like, I've gotten it. Just read the DK playbook articles. I do. I'm doing that right now. Okay. So honestly, I'm about to hit lock here in a second. All right. Do your thing. Don't even anybody. Do not judge Glash. I don't want to hear from him until he sets this one because he needs to win that money back. Because Kaufman was literally like shark style, like at pool, like just would take my money for a while. I said, all right, I got to knock this off. I got to start looking at things. Stop going off my gut. And I will tell you, the playbook is incredible. The people over there that are writing up those articles, all the credit because there's multiple writers that were doing it. I got to give him all the credit because I've beaten him 3 out of the last 4 or 3 straight, and then he stopped inviting me. So.
Oh yeah, he's on a hot streak. NBA, I have a newfound respect for our guys that cover anyone that covers NBA DFS. It is very difficult. It is challenging.
Yeah.
You want to play studs, but not to go too deep into this. It's hard to find that balance. So. That's what I've got for you. So I'm good. See how it looks.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I will just say when it comes to anything, even going to the football this weekend, like sometimes as sports fans, and even if you fancy yourself and you've done a great job in fantasy or DFS, like sometimes it is good just to like bounce an idea or see some of these quote unquote experts and some of the great writers here from DraftKings because it really has balanced some of my lineups because you're like, oh, I'm going to fit this guy and this guy. Then you look at the money, you're like, okay, I have to find a real deep dart throw, especially in like the NBA or when NHL comes back. Like you can find those, and those guys will help you. So.
Yeah,
do it.
Sure. All right, Baker completes to the 50. Find out who that was. That was Landry. Okay, he's having a nice game. 7 for 68. And the $500 free contest. Still a 4-way tie for first. Chubb and the captain. Juju, Baker, Hunt, Landry, and the Browns defense.
That's was in real world. That Tanya Roberts I was talking about, James Bond, one of the Bond girls, allegedly not dead. TMZ just came out. I saw somebody. I want to give credit, so I apologize whoever said it. So I just Googled it. Yeah, her rep said she was dead, but according to TMZ, she's still alive. So, okay, there you go. I don't know anymore. I don't know who's dead, who's alive. I think I'm alive. I will pinch myself. Yep, still alive.
I hate those reports that come out. Just like let it, meaning like let it happen, and then let the right people break that news. You know.
Honestly, like we don't have to rush to tell. I don't need the rushing efforts to say, "Oh, this person's no longer alive." Like,
yeah,
let's not do that. Let's make sure everything's right.
I mean, to go back a year ago now, the Kobe thing was just that whole day was dreadful.
It was a Sunday. I want to say it was right at the end of January. Is that Sunday? And I remember being like, "Oh, there's no way this is real." It just sounded like one of those phony reports.
Yep. And Rick Fox was involved, but he wasn't. It was a nightmare.
That was like the weirdest 3 hours, and I know we had a weird year last year, but like that was up there because there were so many false reports, so many different names being involved. To like, this isn't real, this is real. Who was involved, who wasn't?
Yep. Feel that. All right, so Pittsburgh is not dead yet. 3 minutes left, down 11, 3 timeouts. That's complete. Juju has been his man. Deontay Johnson is not helping us. So the first play of the game, he got a target, dropped the ball.
He has absolutely crushed me so far. He's got 4.05 in the captain spot. And he was a decent price at 10-2. That's why I went with him, but hasn't been doing what he's done so far.
All right, 2nd and 3 in traffic. Ebron makes the catch to the 44. D. Rich, you'll be pleased and less frustrated. Ebron making the grab there. Hit that like button, guys. We have over 500 watching on YouTube. We see you on Twitch as well.
Oh, Jordan with a good says the media of vultures. You know what that means? It's time for the vulture call. Caw-caw, caw-caw, I'm a vulture, caw-caw. vultures sound like. Have you ever seen a vulture? I have. Just going over my head one day, thought I was dead because I'm just short and don't move very quick.
Wow.
True story.
Great story.
I was a market basket as well. It's weird.
That was good. That's complete to Samuels. Not gaining any yards, though. 4 for 45. So you get the PPR point. D. Richardson. Oh, he says, these announcers are weird. I miss Santa.
We all do. We all miss Santa. How can you not miss Santa? Especially in January. It's that like Santa hangover. Like, just give me that dude back.
That was a great day. That was a great sim.
Oh, honestly, that was because we did some of the next week. That was the last one before Christmas.
Yep.
And that was just a blast. Rudolph showed up. We had a good time.
Steven Lebowitz says, hey, Glash, nice job on the Sports Hub last week. Thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Celtics coverage. You guys sounding good.
Yeah, I won't be there for a while. You know, that's what happens in the fill-in life.
Hey, take it when you can get it.
Oh, sure. It was great. Yeah. Opening day coverage, Christmas Day. It was great. So, thanks for tuning in, Steven. Yeah, Chris Lopez, I feel that. Doug says more McDonald would be cool, LOL. He drops an LOL knowing he's the tight end, too. I think. 4th and 11, you got to go for it. And, oh! What a catch! Juju again.
He got up there. You know, Juju not necessarily known for the ups, but got it there. He's not 3'2", 220, Joker. It's a grown man. Look at that. Just goes up, owns it. So here we go. Less than a minute exact.
And complete inside the 10. I think that's Johnson. About time.
Speak it into existence. Johnson or Samuel here. Give me either one to do anything. I'm at 91st. Fading fast. The vultures are after me.
Rob says he started both Currys tonight. So I'm of the feeling like Steph has this huge game. Was that last night or 2 days ago? Last night. I know we're in a new year, but I am still so bad at the days of the week. Brutal. Yeah, I can't imagine like he's gonna go for that kind of game again. 62 last night.
Yeah, and also you got to be careful with these early season NBA back-to-backs. Just, you know, the way that they manage time, and we've seen it before. He is playing, as you see, but I'm with you. I don't like his chances of going off like that again or even playing the same amount of minutes.
Okay. I feel better about myself now, but good luck to you, Rob. 3rd and 2. Baker batted down.
Yeah, let's see. Can Roethlisberger throw a touchdown here? The game is out of hand, but we need somebody. So send it out here. We see Samuel. Who do you need? Johnson, Ebron, says Dean Murray with his nice tie.
As a reminder, coming up next, Saints at Vikings at 8 p.m. You'll have Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. Oh, good for the Steelers, taking the points.
They're going to try an onside or keep themselves. That's actually a very smart play, and in the NFL, you'll see it all the time. That like you have to have a shot. You have to have an opportunity to win to come back. So they're only down 8 now. Yeah, we shall see how if they get an onside kick. There was one recovered before the end of 2020. I did see that. Or someone told me. I was later in the day, so I rewound the stream and actually caught it. So it has happened.
We've got one last thing for you guys in terms of what's up with me. I've got this new Apple Watch thing, and I'm telling you, it's kind of cool, but it's kind of annoying. My wrist just starts to vibrate out of nowhere, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? And, oh yeah, it's my Apple Watch. That's all. So if you guys feel me, stop talking for a second, I'm like, what was that? It's like, oh.
Do you like it, though? Do you like it overall?
It's my first day using it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was it a Christmas gift or late?
It was a Christmas gift. I didn't have time to open it and set the thing up, so I'm finally using it. It was from Sarah. Very nice of her.
That was nice.
Of course I like it.
The best gift ever. I will never, ever think twice. No, that's a great gift. I have a couple family members got some. I just don't know. For me, it's a great gift. I don't think I would ever actively go and buy one. If that makes sense.
If the Thunder don't get ya is winning our free roll at the moment. Very good. Oh yeah, that's his username. If the Thunder. Nice job, man.
Kind of flew up there because I didn't see him in that top 5 a little while ago.
Oh yeah, I dropped to 45th. Like down they went. Mm-hmm. Justin Mayara. LOL. This commentator's, man, such schmucks.
Agreed. Smash that like for schmucks.
Yeah, totally. I don't disagree one bit.
Schmuck City. After this game, I'm going to go upstairs, make dinner, and cry because someone called me a schmuck. Thanks. What was that guy's name?
Justin.
Yeah, let's put him on a timeout. Don't really do it, but he's doing timeout in my book.
So Pittsburgh still kind of has a chance here if they get the stop. And I buried it.
Well, listen, Nick Chubb has been the guy all game. He's the X factor here, the offense here for the Browns, and has just played outstanding throughout. A little spoiler ahead. You don't even have to ask, Flash. Nick Chubb's going to be the player. I could go Browns defense because they had the pick, but I'm not going to. I just think Chubb has been the reason the Browns are where they've been. So he's going to get the sleeper cough player of the game. Hashtag bobblehead cough player of the game.
You're a rational man, and I respect your decision.
Oh, and Chubb hit the bonus, is Michael, the GOAT producer over here, letting us know. So that's even more reason. There you go. You had to spend up to get him. You paid a lot. Paid off for you.
Well, 17-9.
Well.
Troy Smith, I liked because of the schmuck comment. Great. And if the Thunder don't get you, congrats. Way to hold on. You strapped on in and you took that sim.
It's how to own it. 2021, baby. It's your year.
D. Martin, 139. First place in the $500 free.
Congrats, D.
50 DK dollars going his way. Juju and the captain. Chubb, Hunt, Landry, Samuels, and the Boz. So no quarterbacks.
And this was the game to do it. No touchdown passes in the entire game, Glash. When's the last time we said that?
It's been a while.
Yes, Aaron Lewis, that is true. So, yeah, 2 rushing touchdowns and then hashtag stack them kickers. I was hoping there was a stack of a kicker somewhere in a winning lineup, but unfortunately, no kickers in either one of these winning lineups.
Credit, yeah, the kickers had a good night, though, in
Sure
this
did.
one. Seibert was good.
Seibert was in the Thunder's lineup, so I'll take it. I'm feeling good.
Thank you to all of you over on Twitch. Great stuff. 70 of you on Twitch. And now up to 80. Wow. The audience is growing for this tremendous post-game coverage. And thank you to you guys over on YouTube. Great stuff. Who's your Not My Kid award?
Ben Roethlisberger, 62% owned, threw a pick, stunk, no touchdowns, smells bad, looks like he hasn't showered in a while, and I know a thing or two about smelling bad and not showering, so Big Ben, you get the Babysitter Billy Not My Beard award.
Aha. This guy. All right, you are done for the night. So,
yes.
Real quick, J.E. came in 5th place in the free roll. Nice job.
Good job, J.E.
You're done for the night. Any plans?
I'm going to go make a meatloaf.
That's right. Okay. Enjoy it.
I'm going to try. Thank you.
Nice.
You enjoy it. You enjoy that 10 o'clock sim. DK Sim fam, it's always been real. I didn't have any water throughout this entire sim, so I'm feeling really insecure, and I'm sure it's going to make me have a really interesting next 10 minutes. But that's just wanted to let you know, because I always tell people to stay hydrated, and I didn't do so, so I got to practice what I preach. Let's see. You're making me jealous. It's literally not – I can drink my cat, but that's just weird.
Wrong pipe. Hold on.
Oh, don't do that. Tara Lynn, you can't see her yet. She's slugging down water too. People are just, this is like, you're mocking me now. I don't appreciate it. Let's get out of here.
All right.
I gotta go.
Rossi's having withdrawals, so let's let him get his water fix, and we can get out of here. Rossi's back tomorrow at 4 p.m. with Emerson, and then he'll be with the Deuce, Kenny Ducey, at 6 tomorrow. I'm back at 10 p.m. Eastern with Tom Carroll. Tommy Freeze Pops, Texans at the Ravens for Madden After Dark. Koff and Brandon Cristal join you next at 8 for Saints and Vikings. In the meantime, let's find out what else is going on at DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook with Terrell and Asak.
All right, I just had my water thanks to Rossi. I don't want Rossi to drink his cat. That would be weird, but I do want more vulture calls out of Rossi in the future. That's all I'm saying there. But we're going to have more Madden Sim action for you coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern as Adam Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. Gosh, I really do like saying his name. They're going to have the call of the Saints.
Brandon Cristal.
Brandon Cristal.
Very good. Nicely done.
We're going to have a number of contests for that game, including the Madden Stream 1.5K Flea Flicker, which has a 1.5K prize pool with $200 going to first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool with $50 going to first place. So head over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in right now. But we are all anxiously anticipating the NFL playoffs, which kick off with Wildcard Weekend on Saturday. But of course, we got a preview of this weekend's game with Emerson Latzia and Ross Tucker. Let's check it out.
Wildcard weekend matchups are all set and ready to rock. So here to take a look at some betting angles ahead of a busy weekend around the NFL is former lineman, current broadcaster, and podcaster Ross Tucker. How are you doing today, my friend?
Emerson, I'm doing awesome. It is the most wonderful time of the year. Forget about the holidays. Forget about Christmas and New Year's. NFL playoffs are the true most wonderful time of the year.
I do have that Christmas morning feeling burning in my loins right now. Before we get to the playoff matchups, though, Ross, I want to get your thoughts and your take on what we saw on Sunday night, what we saw last night between the Eagles and the Washington football team here. I mean, Giants fans a little disgruntled today because, you know, the Giants needed the Eagles to win to make the playoffs, right? And then you had Doug Peterson, head coach of Philadelphia, decided to take Jalen Hurts out for Nate Sudfeld. It was just a 3-point game in the fourth quarter. It didn't seem like their hearts, their mind was all the way in this thing, seemingly tanked the game. At least it felt like that from the outside looking in. I want to know your thoughts on how Doug Peterson handled it.
Well, first of all, I have no sympathy for the Giants or their fans at all. I mean, how about not being 6-10?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine being 6-10 and complaining about anything. I mean, what are you talking about? So forget the Giants part of it, okay? Just throw the Giants part of it out of it. What's interesting is if you follow the Eagles closely, like I do, they had said they were going to play Sudfeld. They had said, on Friday that guys like Dallas Goedert and Miles Sanders and others were out for the game. They had 10 inactive guys. They didn't even dress Alshon Jeffrey or Carson Wentz. So it was clear that they were taking no chances from an organizational perspective of getting anybody injured, et cetera. I think most people didn't know that. And the way it went down, where it felt like it was fourth quarter of a close game, and you pulled Hurts because you didn't want to win the game. I think certainly the way it looked was a bad look for the Eagles. I know a lot of people didn't like it. And, I kind of struggle with it. I understand why the Eagles did what they did. But as a former player, week 17, man, you're hurting. If something's bothering you, and if something's not bothering you, what have you been doing all season?
But it's Hurts, they just put him in like a few weeks ago. Rookie
yeah,
guy.
I guess it's a tough one for me for the guys that actually played in that game. I feel bad, if anything, for the guys, for the Eagles that played in the game that, maybe felt like they didn't get the best chance to win it.
Before we get into the games, one more. I mean, what, if anything, do you think the NFL should do here to let teams know this isn't acceptable?
The first thing the NFL should do is not put a team flex to Sunday Night Football that has nothing to play for and cares about their draft position. That would be number one. So I think the NFL deserves some culpability here for putting the Eagles in that position. Look, the difference between the 9th pick in the draft and the 6th pick in the draft, if you look at the point system, it's a second-round pick.
Yeah.
It's a second-round pick. Think about the dudes that get traded for second-round picks. So for the Eagles, are you going to win a game that doesn't help you at all, or are you going to get the equivalent of a second-round pick? The NFL needs to try to not put teams in that position. Because I wonder, Emerson, if it would be this big a deal if it was a 1 o'clock game. I don't think it would have been. but it was a
No,
Sunday night
yeah.
football game, the only game on, and the Giants fans and the players were watching.
Yeah, it was definitely more under the microscope a little bit more when it's the only game being played in prime time. Doug Peterson still has his job. A couple guys who don't. Let's see. Doug Marrone out in Jacksonville. Anthony Lynn's out in L.A. And then you have Adam Gase, who's gone in New York. We have 6 total head coach openings around the NFL right now, Ross. Which one is the most desirable in your eyes?
Yeah, to me, it's either Jacksonville or the L.A. Chargers.
Right.
You know, they both have decent amount of young talent. They got a lot of cap space. The Jaguars have more draft picks, and they have the number 1 pick, which will presumably be Trevor Lawrence. But the Chargers already have a quarterback that looks like what you would hope Trevor Lawrence looks like in Justin Herbert. So I think I would go Chargers because of Joey Bosa, Derwin James, Keenan Allen, Eckler. I just feel like the Chargers have more foundational pieces in place. The flip side of that is I think Jacksonville's got a very patient owner. I think the AFC South is going to be more winnable than the AFC West with Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. So it's a toss-up between those two for sure.
All right, well, speaking of the AFC South, you have the Colts going on the road this weekend to face the 2 seed in the AFC in the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo's favored by 7.5 points here. It looks like it's one of the highest totals, too, of the weekend at 52 points. So what do you like from this game?
So I love the Bills. I love the way they're playing. It was my favorite team of the 5 teams I played for. It's so fun. They've scored 142 points in the last 3 games. So, number 1, I'm going to lean over because the Colts defense is not as good as it had been earlier in the season. And as much as I love the Bills, 7.5's a big number. You know, I never, Emerson, like laying 3.5 or 7.5. I don't like that hook right after that key number. So I'd probably stay away if I had to, maybe a slight lean to Indy, but I prefer the over. I mean, I'd be surprised if the Bills don't score 30 points. Colts score 20-something, and you're hitting the over then.
Okay, people, right now I'd like to welcome in DraftKings contributor, Mr. Julian Edlow. He's going to get you ready for tonight's 4-game NBA night slate. What's up, Julian?
Doing well. Happy to have NBA back.
All right, me too. So first off, let's get to it. The slate is locking at 8 p.m. Eastern. Is there any late injury news that we should be concerned about heading into this slate?
There really isn't. We got most of the stuff for the main slate, the 7 o'clock slate, some meaningful news that did come in. But when it comes to these 4 later games, we pretty much got everything. We know that Harden and Doncic are in. Those were obviously the 2 huge names. And then Blake Griffin is going to rest on the second night of the back-to-back. But we got that earlier on in the day. Josh Jackson also out for Detroit, which creates a little bit of value there. We'll talk about that in this segment. Daniel House, I guess, was the only really surprising name. He kind of came out of nowhere for Houston, $4,200. He's going to be out against the Mavericks. So maybe that opens up a little bit on Houston. But if any other injury pops up on this slate, it's going to be something unexpected that we haven't had our eye on.
All right, let's talk top price player on this slate tonight. Who is your favorite?
Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit square, I guess, and go back to Steph Curry the night after he dropped 62 points. And I think a lot of people are going to do that, but that's fine. On a 4-game slate, we can have somebody that's a little bit chalky and you can differentiate yourself elsewhere. One of the things about getting Steph on the back-to-back here is that his price isn't all juiced up because of the 63-point game. This slate was already, being pieced together while he was doing that. So he was $9,400 last night. He goes off for 75 DraftKings points, and now he goes down $100, $6,300 against the Kings. It's the highest total of the night, so it should be a pretty fast-paced game. I think it's a good spot for Steph Curry to kind of continue having a good game. You're going to have higher ownership on him, but you can differentiate yourself elsewhere. I don't want to mess with Harden coming back from injury. He's been worse since Houston's gotten at full strength. Luka isn't exactly having the MVP caliber season that people thought he would. And then Giannis, 16-point favorites for the Bucks. He might not even play the fourth quarter. So I think Steph Curry's the safest guy on the board to pay up for.
All right. And where are you looking for value here?
Yeah, so it's probably going to be the Pistons side for value. I mentioned Blake Griffin resting And then Josh Jackson is still out with an injury. So the last time Blake Griffin was out, the rookie Saddiq Bey, who was $3,900, got the start. He played 30 minutes against the Celtics, and he did very well. He scored 17 points on 5 of 11 shooting. He shot 5 of 8 from downtown, so he's probably not going to do that again. But just getting the 30 minutes, 17 points, 7 rebounds, and assists, a couple steals. He had 32.75 DraftKings points in that game. So anything even close to that, 25 DraftKings points or so for $3,900, if he indeed starts in place of Griffin, I would say that's probably the top value on this slate.
Okay, so moving over to the DK Sportsbook, the Milwaukee Bucks, they're the biggest favorites right now for these 8 p.m. games, sitting as 16-point favorites, as you mentioned, over the Pistons. Do you like that bet, or is there a different spread tonight that catches your attention?
I don't like that bet, but that also doesn't mean that I'm taking the Pistons plus 16 in this game either. I don't think we need to mess around with all those points. Milwaukee probably wins big. Maybe it's by 13. Maybe it's by 19. It's something that's hard to predict, and you don't necessarily want to risk your money on. When it comes to spreads, actually, we're getting to the point of the season where a couple weeks in, we have more data on like first quarters, first halves, which I find to be a little bit more profitable than playing full games. So I've gone with the Kings on the first quarter line. I wrote it up in NBA best bets today. They're minus a point at plus 104 for the first quarter, or you can just take a minus 120 on the money line. The Warriors led after one quarter against Portland last night. They also got 21 points from Steph Curry in that quarter alone. That was the first time they've led after the first quarter this season. Previous to that, they were 0-5 against the first quarter spread. They hadn't led after a quarter, and they were losing those quarters by an average of 7.8 points per game. Kings are 4-2 against the spread in the first quarter. No red flags with them. So I think that the Kings on the first quarter money line is the spread that I'm looking at on this late night slate.
The highest total on the board is for tonight's Kings and Warriors game at 233.5. Is that a total that you're interested in, or are you going to take a look at another game?
Probably not. And that one's rising, and it's the last game on the board. So it's probably going to go up even more before that one tips off. I don't really have interest in any totals, to be honest, on this slate. But I think from a DFS perspective, Dallas and Houston is right there at 230. But for me, the game to focus on would be the Kings and Warriors. I think that's going to live up to the hype for the most part. In terms of points, I don't necessarily have a feel for if it's going to go over. This could be like 235 by the time it locks. I don't want to mess around with that. But I think stacking this game, having some exposure to this game, 3-4 guys in your lineup makes a lot of sense given the total.
Finally, I know I want to know, the people want to know. Julian, what is your favorite prop bet of the night?
I'm going to cheat because I don't love any props that much after 8 p.m., but I'm looking at my phone and it is 7:24 p.m. So I'm going to give you one for 7:40 p.m. between the Celtics and the Pistons, which you still have time to bet. So this is perfectly fine. No Jeff Teague. We knew that earlier in the day because of the ankle injury. The Celtics played in Detroit last night. Now Marcus Smart, who hurt his thumb during that game, he's also been ruled out. So I'm looking at Celtics props here. I think Jaylen Brown is the way to go. We're going on the points, rebounds, assists, the three-way combo. It was 30.5. I saw it got bet up to 32.5 on the DK Sportsbook. I think that's fine. Jaylen Brown's averaging over 35 if you combine those. Over his last 3 games, he's been really hot. He's averaging over 40 if you combine those. So 32.5 points, rebounds, assists combined for Jaylen Brown. Given the Celtics' lengthy injury report, I think that's going to be the prop of the night for me.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Julian. We're going to keep it moving with basketball as I tell you about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So the Kings and Warriors, they're tipping off at 10 p.m. and that game is featured in the NBA Showdown 300K fadeaway. This contest has an $18 entry fee and has a prize pool of $300K with a cool $100K going to the winner. There are also prizes of at least $1K for each top 10 finish. So head over to the DraftKings lobby to get those entries in. Okay, so for those of you who've been following along, we recently wrapped up our Madden holiday season. So much fun, where we crowned a sim champion with the Chiefs coming out on top. And as a part of that event, we had a pregame show celebrating some of our favorite sim moments up to this point. So in case you missed it, here's a look at some of our best sim memories.
So I want to know from you, out of all of the incredible moments on the Dream Stream and with the DK Sim fam, is there one, is there two, are there a few that come to mind when you think about some of the best?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that that's an easy one to answer. And I feel that the answer has to be when Brendan Glasheen shaved his eyebrows.
You've been part of this thing like since the beginning as well. What's one of your favorite memories? What's one of your favorite moments since we launched this thing like 9 months ago?
There are so many of them.
Billy kind of recruited you to this, and DK recruited you to this. What the hell were you thinking?
The truth is,
yes.
I really was like, what the hell am I about to do?
When I first called my first game ever was Giants and Cardinals, and it was you and me. It was a Saturday at noon. I was so nervous. I had pages and pages of show prep. I was ready to go.
Way too prepped.
Way too prepped. We right away we connected because I think we ended up on snack foods and Dunkaroos. I don't know if you remember this.
You're damn right. Absolutely, I do. It sounds like every sim that I do.
I don't even remember the context. He lost a bet that was made on the stream, I believe.
Yeah, I think we had to hit a certain amount of likes, and he was like, I'll shave any kind of body part. And
that's what
eyebrows were safe for work, so we had to do that.
That's what it was.
I would say my favorite moments were behind the scenes on all of the Glash games that I did where he had good moments. The one where he couldn't pronounce anything was one of the funniest ones that I've ever been a part of. He couldn't pronounce even the simplest of words. And it was just one of the best times. And Aaron Berg was egging him on every single step of the way, posthumously and whatnot.
What are we talking about? I'm going to commentate Madden? Okay, like the YouTubers do, when they play Madden, they talk about it. No, I appreciate this guy that I'm on the screen with, not you, Emerson. I appreciate you for your own ways, but Billy for bringing me on board. It's been an awesome ride. Started off with Billy doing a couple games. He literally intimidated me with the notes he took. He would send me these large files that were literally like bogging down my laptop, a high-speed, good working laptop. Then I got to do a game with you, Emerson, and I realized, throw all that in the trash, man. We can let it fly. We can let it fly. We'll talk with the Sim fam.
What about in the down times? What are we going to talk about them? He literally is like, well, you're going on with Emerson, so I wouldn't worry about downtime.
Don't prepare.
15 minutes into us broadcasting together, we were singing cake hits from the hit album Fashion Nugget and talking about breakfast cereal. And it very, very quickly came to me, this is not a very serious job, it is a very fun job. So that was obviously up there.
Yeah, it's proof right now too, because we have Kenny who went off screen and is now actually doing a wardrobe change mid-show.
Yeah.
What did you expect?
I expected hard-hitting Madden analysis. I thought I was bringing a world of expertise from Madden 20 into this. Someone who partook in some DFS and some other things on some sims during lockdown, and so I figured, hey, I got some expertise on Madden, and let's break down the superstar traits. Let's break down how many yards this guy has in the first half. And then I get on the stream with you and, people in the chat are like, oh my goodness, what's this guy doing talking about the stream? This is really weird.
So producer Madison reached out to me. We went to college together and she sent me this big long message and she was like, hey, I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but I think you'd be good for it. And she explained everything. And even after she explained it, I was like, wait, so it's Madden simulations and we call them they're real games?
Yeah.
And that's how she framed it. And then I watched one. I was like, oh no, we don't call these real games in any way. This is you mentioned earlier on this pregame show. It's like a podcast.
I mean, honestly, it was the first time, the very first game that we called together. You and I we didn't know what to expect.
No,
right? We had no idea.
Doing.
No, and I think the Saints might have been the team that we called. I think that was the first game. So talk about full circle here. I think I can't think of one because clearly, you can talk about the Patrick Mahomes minus like 500, whatever that on that play was, where he like fumbled it and it went 50 yards backwards, whatever that was. To all the nicknames you and I talked about, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, I can't remember already. When we were talking about all of the nicknames that you've come up with and all the laughs.
That's so fun.
But like, I think it's just, like you and I and all of us on this side getting into this, I don't think any of us, maybe except for like one or two, had any experience calling video games, right? We had no idea. So I think for me, learning this and kind of diving into it, learning this new, whatever this is, and then having, hundreds and thousands of people watch, what we're doing and appreciate what we're doing. That's just such an honor. And it's just so cool. And it's kind of cliche, right? You think about it, but it's just so cool.
I have to thank the chat. It's been a pleasure to get to know you guys. When they first said, how would you feel about calling Madden simulated football games, I said, doing what now? Like, this is a thing. I can't believe how passionately you guys take this, and it's made it a lot of fun to do. So thank you for letting me be a part of this extremely odd family.
I have to say this. Thank you to Kenny Juicy for dressing like such a bozo tonight, because I was actually wearing a DraftKings sweatshirt and my hair was just thrown back, and I was like, I'm only talking for like 10 minutes. And then I saw that and all the hate that was coming in the comments, and then all of you guys were making fun of him. So I was like, I can't be number one bozo. That has to be Juicy. So then I dressed up for all of the Sim fam. Love you guys. Do not dress up for Kaufman or Clash, because those guys are bozos too. Jeff, you're my favorite since Matt decided to not mention you as his favorite, so you're my favorite for the night. And yeah, I love the Sim fam, and I love our weird, dysfunctional DK family. So there is no NFL Monday Night Football tonight, but obviously we have you covered with Madden Monday night. So it works out for all of us. But it's time for our next game on this 3-game late slate. It's the Saints at the Vikings, and here with all of the action are Adam Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. Take it away, guys.
That right there, just a simple intro, the nicest thing Tara Lynn has ever said to me. With Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. What's up, BK? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, Koff. I was just telling you before we came on air that was going to be a quiet afternoon. The Broncos weren't doing much, keeping the coaching staff, all of that. Became much busier when the news broke that John Elway was being elevated and stepping away from his day-to-day GM responsibilities, and that his right-hand man, Matt Russell, was retiring. So I've had a much busier afternoon than I had anticipated.
Well, I know that people like to hear all things Broncos when you are with us for that insight, obviously, because you do cover this team day to day. So we have time to get into some of that stuff over the course of the next hour plus. But in the interest of diving into this thing, the Saints, their first action here in sim action since losing in that Super Bowl to the Chiefs, just an ugly showing days ago prior to the new year. They are matching up with the Vikings in virtual Minnesota. So tell me, what stands out to you? What's that lineup look like?
Well, the entire Saints running back room is healthy for this sim, unlike
which is nice, yeah.
Yeah, unlike Sunday where they had to skip because of Alvin Kamara's COVID diagnosis. The rest of the running backs, Latavius Murray and company, didn't play in the final game. Didn't matter. Turned out against the Panthers. So getting to see Kamara back in action, that always excites. So you got 2 of the 3 to 5 best running backs in the league on the field between Cook and Kamara. And maybe we can get into that with what Derrick Henry did on Sunday. If you were starting a team, who's your running back? If you get to pick any running back in the league right now, what direction are you going and why? I guess part of it's the offense you run. But then, in my lineup, I took a flyer on Irv Smith because I've got Breeze, I've got Cook, I've got Kamara. I think I captained. I don't remember who I captained. I got Tyquan Smith too. So we'll see how it goes. I'll remember who I captained here in just a second. Oh, Jared Cook.
I'm not worried. Yeah, so there you go. So similar to you, I have Jared Cook in the captain spot. Also wanted to pay up for the likes of Dalvin Cook, Drew Brees, and Alvin Kamara. And then to round out the lineup, because there wasn't a lot of room salary-wise, Justin Jefferson, who, of course, in Simland is nothing like real-life, standout sensation Justin Jefferson. And then also have Dan Bailey, because that was pretty much what I had room for.
I think I like your lineup better than mine.
Well, me too. But doesn't mean it. Doesn't mean anything. I mean, it could totally flame out. It could be we've got however many entries in this contest. We'll take a look at the free roll in a second, but it could finish perfectly middle of the pack or in the low hundreds or something like that. But we do, of course, I hope everyone's part of the prime time Is This the End for Drew Brees free roll. One of the questions that I would like to explore here in the next while that we are here with you, Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, we have got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, of course, Tara Lynn, who you just heard from. We got our great game ops crew, Zach and Tate. So thanks all for coming on back and being with us throughout this Dream day. I was here for the nooner, what feels like a lifetime ago, and right back for primetime action tonight. So feeling good and trying to monitor the Celtics at the same time. We'll see how they do. So far, not great against Toronto. What'd you think of Week 17, just big picture? I know that's a wide-ranging question. There's so many different things to talk about, but what were some of your main takeaways? And, I assume most of them probably are not related to Denver, given the fact that Broncos are not going to the postseason.
Yeah, obviously I was at the game covering it, but keeping track of everything going on, and it made for a really fun afternoon. They put Red Zone on all across the press box, and it's on in the stadium pregame until they start not warm-ups, announcements. So it goes all the way up. So you can look up and see Red Zone at any time. I had my eyes on the Cowboys-Giants game, and obviously that was a debacle. Somebody who's from Dallas, I wanted to see the Cowboys win that game. Ultimately, it wouldn't matter anyway because Washington won last night. But the biggest takeaway, I guess, is that having that 7th playoff team makes it much more exciting in the final week of the year. In both leagues, because those spots are up for grabs. And you look at the way the Dolphins and Bills game played out and what was going on with Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Could Cleveland end up blowing that against Mason Rudolph, and where would that rank in the pantheon of Browns upsets? What was going on in the Rams and Cardinals game in the late window with Kyler Murray getting banged up and then coming back, and John Wolford making people forget about Jared Cook. I really can't forget about that salary. So it was just really, really fun. And I think that's something we're going to look forward to. It'll move to week 18, I think, next year because we're going to have 17 regular season games. But I do expect that the final week of the season will continue to be more and more exciting year after year, because as long as you have a team running away with that number 1 seed, it's hard to sit anybody, or a team locked into a spot. It's hard to sit guys, and everyone's going to be battling for something.
1st and 10, about a minute gone by, opening quarter, scoreless. Ball at midfield, Saints have it. Easy little pass left side for Alvin Kamara. Not quite a first, picks up 3 right there. Breeze is perfect, 3 out of 3 for 27 yards. I agree with you. You know, that was obviously one of the more compelling things, the fact that it's just virtually every game was meaningful. I mean, obviously there were, you know, some exceptions, but for the most part, whether it was teams that were in the hunt or, you know, everything that was going on with the NFC East, which was a fascinating dynamic in and of itself, you know, the Cardinals, Rams, and battle of the backup or emergency quarterbacks, in a matter of speaking, and you gotta love the Walford story coming in, the former AAF standout leading the Rams to victory in his NFL debut when Kyler Murray got hurt early on and returned, but certainly wasn't himself. And then, you know, even just the fact that, and you just, you know, alluded to this, that, you know, you have one team with a first round bye in each conference now as opposed to the normal 2. And so even Green Bay, it's, you know, the Packers weren't just going to sit idly by yesterday and, you know, run the risk of losing out on that first round bye. You know, I was doing a leaderboard live with Juicy yesterday, and I said to him, you know, what do you think the Packers' approach is to this game? You know, because obviously DFS, Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, popular stack today. A lot of people are going to be thinking about them. And he said, I don't know what's really important to them today. And I said, well, how would it not be the number 1 seed? You know, you don't.
Yeah, that's pretty important. You'd like everything to go through Green Bay.
Right. Well, but not even just that. You want the bye. I mean, you don't want to have to play wild card weekend. Right. So, you know, going out there and winning and playing your starters and keeping them in and make sure you secure that victory, that's immensely important. And, you know, that's not something that in past years was always the case for the team that was number 1, because, yeah, I mean, you want to be with number 1 versus number 2, but if you're getting a bye either way, it wasn't always the most important thing. We saw that firsthand here in New England a number of times over the years concerning the Patriots. So it really did just add an extra wrinkle, that extra playoff team that, like you said, and I'm saying it in a much, you know, more long-winded way, but the fact that almost everything over the course of the day with the 15 games yesterday was so exciting. Or 16 games, pardon me.
Yeah, all the way through the Sunday night game. No touchdown. Is that Tyquan Smith, my guy?
Traquan. There you go.
Traquan.
He's got it.
Tyquan. He's scoring touchdowns. And all whites. But back to what I was saying about the night game. I was curious, where do you come down on the way Doug Peterson handled the quarterback situation? Because I didn't have a problem with it, but other people certainly do.
So I know, and we know some of the same people, obviously, and just anyone that knows a Giants fan knows how most Giants fans reacted to it, which was just totally up in arms, and this is a disgrace, and this is awful, and you know, while I don't, there's no part of me that feels badly for the Giants, like the Giants specifically. You know, you need to win more than 6 games if you're going to feel like the season was ripped away from you in week 17 or something like that. I mean, you simply go 500. This isn't even a battle, a conversation. But I do kind of feel badly for Giants fans who, you know, you go into the day feeling like you've got a shot at making the playoffs. And what you learned last night was that you never really did, because the Eagles were just going to throw that game away as they did. Now, I was always hoping, independent of the way it happened, I was always hoping that Washington was going to win that game and make the playoffs, because I'm just all in on the Alex Smith story. But I feel like if we were talking about teams that, you know, if it were like the AFC playoff picture, let's say, going into yesterday, and you had a whole bunch of 10-win teams and someone's going to fall short, then yeah, like, you have every right to be ticked beyond belief at the Eagles. But when the NFC East goes the way it went over the course of this season, I just don't feel like you really got a leg to stand on about, you know, the way that that all unfolded last night. I mean, sure, is it unfortunate? Is it maybe a bad look for the league? Fine, but I don't feel like if you are the New York Giants, not that we've heard Joe Judge or anybody complain, but I don't feel like if you're the New York Giants, you can whine and moan and all that after the way that went down.
I'm with you. And like I said up the top, my hometown Cowboys had an okay look at the playoffs when the day started. And obviously they didn't show up against the Giants to the point where they could win the game. And so that took them out of the conversation. But there can't be too many Giants fans who are sitting around looking forward to a deep playoff run with that team, with a 6-win team. Your best player's been hurt since week 2 or whatever, when Saquon went down with the ACL tear. And so I think you look at the positive things that the team did, and beyond that, you say, okay, this is now going to be hopefully a good draft pick. But the idea that they were going to do anything in the playoffs is so silly. And as I heard somebody bring up the point, Mason Rudolph started the whole game. Big Ben didn't come anywhere near the game. So if Jalen Hurts is your starter now, and you pull him halfway through, how is that different than Mason Rudolph playing the entire game for Big Ben? When they actually did have something to play for. If they win and Buffalo loses, they're the 2 seed.
Right.
So, yeah, Giants fans need to get over themselves.
There were some heated Giants fans on social media. There's
There are
no question
Palmaraz. There are
about that.
Palmaraz.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely just livid with the world.
I hope.
I don't care. 7-0 New Orleans is leading halfway through the opening quarter. 2nd and 9 from the 38. Does any questions that anybody has or any topics you want to get into as it concerns the playoffs with wild card weekend ahead of us? Of course, 3 games on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, and as we know, there'll be a whole lot of action to cover. For anyone that doesn't know this, maybe it was mentioned earlier in the day, there are no Sims this weekend. I apologize if I'm the bearer of bad news. There are no Sims Saturday or Sunday. I think it's obvious as to why. We will have day-long leaderboard live both days because there are no overlapping games. The action kicks off 1 o'clock Eastern and goes right on through, roughly midnight probably both days. And so we will have a whole lot of Dream Stream stuff happening, just no Sims this weekend on account of playoff football. So that in mind, and I can pull up the matchups if you want or need me to, but is there a particular game that you are most looking forward to?
I think Cleveland-Pittsburgh because of the rivalry, just without spending a lot of time thinking about it. If Arizona was going to get in, I was excited to watch Kyler, but that's the one that comes to mind right now. I guess the Bucs and what is Tom Brady able to do on his playoff run, that'll be exciting as well. I'm going for all 6 games. I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about ranking them. The team I cover, the Broncos, after covering lots of playoff games, hasn't gone in 5 years, and the team I cheer for growing up, the Cowboys, they go to the playoffs even less frequently than the Broncos have for the most part. So I'm just ready for 6 games as opposed to 4. I love the addition of the extra wild card team. I don't think it's watered down the product by any means to have a 7th team, right? So almost 50% of each conference now make the playoffs, because we know when you get into the playoffs, anything can happen, and you'll have people come out of nowhere. You'll have a wild card team make it to at least a championship round almost every year, and every now and then the Super Bowl. So I just can't wait for the playoffs to start.
Jimmy B says, I am a Giants fan. We did it to ourselves. Earlier in the season, we blew a 14-point lead to Dallas, blew a 4-point lead to Philly late in the game. No one to blame but ourselves. And yeah, I mean, that's just the fact. And
that would have got you to 8 wins, by the way.
Right. Right.
And it's not these 10-win teams that are staying home.
And then you would have won running away. Vince says, although I agree with you, Kaufman, even applaud you for saying so, nevertheless, absolutely obvious, Doug Peterson did not want to win that game. He did everything possible not to win it. And I think that is kind of, Vince, it's no problem with your comment. I think that's kind of part of the larger issue of what people are upset about after last night. The fact that, we're not we're not unfamiliar with, we're not immune to the idea of teams tanking in sports. The thing is, what we're not used to seeing, at least in football, I mean, maybe in basketball and baseball, but not in football, teams tanking on the field. it's not a player's role to tank. It's not more often than not a coach's role to tank. Those guys are going out there dealing with what they got. Players are playing for jobs, coaches in some cases as well, or, they know what the mission is, but they're still playing for, a coach wants to go out there and win. Coach is never throwing a game away, generally speaking. It's upper management, it's general managers, it's owners that are, making some roster or personnel decisions that play to quote unquote tank. You're not used to seeing it on the field. And what you saw last night was a clear cut, no doubt about it, tank on the part of Doug Peterson for the draft pick. And there was no further evidence needed than obviously the way in which third string Nate Sudfeld, the quarterback, was put out there, and Jalen Hurts was sat and Carson Wentz didn't play. It was evident what the objective was out there. And I get, as a sports fan or as a talking head, and there have been so many, if you have a problem with that, I really do. I understand it. Where you lose me a little bit, and I already said this, is just the terms or conditions within which it happened. That was just a putrid division from day one. And somebody had to take the ball, or take the bull by the horns and run with it. And nobody over the course of the entire season did. Nobody, if we're being perfectly honest, deserved to win that division. Or everybody deserved to win that division. You could define it however you want. The point is, there was no clear-cut front runner. Somebody had to win. And it's not like the Giants, by going out and slugging it out and playing well enough and edging the Cowboys, that all of a sudden became their division to lose. It wasn't. They didn't deserve it any more than Washington deserved it. And the fact that Philly got out of the way against Washington, which is something that probably no other team in the entire NFL would have done yesterday, they just happened to catch a good break. That's the way it goes. That's you can't do anything about it.
I agree.
So,
well,
and again, I'm just all in on
the
the Alex Smith, Ron Rivera story for this year anyway.
Sure. I'll say this to put a cherry on top before we go over the stats real quick. The 6th pick's better than the 8th pick. You can just do more with the 6th pick.
Yeah.
And by picking 6th, that ensures you a chance to potentially even move up, or it makes your spot more attractive if somebody wants to come up and you get more draft capital on the back end. The points, if we were to go over the points chart here in a little bit, that Jimmy Johnson devised that every team uses now, the point value of the 6th pick is just significantly higher than the 8th pick. And that's why they did it. Doug Peterson's not worried about losing his job. Apparently he had that conversation with Howie Roseman before the game started. You have to think, or else he's not doing this kind of thing.
Yeah. Matt says, the biggest problem for me was that it was a national TV game that I was watching to see Hurts go against the good Washington football team defense, see how he does in the clutch at the end. Here's the thing, though, Matt, and I appreciate the comment. Doug Peterson certainly does not care that this game was nationally televised or that anybody was watching. His objective, to BK's point, is, we're not going anywhere. We're done. We are done today. So what is better for me? Is it better to get the 8th pick in the draft or the 6th pick in the draft? And is everybody upper management-wise on board with this? We don't want to win. We want the better draft pick. I mean, hell, there were, people talking about how, stupid it was, foolish it was for the Patriots to go out and beat the Jets yesterday because they're going to pick 15th in the draft now. And I don't know that this is definitively true because I haven't done all the math and whatever, but there was at least talk going into the game. I don't know how all the weekend outcomes played into this, but they could have potentially drafted as high as 9th had they lost to the Jets. Bill Belichick is not one of those people that is wired that way to go out and throw a game for a better draft pick. Hell, the guy doesn't generally draft well in the first couple of rounds anyway. And Doug Peterson took a different approach, and that's fine. Let's go. It just wasn't a good look, is what it boils down to.
I pulled up the draft chart, the point value chart, and essentially it's saying every pick has a point value, right? So if you're going to trade 3 picks, it has to equal the value of this one pick. You're going to trade the 6th, the 4th, and the 2nd. It's got to equal this 31st pick in the first one. The Bengals last year, so we're going off last year's start, but 3,000 points for the first pick, drops all the way to 2,600 for the second pick, which ends up being like 3 or 4 players in later rounds. 2,200 for the third pick, 18 for the fourth, 17, 1,600 for the sixth versus 1,400 for the eighth. And now getting from 1,600 to 3,000, more than 1,600 is going to be a hard call. But going from 6 to 4, if there's somebody you like, not that the Eagles, oh no, I'm looking last year, the Giants were 4. So going from 6 to 4 is a lot easier to do than going from 8 to 4. And so you just want that flexibility. Having that earlier pick, it gives you value both ways for a player you might like, or to go up, or to slide back and get more in return. So I don't have a problem with it at all. I get that it was on Sunday Night Football. That game should have been on Sunday Night Football anyway. I want to see the LA teams. Problem was their star quarterback team. Or LA and Arizona, rather.
Emmanuel Sanders took the handoff there. I guess goes down as a catch, 2 for 21, but oh so close to getting himself into the end zone, gets to the 2. A 2nd and goal on the way. We'll see if we get another touchdown. It's been a while. We're 2 minutes into this second quarter here. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. Vince says, again, I agree, Kaufman, but tell me how it benefited Doug Peterson to tank possibly for a slightly better draft pick. Really. You just heard it. You just heard it from BK. That is, and I know the comment came before what he said. I wanted to bring that comment to light to further illustrate that is why. There is significance. There is a value, a real value that NFL personnel looks at from, draft capital. If they, and I don't think they will, but if they wanted to trade the 6th pick in the draft, they would get more for it than they would the 8th pick. It's just the way it works. 3rd and goal from the 9, back of the end zone. Oh, caught it out of bounds.
Our captain. I saw Sean Preston had a comment here in the chat that said, had Saquon Barkley been healthy, the Giants would have won the East. Do we really want to play that game? Because the Cowboys were missing their quarterback and their 3 or 4 best linemen. So there's that. A healthy Saquon versus a healthy Dak. I think Dak means more to what the Cowboys are trying to do than what Saquon means to the Giants right now.
Lewis says, hey, Koff, is there a game going on? Sure is. Just
Sort
got a
of.
field goal from the Saints here, and Will Lutz, 10-0. Nollins on top, 5:20 to go in this second quarter. Hey, folks, here's something I haven't mentioned. Smash that like button, would you? We got up over 400 people watching on YouTube, thousands more across all of our other platforms, whether it's the Game Center, DK Live, DK Nation, DK Playbook. We're everywhere. And, of course, on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. So hit that like. Let's get to 400 by the half. One big push. Can we do it? I think we can. We appreciate you, and thanks for hanging out with us. The Vikings will get an opportunity here as Will Lutz is owned in about a quarter of lineups in the larger free roll. You had said you liked my lineup coming in. Out of 157, I am sitting 91st right now. Our pal Choker, a half-point lead for first on Schmiggity, as Thomas in the captain spot. Cook, Breeze, Smith, Rudolph, and the Saints DST. Obviously getting a fair number of points, 11 to be exact, from that Saints defense.
I was going to roster the Saints D. I had them rostered at first, and then I wanted to get someone else in. I'm in 16th place in our contest.
Is that right? Good for you.
Yeah. Well, the Traquan Smith TV. 14th, sorry.
You just moved to 14th, yeah.
I'm only 13 spots away from the top spot.
Always all about the Irv Smith punt play.
When Irv Smith sneaks in the end zone, I feel like the best pick of the night.
Chris Houston, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Vital Ways, hello. Robbie, how you doing? CEH, y'all can talk about one damn thing for the whole game. You're certainly right, we could, and we might. We are going to talk NFL playoffs quite a bit. Now, for anyone that was here from the nooner earlier, I apologize. Some of this will be redundant, at least for me, but BK was not here. So I'm going to ask the question again. It's a two-parter here, BK.
So the answer will be different?
Well, from you at least. For me, it would be the same. What is your incomplete, so close by really. What do you believe the Super Bowl matchup will be and the winner? The other part is, what is the matchup and winner that you are hoping for?
At the beginning of the year, I picked Saints, Chiefs. And that was because I thought the Saints would do enough to make Breeze's life easier. And at times they certainly have. And that he'd be able to make enough plays. And Sean Payton and he would get their second win, which I think is very well deserved. I also love Aaron Rodgers, even though I've got no affinity for the Packers necessarily. He was my favorite quarterback to watch until Patrick Mahomes came along, and still is pretty close. The Chiefs, I get that I cover the Broncos, but My whole family's from Kansas City. I went to Chiefs games when I was a kid. I don't have the animosity that every one of my neighbors does for Kansas City, and I got to go to the Super Bowl after party last year, so that was cool. And Patrick Mahomes is awesome. You know, I've shown you the video of me hitting batting practice out there at the Final Four. So, Chiefs were my pick all along. I wanted it to be the Saints. I think it's going to be the Packers. I'm fine with any of the three legendary quarterbacks in the NFC going. I guess it'd be fine regardless. I'm obviously going to watch the game, but it'd be fun to see Brady because he'd be doing without Bill, although he's got a team for the ball, so on both sides of the ball. It'd be fun to see Breeze for the reasons I mentioned. It'd be fun to see Rodgers have a shot at the second one and see, wow, nice pass.
Look at that. Oh, boy, see you later. 45-yard run right there for Dalvin Cook. The man's a free square in Simland.
But to have Rodgers, Mahomes, especially if they're 1 and 2 in the MVP voting, that'd be awesome. And if the Bills could upset the Chiefs, so I think if there's any team that could beat the Chiefs in the AFC to go into Arrowhead and win, I think the Bills have enough on defense, just like the Chiefs, and plenty on offense with the way Allen's playing and Diggs. Don't love those running backs, but sort of like the Chiefs have shown you, they showed you last year for sure, you don't need all-pro running backs like Kamara and Cook to win a Super Bowl.
39th touchdown, by the way, for Dalvin Cook.
You can change your prediction from earlier today.
I won't, but give me the. Did you give me your prediction within that spiel there? I don't think you did.
No, I think it'll be Chiefs Packers. I'm going chalk. I know that seems lame, but they're the two best teams for a reason.
With the winner being
Chiefs.
Okay. Now, what are you rooting for? And by the way, I also said earlier, like you said, very chalky. I also believe it will be Chiefs over the Packers for the Super Bowl. But that is not the matchup specifically that I'm rooting for. So what are you rooting for?
I think Saints, Chiefs.
Okay.
Or Saints anyway.
Saints, with the Saints winning and Breeze getting his second ring.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Saints win. Breeze and Sean Payton. I'm a big fan.
I am rooting for Packers over the Bills. That's what I would like to see.
So you don't want to see Tom Brady?
I don't, and it's not that I am actively rooting against him. I just kind of don't care, if that makes sense. Like, if he goes out and there's a part of me that doesn't want to see him win, only because I don't want to listen to everybody say Belichick had no role in the last 20 years of success and that it was all Tom Brady, which is exactly what the conversation will be if Brady goes out in year one with Tampa and that loaded offense, as you said, and wins the Super Bowl right away. That's exactly what the commentary will be, and I'm not here for it. I'm not actively rooting against him because
you own lots of Tom Brady merchandise and bobbleheads.
Well, I don't know how any Patriots fans. I don't know how any Patriots fan could do that. And after what he gave the region and the team and the NFL over the course of the last 2 decades, how can I sit here and be a jerk and say I'm rooting for Tom Brady to lose? The only caveat to that is I will not be disappointed at all because I'm just so all in on this, future 30 for 30 of Alex Smith. Sure. That if Washington actually does upset Tampa Bay in the wild card round, which I do not believe will happen, but if it actually does happen, that will not disappoint me because I really would like to see Washington, specifically Alex Smith, represent.
I think Ron Rivera might be my pick for Coach of the Year. I get that a lot of people like Flores, but hey, your team didn't make the playoffs and you mismanaged the quarterback situation. If they kept Fitzpatrick in, they'd probably win 11, 12 games. They'd definitely come to Denver and win that game. So I think Flores did a good job. I think Ron Rivera has done a better job considering everything that he walked into and all the PR BS that he had to deal with and everything behind the scenes and inheriting Dwayne Haskins, who clearly nobody really wanted, that wasn't named Dan Snyder. So it makes for a great story, and Ron Rivera seems like a great guy. Talking to my friends I know that cover the team, it's easy to cheer for him. I fundamentally don't like cheering for Washington. But after Chase Young, and I get the 2 Ryans are pretty good pass rushers, and then on the other side of the ball, Gibson and McLaurin, and I guess Logan Thomas has turned into a pretty good tight end. Mm-hmm. Who do you like from that roster that you think has any chance? I understand they have to play the game, but the Bucs have Pro Bowlers and All Pros and really exciting young talent all over the place. The Washington football team just doesn't. They have about 5 or 6 guys that everyone will take on their team. I think that's about it. Scherf, the right guard, but is he even healthy right now?
Not sure that he is.
Yeah.
Second and inches, about 80 seconds to go in the half, by the way. Still a
What about this?
10-7 game, Saints leading.
Bucks, Bills. So everyone in that region hates the Bills. Sort of. I guess you're probably indifferent right now, but they're one of your AFC East rivals.
I will tell you, people around here don't hate the Bills because what the Patriots did to the Bills over the last 20 years, people around here just don't care enough about the Bills, is really what it is. But I do know a number of Patriots fans, and I am one of them, that really enjoy watching the Bills. I like the Bills. I think they're a fun team. I don't think anyone was sold on Josh Allen. Obviously, really pre-Stephon Diggs getting there and seeing what the two of them have been able to do together and Allen's growth on top of that independent of Diggs. It's a fun offense to watch, and it's by no means star-studded. Like Diggs is a star, but I mean, Beasley's not a star, Knox isn't a star, Croft's not a star, Davis isn't a star, Brown's not a star.
Yeah.
The backs, certainly Singletary and company, like those guys aren't stars. And yet it's an explosive offense. It's fun to watch them, which again is why I'd like to see them in the Super Bowl and lose to Green Bay.
And they have maybe one of the 5 best defensive players in football in Tremaine Edmonds, and then Tre'Davious White's a hell of a player too. But Tremaine Edmonds to be 6'5", 250 and run sideline to sideline like he does, maybe he's 240, is really remarkable. And he's all over the place. I saw the Bills in person a couple weeks ago here in Denver as they dismantled the Broncos. And it seemed like every time a Broncos back had the ball, Tremaine Edmonds was there making the play. You just don't have 6'5" middle linebackers. They don't exist.
There is a lot of talent on defense, no question. Kamara gets in, dives for good measure. Didn't have to. Went all Bobby Orr, though, into the end zone. The Saints about to take a 10-point lead.
Bobby Orr used to dive into the end zone a lot?
Oh, yeah. Always. Diving into end zones left and right.
Diving into the crease? I'm in 4th place, by the way.
The famous goal that everyone has seen the picture of.
Oh, right.
The big dive after he scored to win the Stanley Cup.
Isn't it Bobby Orr?
Bobby Orr. It's just a damn cough, man. You got to love the Bills Nation trolling the Pats with that billboard in Foxborough, though, cough. Funny AF. Actually, I didn't even see it. But I like it. I support it. Why not? I mean, if you are a punching bag for 2 decades, which, I mean, no team in the AFC East lost to the Pats more than the Bills over the last 20 years. It was laughable. Go ahead. Own it. I mean, this is your moment. Take it.
Hey, going off the board quickly before we maybe look at more of these coach GM vacancies. Just like Lansdowne and Rachel Nichols was tweeting about Steph Curry. Did you have Steph in any of your, I know you do an NBA lineup every day because you ask me every day to try to take my money. Did you have Steph last night? Because he would have been a good
You're lucky you didn't play last night. You know how many points my lineup had last night?
331.
Oh,
I guess I was up by 1. That's pretty good.
331. Steph Curry went for what, 75? He was unbelievable.
So yes, you did.
So yes, I
did. Okay. Did you win it? Would you have won money in big contests?
I have no idea. I obviously wondered that as well, but I never actually looked into, what the larger GPPs, tournament fields had as far as winning lineups. I got to think 331 would have been representative, though.
Every time you have a lineup like that.
That's the thing. Like, I always play, as you know, like I play smaller cash games against friends, but I never play tournaments. I don't even put into the cheapy tournaments just to, what the heck, dart throws. I'm not in it to get rich, man.
Sure, but this is what you should do because the money's available to you just like it is to the rest of us. Is zero it out at the end of the week, and if you're net positive, then use that money for one of the bigger contests on a Monday or a Tuesday. Not even that, but a $9 contest, a $15 contest. If you're plus 20, plus 24, plus 9, enter in that and maybe if it's not even on a Monday, but like at one point during the week, just say, hey, you may have a shot at 50 grand or 100 grand or even more, whatever.
Sounds kind of nice though, doesn't it?
Well, I was doing all those $1 million ones, and
how'd that go for you?
I have yet to become a millionaire. And then
you're still here, so
a buddy of mine in California who can't use the online gambling apps that we can use in Colorado, he and I just started making lots of different bets together. So I'm not going to get into the details of that. And we won one, and we've just kind of been playing with house money and making all these silly prop bets. But probably through the first 8 or 9 weeks, I was on DraftKings either Thursday or Sunday or sometimes even Monday trying to win $1 million or $500,000 to no success yet. But the playoffs are coming, so I may throw some money to the side and enter the big contests in all. How many playoff games are there? So 6, 4, 4.
Well, you could enter, I
6,
mean,
4,
obviously
2,
you
1.
can do a bunch of showdown contests, or you could just do, you got a lot of classic Saturday, classic Sunday.
Yeah, but 6, 4, 4, 2, 1. Is that right? Or 6, 4, 4, 2, 1.
Yeah.
No, I'm off by a week.
Something like that. Mike Business
6,
says
4,
BK
2, 1.
sounds like he's winning on his NBA Jam game.
NBA Jam, I'm doing all right.
Once I get mine, we'll probably start, go forming head-to-heads on those.
Sure, you're gonna lose a lot more money. You're gonna lose money. You read that article I sent you, right?
Which one?
The one where I was quoted in Sports Illustrated.
Yeah. No, I have it, but I haven't read it yet.
About my NBA Jam exploits.
Up over 350 likes, folks. About 500 watching on YouTube. Smash that like, would you? Let's get to 400 as we've got about 20 seconds here.
I wish I would have pinned
until the half.
I wish I would have pinned the tweet. Benjamin Hockman, now esteemed columnist of St. Louis Post-Dispatch, used to be a columnist here in Denver. And one night after a Rockies game, we went to the bar that has NBA Jam. And I was playing against just a bunch of sports writers and dominating. So much so, unprovoked, Benjamin Hockman tweeted, BK Denver Sports is better at NBA Jam than anyone is at anything ever. And I stupidly didn't pin it or save it or snapshot it.
Search it. You can find it.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, as long as he didn't delete the tweet, it still exists out there in the ether.
Yeah, because I guess it'll come up, right?
Search some keywords and his handle and your handle. Yeah, really, you ought to find it pretty quickly. Technology is it's a wonderful thing.
I don't know why I put the word Twitter in the search.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. So 17-7, starting out from the 3. We're in safety territory here, folks, for the Saints. Can we get some? 12 seconds left. Breeze, handoff, and run right up the gut. Latavius Murray, the power back, picks up 5 on his first attempt. Robbie Noble says, is there an NBA Jam with Steph and Clay? That's like the next level of cheat codes or whatever new players that the arcade one-up machine needs to do. You got to have some, like, who doesn't want to be Steph and Clay or Tatum and Brown or Irving and Durant or LeBron and Davis or whatever? Like, we need to have that. That needs to exist. We need next level NBA Jam. The NBA Playgrounds game it's fun. Kids have it for the Switch, but it's not the same. It's not the same old NBA Jam.
Here's what I'm finding is that Benjamin Hockman tweets a lot about NBA Jam.
Make sure you got to include your handle in your search.
Yeah, I know. I was doing it.
That'll narrow it down.
Sure. That's how searches work.
Vital Ways says NBA Jam 2021 would be clutch for next gen. That's what I'm saying. There's an untapped market. My kids don't know what NBA Jam is. It would blow their minds. 10-point lead here for the Saints. Cook, 60 on the ground with the touchdown. Kamara's got 28 in a score. We have reached the midpoint, obviously, of what we're doing here.
Oh, here it is.
5 for 40. Thomas, 4 for 53. A touchdown for Smith, 3 for 40. Sanders, 3 for 35. You found it?
May 6, 2014. I've never seen anything like it. At BK Denver Sports is better at playing NBA Jam than anyone is at anything.
See, now you need to quote tweet it or whatever and then pin it. Just quote tweet it with like the Nicolas Cage "That's High Praise" gif, and you'll be on your way.
Seems silly. 7 years later. 6.5.
Nope, it's the perfect time.
Well, I guess if I were going to tweet about my NBA Jam that I have here, the mini one.
It's bring it full circle. Andrew says, can we call the last big play of the game the nail in the Kaufman?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Pretty good. Am I still in top 10? I was 8th.
Earl Sparks, I remember using one of the cheats to play as P-Funk, LOL. So that's the thing. I've been looking around at some of the cheat codes for the game, and there are no better players that you can unlock from our era that I even remember. It's like, game makers and people who played a role behind the scenes that you've never heard of. I remember way back when, like, you could unlock Bill Clinton and, you know, random
I don't know if you could do
presidents
those.
and
Could
celebrities.
you do it on NBA Jam or could you do it on
rappers and all
NBA?
that.
Could you do it on NBA Hang Time? Because I remember, you remember when that new Nintendo
No, it was
came out?
NBA Jam. Maybe it was Tournament Edition, but it was definitely one of the. It wasn't NBA Hang Time because I never owned NBA Hang Time.
Well, there was a re-release. Okay, so you know what it was? It was NBA Jam on Nintendo or Super Nintendo is where those cheat codes worked. They didn't work in the arcade.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there should be a patch where they do
Oh,
the
sure.
arcade game.
Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't take much to update these because the processor's about 1 million times faster than the one from 93 and 94.
I do love that. Just fundamentally the way it works, the fact that it's on Wi-Fi and that they seemingly are doing updates and patches, not unlike any, you know, regular video game console, to you know, further just continue it on. They're not just they don't just manufacture it. Okay, we're done with that. Let's move on to the next thing.
Yeah, well, when you have the technology and it's not that big of a strain to be able to update it or change it, why wouldn't you?
Let's go back to football here, and I don't mean sim football because nothing is happening right now in this game. 17-7, third quarter underway. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. We've got Mike and Daniel. Tara Lynn is still lurking around her computer, watching what's happening here, probably living in the chat. Nice one by John and Cook. We've got a flag. Zach Tate here with us from our Game Ops crew. This weekend, I already asked you, obviously, as you know, typical run-of-the-mill questions going into the playoffs, Super Bowl picks and matchups and all that good stuff. What wild card upsets do you think are most likely this weekend?
Well, here, let me look at them one by one.
There are a few for me that I think are, you know, the ones that jump out most anyway.
It wouldn't blow my mind if the Rams could beat the Seahawks just because those teams know each other so well.
Yeah, that's one of mine.
I don't think your fairy tale ending for Washington and Alex Smith and Ron Rivera seems likely. I don't think the Colts could beat the Bills, but it wouldn't blow my mind if they did. As good as I think the Bills are, if Phillip Rivers isn't throwing interceptions like he does all the time, including yesterday, trying to let the Jags back in that game, then I think that the Colts, with Taylor, with Hilton, and enough on defense, could beat the Bills. I'm not picking them to. Ravens, Titans, they're both 11-5. Do you really call it an upset if the Ravens, which might have top to bottom a better roster, and if they can slow Derrick Henry down, go in and win that game?
I guess Baltimore's favored to win that game.
Oh, right.
So
I'm going by seeds, I guess.
Yeah,
but
no, Baltimore's favored. So and that is
well,
one of mine as well.
But on the other side, yeah, the Titans winning won't surprise me in the least.
No, but it would be an upset.
The Bears are a 10-point dog to the Saints. I don't think they're better than the Saints, but they do have a lot on defense. Mitchell Trubisky's been playing out of his mind at times. So I'm certainly not going to pick it, but it wouldn't blow me away if the Bears won that. And then I guess the Browns could go back in and beat the Steelers. The Browns have plenty of talent on both sides of the ball, even without OBJ. You got those two running backs. Baker plays well enough, and then Myles Garrett and company get after it. They get Denzel Ward back if he is cleared in time. Then I think so. Yeah, I guess all of them could have. The only one I don't think will happen will be Washington. I can't see a world where Washington scores more points.
Our guy Tate says the Bears will lose by 1 million.
Okay, I'll take the under.
Yeah, the most likely upsets to me are the ones that really, because I'm not quite like you where I could see a whole bunch of these games going either way. Like, as much as I'd like to see Washington, again, because of Alex Smith, most specifically, I don't think that's going to happen. That would shock me if Tampa actually lost that game. The upsets that I am, looking for would be the Rams over the Seahawks, the Titans over the Ravens, and the Browns over the Steelers. Those are the ones, like, if Chicago won, that would be a shocker. If Tampa won, to me, that would be a shocker. If Indy won, that would be a shocker. But those other three, those are the ones I'm looking at.
I think if you go back over the last half dozen years, maybe more, if you just look at the higher seeds, the chalk usually like the AFC and NFC championship games are almost always 1-2, 1-2, more times than not. So I guess what makes it tricky is because you have that 7th team, right? The Ravens are seemingly in a lot of ways a better team than the Titans, who get to host, and the Bucs certainly are better than any NFC East team they would have played. So that kind of skews it just from the get-go. And there's no fans, so home field advantage doesn't really exist. It might if it's snowing in some of those places, right? The Colts play in a dome. I get it's cold in Indy, but they practice inside a lot and play inside. So maybe if it's snowing in Buffalo, and I haven't looked at any of the weather reports, or let's advance it a week and in Green Bay for a couple weeks, or it could certainly snow in Kansas City. That's when there's a little bit of an advantage. And there are fans at some of these games, but not enough to really make a difference, like when you have 80,000 yelling at you one way or the other and providing energy for the home team.
That's a big hit right there by the Saints.
Hey, so I'll invite you to this because we're pals, but I've been running this fantasy playoff game that I actually inherited the idea from my cousin, and I started doing it maybe a decade ago, give or take, where you pick a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, tight end, and a flex. Not a quarterback flex, a wide receiver, tight end, running back.
Okay.
And originally it was just 3. It was just quarterback, running back, pass catcher. You can only pick them once. You get a point for every yard from scrimmage. No negative points. So interceptions, fumbles, none of that matters. I guess if you get tackled or you take a knee, that counts against your net total. And 50 points for a touchdown, 25 for a 2-point conversion, thrown or scored. And so you can only pick that player once. So if you pick Drew Brees this weekend, you can't use him again. And if the Saints get to the Super Bowl and say you pick Mahomes next week, you might get there and not have a quarterback to pick. You might be picking Chad Henne as your quarterback. But you have anywhere from 50 to 70 people. So I'm setting up the premise, and I realize if I invite you that I'll have your knowledge, you'll in theory have mine. Who do you like to have big games this weekend based on these matchups? And I guess I can make that question bigger. Plenty of people that are looking at a DFS lineup or in some sort of fantasy playoff game. There's some where you pick a guy and you get them until they're out, right? You pick a full lineup and you can ride them all the way until they're out. I've been in one of those. I was in one a couple of years ago. It was really fun, and I tried to get it last year, and I got in too late, where you get one player from each team and then a wild card tiebreaker, and you get to ride him for as long as you want. So you might pick Mahomes to be your quarterback, thinking he's going to go 3 games. So you get no points out of your quarterback in week 1. But if you can pick some of the top players that make it to the championship round, you're going to be in really good shape. A couple of years ago, I think I finished 20th, and I did it out of like 500.
Field goal, by the way, for Dan Bailey after Adam Thielen fell short of the end zone. So 2.5 to go, third quarter is now 17-10. Saints are leading, and my lineup continues to just be a bucket of yuck sitting in the bottom third. So you were saying?
Well, so who do you like? And what's funny is I see in the chat, Oh Money says these dudes have the exact same voice. I think one of us just talks for a long time at various stretches, so you think that it's somebody else.
We probably have a relatively similar.
Well,
pitch.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I've been losing my voice for like a week.
You talk to
mostly because I never sleep.
Yeah, there is that too.
So who do you like?
Tell that kid to rest. So I haven't. I invite the chat obviously to weigh in on this as well. Which players, not matchups, not games. Which players do you like to just explode this weekend? We want to hear from you. So tell us in the Chat Kings conference room here which players you expect to stand out this weekend. Admittedly, from a DFS perspective, I have not spent any time looking ahead to Saturday yet and Sunday, but just kind of looking at the matchups for what they are and
just on the surface, without breaking down running defenses, pass defenses, all that.
Sure.
But just kind of.
Yeah, and certainly presuming health, which is a big thing. Let's see. I mean, I would really like Allen and Diggs in that Bills-Colts game. Rams, I just don't trust anybody in that offense, especially with the uncertainty around Goff. Seattle, that offense has just been really bad of late. So if I were really trying to, mortgage the farm on a certain group, it wouldn't be that Seattle.
Oh, fumble!
And Saints get it back.
Ramsey will be on DK Metcalf most of the game, so that probably negates DK's effectiveness to some degree.
Washington, I'd stay away from. Tampa, Brady's playing out of his mind right now. Evans, you don't know about the injury. Antonio Brown seems pretty locked in. Godwin's playing well. Ravens, I think Lamar's on a mission right now after the way they went out in the playoffs last year and has played really well.
And J.K. Dobbins.
Dobbins as well, obviously, has played great for sure.
He's been sure that Mark Ingram will not be a Raven next year.
Yeah, Henry's Henry, as we know. Chicago, forget it. New Orleans, I probably wouldn't go near that offense right now.
Against a good Bears D.
Right, if I'm looking to do something specifically for this weekend. Cleveland, I like Baker. I just don't trust Baker. And I talked about this earlier and got a whole bunch of blowback in the chat. I don't trust that Pittsburgh offense at all. I don't trust Roethlisberger. I love all his receivers, but I don't trust them to not drop the ball. And I don't like that backfield at all. So I guess to say all of that much quicker, there are a couple of Bills and a couple of Bucks and Ravens, and that's kind of where I'm looking.
All right. Well, so for the sake of the game that I run, I just need four good players and one good quarterback. I guess the best quarterback this weekend is probably either Allen or Brady, you would think. Maybe Lamar.
Maybe Lamar. Yeah.
That Titans D is very suspect.
CEH says Taylor stacked with the Colts DST. Taylor, yeah, we didn't mention. Absolutely is a guy who's been doing great of late. He was terrific this last weekend. Diggs will be shut down. John Brown will be the Bills' leading receiver. Mark my words, says Andrew.
Who's the Colts' #1 corner? It's not Rocky Sin, I think.
I'm not sure. Is it Rhodes? Tate says Rhodes.
No. Yeah, I guess.
Second and 10, final 20 seconds here of the third, and that ball caught, stepping out of bounds. There's Sanders there to stop the clock with 21 ticks left. 2:07 in the air for Breeze now. CEH says Koff's lost his touch. If yours, I don't know what you're relating or referring to specifically, CEH, but if you mean my ability to craft a good lineup, then you're absolutely right, because I am 108 out of 157 right now. BK has dropped to 41, which is still much better than me. Geno 16 and A1 Native tied at 81 points. Smith in the captain spot, Cook, Kamara, Thomas, Sharp, and Lutz. That lineup at the moment.
Admittedly, I haven't watched a lot of Colts games this year. Xavier Rhodes was terrible last year, and the fact that he made it to the Pro Bowl was just kind of silly. He was really good a couple of years ago for the Vikes. I think I do like Diggs, now that I look at Xavier Rhodes on him.
Mm-hmm. Jordan Lindenbaum shouting out Antonio Brown. Even if Evans plays, he won't be 100%. Godwin will have to deal with a tough corner. So, look, Brown's coming off a couple of touchdowns, and he's played well in recent weeks. And more than anything else, Tom Brady loves him.
Yeah, you think?
It's one of the few character flaws that Tom Brady has is that he loves Antonio Brown. So
what happens if Julian Edelman's available? If Julian Edelman becomes available,
see Scotty Miller.
Yeah, see Scotty Miller and maybe see Antonio also. They'll probably keep him around.
No, they wouldn't get rid of Antonio. Not as long as he's a good soldier off the field and doesn't get himself into any trouble and keeps producing the way he's producing. And Bruce Arians has no reason to move on from him.
But does he want to keep coming back for $1 million every year?
Well, that's a fair question.
I still wonder, even
if he behaves himself this year, which so far so good, I don't know how many teams, like the Patriots and Raiders experience was not that long ago. I don't know how many teams are going to be lined up to sign Antonio Brown, even if he does play well this year and again is a well-behaved human off the field. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think you're right.
Talent wins out more often than not.
I think you're right. I think that there are certain situations, if you have a veteran QB, would Aaron Rodgers take him in Green Bay? Maybe, right? He's like, hey, just give me, I need more weapons. I want more to go with Devontae and these young guys. Next year, Bucks. I'm looking at the Bucks. Find it. There we go. Oh, the Bucks got a little money to spend right now. I don't know what the free agents look like. They're $27 million under the cap. They have to decide about Shaq Barrett for their franchise this year.
Right.
But maybe they bring him back for $3 to $5 million with a bunch of incentives, right? You make the Pro Bowl, we win playoff games, so it ends up looking a lot nicer.
Well, and plus, if you're AB, short of a team out there that says like, come play for us, we'll give you $8-10 million a year.
Right.
If you're Antonio Brown, don't you want to just keep playing with Tom Brady anyway?
Probably. I mean, the guy made $100 million, right, on the field. Actually, maybe he didn't make as much as you think. Now that I think about it, he signed one big deal. I'm gonna check real quick. I don't think he's made as much money as we would expect.
1st and 10 here from the 30. Vikings with the ball, threatening to score down a touchdown, and Cousins sacked by Cam Jordan, 2nd time.
And the Saints have a lot of decisions to make. Brady retiring will help clear up a little bit of room, maybe $20 million in cap space. But they're like $100 million over the projected cap, or something like that. They've or $285 million worth of contract.
That's why I am not by any stretch dismissing what Tom Brady has done on the field this year. But I just can't get over anyone being surprised, even at 43 years old, him throwing 40 touchdowns with what he's had to work with all season. Look at that offense.
Right. He's got Pro Bowlers, former Pro Bowlers, current Pro Bowlers, everywhere. So going into this year, or including the $1 million he got this year, Antonio Brown on the field has made $77 million.
He's done fine. And obviously, at least before they started dropping him, made plenty of endorsement money as well.
Sure. Right. He had the Pizza Hut deal. I'm sure plenty of others that I'm just not thinking of.
Apparel companies.
Yeah. Didn't you say you rostered one of the kickers?
That was no good. I did. Dan Bailey. So could have done me a favor right there, but nope. Could have used you, Dan. Might have been able to jump into the top 100. Probably not.
Did you finish Cobra Kai?
I did. Yeah, it took, I mean, it's only 10 episodes, so I did it over 2 days.
May start season 1 here shortly.
You are, I just look forward to your texts. You
Okay.
are in for a ride. You know what I've started, it's only 10 episodes, and only 1 season is out. I think maybe 2 seasons are out, but it's 10 total episodes, is Ted Lasso.
Yeah, great. It's phenomenal.
I've watched the first couple, and
It was my favorite thing I watched in the quarantine.
It's so good. Anyone, if you've got Apple TV, Ted Lasso, if you haven't seen it, really funny. Really, really funny. Tara Lynn loves Ted Lasso.
Nobody doesn't like it that I've ever talked to or heard anyone say anything bad about it. It may not be everyone's favorite show.
It took me forever to get to it just because, well, I don't really know why, because I love Sudeikis, and I don't know.
Jayhawk.
I don't, for some reason, maybe I just wasn't drawn to the premise. It wasn't on my, I need to, it was if I get around to it. And I finally kind of got around to it, and it is, I wish I'd done it sooner.
They've already picked up seasons 2 and 3.
Is that right?
I had a couple fun exchanges with Sudeikis, one at the ESPYs and then at the Final Four in New Orleans in 2012, reminiscing about the time at the ESPYs. We were going to fight Ali Farouk-Manesh, who's now a coach, but he was a kid from Northern Iowa that hit the big 3 to beat KU to knock us out when we were a 1 seed, one of those many years we blew a 1 seed. And he was it was like the play of the year or something, so he was up for play of the year. And I was like, there he is, we need to go fight him. But then we just kind of drank and stuff.
That sounds like a good
Those
time.
are one of the years Seth Meyers hosted, so all the Lonely Island dudes were there. It was really fun. We call it summer. Tim Tebow just finished his rookie year, so summer of 2010.
You've had some adventures, my friend.
That was a good one. That one was high. SB post party was really cool. Thanks to Kenyon Martin's manager, who gave me 2 extra tickets.
There you go. Who was your +1?
My cousin, who at that point was getting paid by a company to drink for 50 days straight and blog about it, or like go out for 50 days, like find different types of parties for 50. I think it was 50 days or something like that, and he made 20 grand from it or something. It was easy. I mean, I was staying with him in LA, so there was no doubt about who my +1 would be that night.
Field goal try from long range, 53-yard attempt. It's up, looks a little low. And it is. No good. Missed field goal after missed field goal.
I still in the top 10.
A buddy of mine is he's binging season 3 of Cobra Kai, and he just all throughout the sim has been actively texting me. Just got to this part. Just got to this part. He's got 1 episode left, and I just want to spoil it all for him.
How's the karate action?
Oh, I mean, it's very poorly choreographed in a lot of scenes. But you just need to kind of accept that. Like,
I saw one preview
you're not watching the show for the realism.
Where there's a Ralph Macchio roundhouse, and I think considering he's in his mid-50s, the fact that he could even do that unless I was a stuntman is impressive.
No, I mean, he and Zapka, again, if it's them, to your point, and I have no idea, but if it's them, they are, for whatever they are, 50 years old or something like that, they can still move. They can still, at least
Macchio's like 55,
appear to be able to fight a little bit.
I bet you Macchio's between 53 and 55.
Carolyn says, all Koff cares about is Cobra Kai. That's not true, Carolyn.
Did you start Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee yet?
What's your name? I've forgotten your name at this point. Comedians in Cars. I haven't watched it yet. No.
Guess how old Ralph Macchio is.
Well, didn't you just say he was 55?
No, I was guessing.
Just an estimate on your part?
Yeah, I looked it up. He was born.
I'm going to wait. You're going to ask me the question. Let me try. 53.
Well, obviously my excitement wouldn't go up if he was younger than 55. He was born.
Well, I can't imagine he's 60.
Well, come November 4th, he will be.
Come on.
Born November 4th, 1961 in Huntington,
incredible.
New York, Long Island, on Long Island.
He looks amazing.
Sure. His father is half Italian and half Greek. His mother is.
Can I make a deal with the devil to look that good at 60 years old? What about Zapka?
I'm not sure he looks great. I'm looking at this Ralph Macchio picture. He had some fun in the 80s, being Daniel San and being on the cast of The Outsiders. Let's see how old Zapka is. I bet you he's a little younger, because I don't think people realize how old Ralph Macchio was when he shot Karate Kid. Probably like 30.
Well, says I get Ralph Macchio and Scott Baio confused.
Zapka,
very different people.
4 years younger, October 20th, 65. So he is 55 years old as well.
Another guy who's very well put together for his age.
Sure. Well, all that karate do you good.
Keeps you young.
Yeah, you should watch Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee when you take a break from Ted Lasso.
I will.
They're all 15 minutes.
Bad Boys Pops is when you're playing a 15-year-old at 27 years old, you're going to age well.
Yeah, see? But I think he probably got after it a little bit. That's what makes the way Rob Lowe looks amazing.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Rob Lowe's got to be like 58 or 60 or something.
Yeah, like who partied harder than, this is rhetorical, plenty of people probably, but who partied harder than like Rob Lowe and Robert Downey Jr.?
No question.
Both those guys look terrific.
Well, and Bateman too. He's a little younger than them. He would go out. You listen to a podcast. He talks about going out drinking with Leif Garrett, like just going to college, like motorcycling or cycling all across Colorado and Utah, and drinking in between, like renting an RV and just driving out there. But none of them have drank.
Let's not ignore how much work these guys have probably had done too.
But between that and they all stopped drinking 20 or 30 years ago.
Right.
So they're, as they've gotten older, they haven't beaten themselves up like the rest of us. Touching?
Oh, no. Flirting with overtime. Could still happen. Or no, it couldn't. That was the last hurrah. 4th and 7.
Unless they say he's in. 1 foot out, 2 feet out.
Oh, man. Let's see.
Well, his right foot lands out and his butt.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And his hand. Maybe we'll get a fumble because silly things happen on these sims.
That could be fun.
Hugh Jackman doesn't age. Well, he's a Wolverine. How old do we think Hugh Jackman is? He'd be 55.
I'm thinking. I feel like he's probably older than I think he is too. Why not? I'm going to say 53 again.
52.
Okay. Dean says, Ralph Macchio is a very nice guy. Lives about 20 minutes from me. I've seen him at Town Hall a couple of times. Very much a family man.
Cool.
How about that? Is he trying to get the All Valley reinstated?
I don't know. He's been on Dan Patrick a couple times. He's pretty good.
Who hasn't? I mean, I have to assume Dan Patrick could have, and Rich Eisen, same thing. Like, these guys could have any athlete or celebrity or coach or whatever that they could ever dream of on their shows. Who's going to turn them down?
Not very many people, although Rich's stuff is only on Peacock and very limited radio-wise, whereas
True.
Dan's on 300-something affiliates.
Right.
One of the funnier things, when they switched from YouTube to Peacock, Dan was saying, we loved our time at YouTube, but we wanted to be on a bigger platform or wanted to be able to reach more people. And so I texted one of his guys, and I was like, I'm pretty sure, with apologies to the fine folks at NBC Universal and the creators of Peacock, you can't reach more people than being on YouTube. Doesn't mean that you'll get the promotion you need or whatever, but YouTube's reach is pretty global.
Yeah. You can get it anywhere.
You can get it anywhere, and it's on everyone's phone. I don't have to download anything. Yeah, it's free.
Plus, they were behind like the YouTube.
They were not.
paywall,
They were not.
but they would not be. So,
but it would have been so easy to say, "Hey, we were helping Peacock. You know, they're doing big things," and like, there's a million different ways to phrase it. Hey, so one of the coaching candidates, I saw this tweet earlier from your pal Albert Breer.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator of the Titans.
Yeah.
Looked like he couldn't do his job at all when Marcus Mariota was there, but since Tannehill took over, is a hot name. He has literally been asked by every team that has an opening to interview with him. All these coaches are getting way more interviews, or there's more names because they're doing everything via Zoom. So you're eliminating travel and the time. So
it's the best. I mean, there are aspects of this, like, don't get me wrong, nobody would choose to experience a pandemic, and obviously, you know, never mind the thousands upon thousands of lost lives. It's been horrific. It has been tragic. There are good things that have come out of it, not unlike the Dream Stream, that will stick around for years to come, even when everything is back to normal, including things like that. I guarantee it.
yeah, you do the initial interview, and even when things are normal, because that way you can interview them during the week. If the league says everybody,
like you said, nobody has to travel, just hop on the video. It's kind of amazing that video conferencing interviews weren't, and it's not like they were just created in the last 9 months, but it's kind of amazing they weren't more mainstream, you know, even then, than they will be after all this.
I kind of wish I would have bought Zoom stock when it was $100.
You've mentioned that before, yeah.
It's $360 right now.
Joe Spencer says Al Bundy hasn't been on the Dan Patrick Show. 4 TDs at Polk High. Here's my question for you, Joe. Do you know that? Do you know that Ed O'Neill has never before been on the Dan Patrick Show?
Yeah, it's a good question. I going back to the interview thing, I got to think that the league, if they haven't already mandated it, and it's probably worth finding out, that everyone can do a 2-hour interview. So like Bieniemy interviewed with the Texans today.
Mm-hmm.
Because then everyone's working under the same guideline. You don't have to take the travel into account, and you can fly through a million interviews, right? You can talk to 15 head coaching candidates and 15 GM candidates in a day, or
right,
over a couple of days. And then if it's somebody you really like, you narrow it down to your final 3, and you bring each one of them out for a second interview. But that way you're not waiting until a team that gets to the Super Bowl, like Robert Saleh last year was kind of screwed by the process because the Niners went all the way to the Super Bowl. And some people will say Bieniemy as well. Like they get the one initial interview during the bye week, and that was it. Because they're not allowed to have any conversation. I think that's a rule that needs to be amended too, that you can have some sort of conversation, like a follow-up conversation, like any other employer would, right? Absolutely. I guess the game's over. What a boring game.
I will challenge you, see how much you actually watch this game, to give me your Krusty Koff player of the game here. Who stood out to you? Who's the top play? Who's our award winner?
Well, it would have been my guy, Traquan Smith. Is that his name? Traquan Smith. 3 for 40 and a score. What's his ownership?
43% in our smaller free roll. I don't know about the larger one.
I just wonder, is there anybody that's better value than Traquan was?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like Dalvin Cook had the best fantasy day, but it's not, and crossed over 20 points, but he was like 95% owned and most certainly wasn't value.
I dropped all the way to 75th. Stinks.
I mean, the Saints DST had 8 points, which probably is not your pick, but even still,
Jared
not
Cook in the
bad.
captain spot, 1650. That's not great. Cook and Dalvin Cook, no relation that we know of.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, whoever you want to give it to, really.
Yeah, because if Traquan Smith was 13 regular, then in the captain spot, he's what, 19? Give or take? Sure. Let's give it to Traquan. He earned it. He scored.
Taking a look at the chat here. Yeah, no real submissions. All right. Who disappointed most? Who's the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award going to?
What were Kamara's points?
May as well look at my lineup.
Sure.
Kamara went for 15 points.
Okay.
80% owned.
Irv Smith got me a goose egg.
Flex.
Kyle Rudolph, pretty terrible. 7.4 points. Is anybody below that? Where did Michael Thomas finish?
Thomas was okay. Thomas was around a dozen points or so.
Right.
You know who it probably is? And I know he was only 12% owned, but $9,000. Kirk Cousins didn't even have 9 points. So Kirk Cousins is probably the guy.
All right. Yeah, if you cost more per 1,000 than your points.
Exactly.
Well, I guess that doesn't really work because there's plenty of people at the end that are 3,000 that get 0 points. Anyway, congratulations to Kirk and Traquan.
You are all terrific. Mike Bizzle calling for a 3-man booth or 3-person booth for Madden After Dark. I will assume that means include Tara Lynn. Let her jump in. Certainly, always invited. That is not my call. I am not sticking around for Madden After Dark. You will have, I believe, Glash and Tom Ace will be with you for the next one. Let's see. Yeah, Texans Ravens will be Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. So if TL wants to jump in on that, she is more than welcome, I'm sure.
She just enjoys sitting here watching us,
which I'll never understand.
I really do.
There you go.
Hey,
before we hand over to Tara Lynn, though, I just want to go a couple quick topics with you here. Let's start with, of course, coach firings. As we know, Adam Gase out with the Jets. Anthony Lynn was told after 4 years with the Chargers, thanks, but we've had enough. You can go after a 7-9 year. Were you surprised by that? What do you feel is next here for LA?
Well, they're asking to speak to everybody, and as you might expect, because of these Zooms, at least the preliminary interviews are being done via Zoom, and I don't know what the COVID restrictions are all the way through the process. You can talk to a lot more candidates for coach and GM search. So Anthony Lynn, I think that they did go back and forth. Did the Spanos family and Tom Telesco, the GM, but they just have so much talent there. And we saw Mike McCoy at times win some games, go to the playoffs with Phillip Rivers and company. They've been so hurt, and they find different ways to lose. But I think blowing, I believe, a 16-point lead 4 different times for Anthony Lynn was really the nail in the proverbial coffin. He's a good coach, a good guy that's really well-liked, well-respected. He'll likely be on someone else's staff next year if he wants to as an assistant or associate head coach, and likely get another shot here down the road to coach as a head coach at some point. But you look at Brian Daboll's name, Josh McDaniels' name, that offense is ready-made with Pro Bowler Keenan Allen, top picks in Hunter Henry and Mike Williams, Eckler out of the backfield, and then, of course, it's all about Justin Herbert. And so is he the most attractive quarterback when you look at Deshaun Watson or potentially Trevor Lawrence or whatever's going to happen with the Jets? You're going to have a hard time convincing me otherwise until I see Trevor Lawrence play in the NFL.
Yeah, I guess I'm relatively surprised, only in the sense that, I know they weren't 12-4 like they were a few years back, but they, lost a whole bunch of 1-score games. Like half their losses pretty much, or more maybe, came by, the tight margin that, those 50-50 games, I guess you could penalize them for not winning them, but still they won their last 4. They dealt with the injuries. Taylor Herberts gets sprung into action after a very unusual training camp and doesn't get, he was great, but obviously, with the ability to go through all of the offseason, everything in preseason games might have been that much better. Or maybe it would have been Taylor from the get-go. I don't know. Even still, Anthony Lynn is gone, so we will wait and see who winds up being the Chargers' next head coach. closer to you, obviously, as it concerns the Broncos. No significant changes as it relates to personnel, except for the fact that right there at the top of the rung, John Elway has been elevated within the organization. So for anyone out there like myself sitting there going, and so what does that mean exactly when it comes to building and, rostering a football team, putting everything together? What does Elway's promotion impact exactly?
Well, John Elway, and he talked for about a half hour today on a Zoom press conference. So I got to talk to him a little bit there. And then he talked to our station, KOA, the flagship here in Denver as well. He's turning 60. He had a 7th grandkid today, and he had been looking at this exit strategy for a while. I can't swear that today was the day he was planning it in the long term. They've been having these talks for a couple of weeks. And so he is being elevated to just president of football operations, removing the GM title, and they're going to hire a new GM from outside of the building. Matt Russell, his right-hand man, the personnel director, is retiring after 20 years in football. He was a great linebacker at Colorado, won the Butkus Award, and then his knee failed him early in the pros, but he worked with the Patriots, and he was with the Eagles, and he's been with the Broncos for a lot of years. Some people thought he might have had a shot to be the GM, but it just wasn't in the cards. So they actually have 2 jobs to fill, a day-to-day GM, and then a personnel director under that GM. And as you expect, there are plenty of names that you might have heard, like Thomas Dimitroff, who has an off-season home here just outside of Denver and Boulder. There's some guys that used to work with the Broncos. Adam Peters, who's John Lynch's right-hand man, came from Denver. John Elway basically sent him to help John Lynch get through the early parts of being a GM. He's a name that'll get a look. He's interviewing with Carolina. Champ Kelly, who was with the Broncos for a bunch of years in various levels, working his way up from a scout to an assistant in the personnel department, is the number 2 personnel guy in Chicago under Ryan Pace right now. And he interviewed for that Jets job that Joe Douglas got. So those are some names that are out there. There's plenty more that John Elway said lots of people have reached out to him. Peyton Manning's not one of them. So the idea that Peyton Manning would want to come in and work under John as a GM doesn't seem likely. And then John's got 1 year left on his deal. So he may not be in this role as a consultant in a year, but I know for a fact that John said for a couple of years, he wanted to move into a consultant Ozzie Newsome kind of role. And to give a little more detail to that, when the Broncos called about trading for Joe Flacco, Eric DeCosta, the new GM, I was told, said, okay, we need to call and check with Ozzie. And so John wanted something similar to that, is the understanding I have. And so now he has it. And the new GM will have the power to control the roster. They will, in theory, be over Vic Fangio and have the chance to move on from Vic Fangio if they wanted to down the road. It's not likely to happen this year. I think they're keeping not only Vic Fangio, but almost his entire staff. And then you got to see what's going on with Drew Lock. But they would like to bring Lock back with most of the people in that building and give him a chance with a full off season, a second year with Pat Shurmur, and getting Cortland Sutton back. So we'll see. It's certainly interesting times. Like I said, I thought it was going to be a pretty quiet day for me. And then with the John Elway news, it was a much busier afternoon. Now it's going to be a much busier couple of weeks until they hone in on a new GM.
Always time, though, for the DK Sim fan. BK obviously hopping on and doing a sim, one today, and he'll be around for a couple more tomorrow with Glash for the primetime and Madden After Dark Sims at 8 and 10 Eastern Time. I will be around to begin the day, the nooner, and then the Madden Matinee, Bengals, Colts, and Raiders, Bears with Christian DeAndrea. In fact, maybe I'll pop into the DK Sim Fan Friends League right now and create contests for those for tomorrow. So you can go right ahead and start setting your lineups, fill up those 200-person free rolls. But we've done enough. We've said enough. It is time for us to move on. You got the Texans and Ravens on the way. It'll be Phonics and Tom Ace. We want to thank producer Mike and Daniel, obviously our great Game Ops crew, Tate, Zach, and, just sitting idly by, waiting, watching, wanting to weigh in, counting the seconds, Taryn Asak. Thanks, BK. Catch you soon.
Thank you, Divakoff. I know that you don't want to give up the spotlight, but of course I'm here to take it. So we still have one more Madden game for you coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern as Brendan Glasheen, the costume of all costumes, he returns for Madden After Dark. He's going to be joined by Tommy Smokes to bring you guys the Texans and the Ravens, as Coffin already mentioned. And the showdown is featured in the Madden 3K Flea Flicker, and that has a 3K prize pool with 1K going to first place. Plus the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool with $50 going to first place. So head on over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in right now. But earlier, you heard Emerson Latzia and Ross Tucker start breaking down this weekend's schedule of NFL playoff games. So right now, we got part 2 of that conversation.
We have division rivals battling for the third time this season. It's Seattle. It's the Rams in Seattle. So we have the Seahawks favored by 4.5 at home. This is a low total, like the complete opposite of the Buffalo game. So 42.5. Goff should be back under center for LA. So what's the play here?
Yeah, I like the under. We'll see if Goff's back. Even if he is, I don't think. I mean, he just had surgery on his thumb, on his throwing hand. And by the way, what did they score a couple weeks ago when he played there? 9 points. Then you've got the Seahawks offense, which hasn't been great. They weren't great against the Niners yesterday, and they're going against the Rams defense, which is the best in the NFL. I think the play here is the under. I'm not sure either team gets past 21 points. Feels like 20-17. Maybe 21-20, something like that. I like the under.
All right, Bucks 8.5-point favorites. Another low total, 46.5, as they hit the road to face the Washington football team. I mean, Tom Brady's coming off a regular season here in which he had 43 total touchdowns at the young, ripe age of 43. You think Chase Young and the Washington defense kind of have enough here to keep this thing close?
Probably not. I think, look, that's a big number as well. If I had to, though, I would lay the points. Alex Smith really cannot move very well on that leg. I think Tampa's going to send the house at him. I think that Washington's going to have a tough time scoring a lot of points. And then I do think the Bucs are really playing well now. I mean, that's 40 points in a row, 2 games in a row. Before that, they scored 1 million points in the second half against the Falcons, like 31. So in the last 10 quarters, by my math, they've scored over 120 points, which is crazy. So I like the Bucs to lay the points and maybe even the over, just the way the Bucs are rolling right now.
Let's go now to Sunday. So we have the first game of the day. Derrick Henry and the Tennessee Titans are going to be hosting the Ravens, a rematch of last year. Ravens are out for revenge. The Ravens have been rolling. I think they've won like 5 straight games or something to end the regular season here. 3.5, the underdog still right now, Tennessee. Highest total of the weekend, almost 55, so 54.5. You think Henry kind of runs wild once again, 8th player in NFL history to hit 2,000 rushing yards?
There's a chance, Emerson, there might be 500 yards rushing in this game. First of all, the Titans defense is terrible. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, I know Mike Vrabel. Mike and I played together in New England. I can't believe how bad the Titans defense is. The Ravens just ran for 400 yards themselves against the Bengals. And then you've got Derrick Henry coming. There might be 500 yards rushing in this football game. I like the Ravens. I think the Ravens get their revenge. They're playing so well right now. And like I said, the Titans defense is just that bad. This feels like 34-27 Baltimore. So I guess I like the over, and I like the Ravens laying the points.
All right, we have the Saints, though, as the biggest favorite of the weekend. They're going to be hosting the Bears, 9.5-point favorites. Game totals 47.5. Break this one down for me and give me your favorite bet.
Probably taking the over, and I guess I would lean Bears. I mean, that's a lot of points for a team that's playing pretty decently. Now, I know the Saints have been playing well as well, and they should get Kamara back for Sunday. But I feel like the Bears can at least stay within 10. I feel like this game is 27-23 maybe. 30-24. The Bears defense isn't playing that great, which is why I would lean to the over after we saw what Aaron Rodgers did to them.
All right, second game that pairs up a couple division rivals. You already have Seattle and the Rams. Now we have the Steelers and we have the Browns. Steelers have lost 4 out of their last 5 games. They're kind of limping into the playoffs here, but still 4.5-point favorites at home. Game total 46.5. So where are you leaning in this one?
I still think it's kind of a toss-up game. I know the Steelers will get back Big Ben and Cam Hayward, TJ Watt for sure. We'll see what happens with the COVID list guys, Joe Hayden, Eric Ebron. But this is a pretty solid Browns team. I still think it's kind of a toss-up game. So I'll take the 4.5 points and I'll take the Cleveland Browns. I like the way they're playing, and I think it's a close game. I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns win. So if I feel that way, I got to take the Browns and the points.
All right, finally, Super Bowl prediction time for you. Chiefs plus 225 to win it on the DraftKings Sportsbook. You like them at that number, or you prefer someone else?
I think I prefer the Buffalo Bills, man. I think I
Oh,
prefer
hey,
the
I don't
Buffalo
hate it,
Bills.
dude. I don't hate it.
I mean, look, they're just playing unbelievable right now. And I know they don't have the playoff pedigree, and maybe they'll even lose to the Colts. Who knows? Maybe they'll choke. But they kind of feel like that team this year that's just roaring into the playoffs. So I'd rather get the better odds with the Buffalo Bills on the Super Bowl future bet.
I want to see Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game so bad.
Well, we all wanted to see Ravens Chiefs last year, and it didn't happen. Yeah. So you never know. But yes, I want to see Bills Chiefs as well. It'd be awesome. Although, honestly, the Ravens, the AFC is crazy. I mean, all those teams are good. But I want to see, can you imagine if the Chiefs had to play the Ravens and the Bills? That's no joke for Kansas City trying to get back.
All right, Ross Tucker, good catching up with you as always, man. Thanks for your help.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Okay, it's time once again for the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. The Kings and Warriors, well, they're tipping off tonight at 10 p.m. and that game is featured in the NBA Showdown 300K Fadeaway. This contest has an $18 entry fee and has a prize pool of $300K with a cool $100K going to the winner. There are also prizes of at least $1K for each top 10 finish, so head on over to the DraftKings lobby to get those entries in right now. And over the last few weeks, DraftKings ran the Madden holiday season where we played a 3-game regular season followed by a 6-team team playoffs. So at the end of it all, the Kansas City Chiefs, they stood as the Sim champions. In our pregame show for that championship game, we took the opportunity to reflect on all of the great Sim moments that have happened since we started these Madden Sims back in March of 2020. Feels like a lifetime. It's been a wild ride. It's still going great. And you can check out all of Glash's costumes and even when he had no eyebrows. So here's a look back at our best Madden memories.
So I want to know from you, out of all of the incredible moments on the Dream Stream and with the DK Sim fam, is there one, is there two, are there a few that come to mind when you think about some of the best?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that that's an easy one to answer. And I feel that the answer has to be when Brendan Glasheen shaved his eyebrows.
You've been part of this thing like since the beginning as well. What's one of your favorite memories? What's one of your favorite moments since we launched this thing like 9 months ago?
There are so many of them.
Billy kind of recruited you to this. And DK recruited you to this. What the hell were you thinking?
The truth is,
yes.
I really was like, what the hell am I about to do?
When I first called my first game ever was Giants and Cardinals, and it was you and me. It was a Saturday at noon. I was so nervous. I had pages and pages of show prep. I was ready to go.
Way too prepped.
Way too prepped. We right away we connected because I think we ended up on snack foods and Dunkaroos. I don't know if you remember this.
You're damn right. Absolutely, I do. It sounds like every sim that I do.
I don't even remember the context. He lost a bet that was made on the stream, I believe.
Yeah, I think we had to hit a certain amount of likes, and he was like, I'll shave any kind of body part. And
that's what
eyebrows were safe for work, so we had to do that.
That's what it was.
I would say my favorite moments were behind the scenes on all of the Glash games that I did where he had good moments. The one where he couldn't pronounce anything was one of the funniest ones that I've ever been a part of. He couldn't pronounce even the simplest of words. And it was just one of the best times. And Aaron Berg was egging him on every single step of the way, posthumously and whatnot.
What are we talking about? I'm going to commentate Madden? Okay, like the YouTubers do, when they play Madden, they talk about it. No, I appreciate this guy that I'm on the screen with, not you, Emerson. I appreciate you for your own ways, but Billy for bringing me on board. It's been an awesome ride. Started off with Billy doing a couple games. He literally intimidated me with the notes he took. He would send me these large files that were literally like bogging down my laptop, a high-speed, good working laptop. Then I got to do a game with you, Emerson, and I realized, throw all that in the trash, man. We can let it fly. We can let it fly. We'll talk with the Sim fam.
What about in the down times? What are we going to talk about them? He literally is like, well, you're going on with Emerson, so I wouldn't worry about downtime.
Don't prepare.
15 minutes into us broadcasting together, we were singing cake hits from the hit album Fashion Nugget and talking about breakfast cereal. And it very, very quickly came to me that this is not a very serious job. It is a very fun job. So that was obviously up there.
Yes, it's proof right now too, because we have Kenny who went off screen and is now actually doing a wardrobe change mid-show.
Yeah.
What did you expect?
I expected hard-hitting Madden analysis. I thought I was bringing a world of expertise from Madden 20 into this. Someone who partook in some DFS and some other things on some sims during lockdown, and so I figured, hey, I got some expertise on Madden, and let's break down the superstar traits. Let's break down how many yards this guy has in the first half. And then I get on the stream with you and, people in the chat are like, oh my goodness, what's this guy doing talking about the stream? This is really weird.
So producer Madison reached out to me. We went to college together and she sent me this big long message and she was like, hey, I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but I think you'd be good for it. And she explained everything. And even after she explained it, I was like, wait, so it's Madden simulations and we call them they're real games?
Yeah.
And that's how she framed it. And then I watched one. I was like, oh no, we don't call these real games in any way. This is you mentioned earlier on this pregame show. It's like a podcast.
I mean, honestly, it was the first time, the very first game that we called together. You and I we didn't know what to expect.
No,
right? We had no idea. no, like, and I think the Saints might have been the team that we called. I think that was the first game. So talk about full circle here. I think I can't think of one because clearly, you know, you can talk about the Patrick Mahomes minus like 500, whatever that on that play was, where he like fumbled it and it went 50 yards backwards, whatever that was. To all the nicknames you and I talked about, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, I can't remember already. When we were talking about all of the nicknames that you've come up with and all the last.
That's so fun,
but
though.
like, I think it's just, you know, like you and I and all of us on this side getting into this. I don't think any of us, maybe except for like one or two, had any experience calling video games, right? We had no idea. So I think for me, learning this and kind of diving into it, learning this new, whatever this is, and then having, you know, hundreds and thousands of people watch, you know, what we're doing and appreciate what we're doing. That's just such an honor. And it's just so cool. And it's kind of cliche, right? You think about it. But it's just so cool.
I have to thank the chat. It's been a pleasure to get to know you guys. When they first said, "How would you feel about calling Madden simulated football games?" I said, "Doing what now? Like this is a thing." I can't believe how passionately you guys take this, and it's made it a lot of fun to do. So thank you for letting me be a part of this extremely odd family.
I have to say this. Thank you to Kenny Juicy for dressing like such a bozo tonight, because I was actually wearing a DraftKings sweatshirt and my hair was just thrown back, and I was like, oh, I'm only talking for like 10 minutes. And then I saw that and all the hate that was coming in the comments, and then all of you guys were making fun of him. So I was like, I can't be number one bozo. That has to be Juicy. So then I dressed up for all of the Sim fam. Love you guys. Do not dress up for Kaufman or Clash, because those guys are bozos too. Jeff, you're my favorite since Matt decided to not mention you as his favorite, so you're my favorite for the night. And yeah, I love the Sim fam, and I love our weird, dysfunctional DK family. Okay, people, we are just minutes away from Madden After Dark, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. While we have to wait until Saturday for the first NFL playoff action, you don't need to wait to start building your lineups for Saturday's NFL $2.5 million Wild Card Millionaire Contest. It's a $25 entry and a $1 million first prize. What a great way to kick off the NFL postseason. And don't forget to check out all of the action over on the DK Sportsbook on the NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. After a very short holiday break, the PGA is back at it this weekend with the Century Tournament of Champions in Maui. So here to help you get started with your research for that event, of course, we have Pat Mayo.
Let's talk Tournament of Champions. It's in Hawaii, so some prime time golf on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It might even still be on after the football games are over. Like I said, Monday and Tuesday, betting show and DraftKings pick show. The live chat will return on Wednesdays at some point during the season, likely after football season ends. But we have a ton of stuff coming out for you. And at dkplaybook.com, you can always find my article. My pivot plays for DraftKings tournaments will be up on ftndaily.com, free for everyone. So everyone go over there and check that out. I'll have stuff in Golf Digest this year. I'm everywhere you want to be for this golf season. But Tournament of Champions itself, it's a par 73 at Kapalua, same as it always is, 7,596 yards. The big difference for 2021 is the amount of players in this field. Because of the COVID restrictions, they actually opened it up this year. So it's everyone who won on tour last year. You win, you get in. That's how it normally works. But this season, they have extended the field to anyone who played in the Tour Championship. So if you were one of the top 30 players at the end of the FedEx Cup, you've actually qualified. You're wondering, how is Tony Finau in this field? He never wins. Well, he made it to the Tour Championship and actually had quite a nice season. So he's actually here this time around. So the 42 players is the largest this field is ever going to be. It has 6 of the top 7 players in the world. The only 2 real notables that are taking a hard pass this week are Rory McIlroy and Tyrrell Hatton. Past champions at this course, Justin Thomas won in a 3-way playoff with Xander Schauffele and Patrick Reed a year ago at -14. The wind was up. Always have to be very cognizant of the wind on a coastal course like Kapalua. There's a lot of weird elevation changes. You're never going to have a flat lie on this course. I'd say the comp would be Augusta and TPC Deer Run, actually, in terms of the type of players that can do really well here. But that's just based on the lies. In terms of actual like proximity odds, once you go and look at it, a lot of really good wedge players end up winning at Kapalua. So that's the one like crossover with Deer Run. The problem is a lot of the guys that play in this tournament aren't playing at TPC Deer Run in the John Deere Classic, but they do play at Augusta. So you've seen a lot of good crossover between those places. But JT won last year at -14, Xander -23 the year before, DJ -24 the year before that, JT -22, Spieth -30, Patrick Reed -21. So you got to be able to make your putts, hit your wedges, stick something close. One of my favorite shots of all time came at this course when DJ almost had the hole-in-one on the par 4. But sometimes if the wind's at your back, you can carry everything here. And because of the being played at elevation and with the elevation swings, you're going to see, and the fairways are so wide here. So don't even worry about like accuracy. People are going to, if you miss the fairway at this course, you're bad. So, or you're getting a bit too aggressive. So, but off the tee is going to come in handy a lot here, especially the longer drivers. You want to pair up the longer drivers with excellent wedge games. That's the best way to play it this week. And it's just the names I rattled off to you. Good players end up winning here. You very rarely see a first timer end up hoisting a trophy at Kapalua. That might change this year because the field has been expanded a little bit. The field is a lot stronger than we normally get because you have your Finaus, your Schefflers, guys that normally wouldn't be in this tournament because they didn't win the year before, but are here now. So it's not just, Jim Herman's also not playing. He tested positive for COVID-19, but it's that type of player. Like you're going to see Michael Thompson at this tournament. You're going to see Stuart Sink. Who else is just randomly in this? Cameron Smith did win last year. So did Nick Taylor. Totally forgot about that. Like Brendan Todd didn't get a win in the calendar year because he played in last year's event, but he finished inside the top 30 and went to the FedEx Cup. So he's back this season. Streb is playing this time around. Mackenzie Hughes, despite not winning, is in this tournament as well. So there's just a bunch of different people that you can go to from that regard if the back end of the field is not great. Although it's going to help us out on DraftKings. Instead of having 27 people in the field, there's 42 people in the field. It's like a jankier version of a WGC, for example. By the way, that one and done starts next week at the Sony Open. So you should get in it right now because it might be full by the time you get around to it. But that starts January 14th at the Sony Open. We throw this one out to give people time, give it to gestate a little bit so more people can get in. There's $300,000 of guaranteed money, $30K to first prize too, by the way.
Okay, everybody, it's time for me to call it a night on the first Monday of 2021. We made it. Okay, but don't go anywhere just yet because we still have Madden After Dark on the agenda to kick off for the Texans and the Ravens from Sim Baltimore. It's minutes away, so you get ready with that one in the only, well, one of them I'm not going to mention because I'm fighting with him right now, but I'll mention Tommy Freeze Pops, Tommy Smokes. So take it away, Tommy.
Carolyn, thank you so much. Glash,
Welcome to the sim, buddy.
Hey, Tom, good to see you. Thank you for having me. You look great today, by the way. Full of great ideas, you are, Tom Carroll.
I appreciate that. I appreciate a supportive friend.
I will be more vocal about that more often. I'll be better. Okay. We good? All right, we're good.
I think we're good, yeah.
Okay. Let's start our pregame show. Shall we?
Sure, let's start over. Let's pretend like she just tossed to you.
No, I can't do that because it wasn't tossed to me from her. So
I just feel like you're flustered off the jump here, you know?
No.
How do I make it better?
Never. Ever. I'm fine. Don't be silly. Texans Ravens. 2 mobile quarterbacks. Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson. Brandon Cooks was great in our holiday tournament. That feels like, light years ago. Who do you like? What's your lineup looking like?
So I did put Cooks in my lineup because every single time I've had the Texans, he goes off. He had a big tournament, so I got him in there. But I got Mark Andrews in the tight end spot as my captain. I felt like I wanted to get more value out of the rest of my lineup, and he is a tight end 1, so threw him in there. Then I got both QBs, speedy guys, great overalls, got Lamar and Deshaun in there. Then I got Justin Tucker, best kicker in the league for my money. Got him for $4,400. And then punt play, got the wide receiver 3 from the Texans, Kenny Stills. Felt like I got good value there. $2,600. $2,600. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. So I feel good about this lineup. I got a lot of money to spend here too. I still got $2,500. Might go out and buy myself a nice wristwatch or something.
Huh. Got an Apple Watch on right now.
Never had one of those. I felt like I have an iPhone, so I don't need an Apple Watch, but
it's a gift. I'm trying it out. It's my first day.
It's a Christmas thing.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, cool. Pretty good so far. I'm getting used to it. So I'm still not used to the vibration on my wrist.
Okay, so it wrist vibrates when you get a text?
Does.
Nice. Does it also vibrate in your pocket? You get a double vibrate?
Oh, you're talking about my phone?
Yeah.
Oh. My phone's right here, so no pocket. Yeah, so. Cool. It could happen, though, right here on the table with all my, with the microphone and Madden notes, so. It's possible, but it's not in my pocket right now. Yeah, we're going to get to the game, everybody. All right?
Sure.
We're having a really good time here. We haven't seen each other. We're just kind of trying to get acclimated again. It's like riding a bike. Just got to, shake off the cobwebs a little bit. I put Brandon Cooks in the captain spot. I've just been so impressed with his production. Both quarterbacks, Boykin, Tucker. I played Tucker as well. And then Jordan Akins, the tight end 2 for Houston.
Interesting. Jordan Akins. I like it. I don't think I have ever heard him be included in a lineup of any sim I've ever done.
Get out of here.
Congratulations.
He pops up from time to time.
I am the new guy, though, so I haven't seen as many sims as you. I'm still the grasshopper. You are still my master.
Come on. You got the toss, though.
Yeah, but look, you got to give the grasshopper the toss every now and then, so then he can start, flying on his own.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Lineups are locked. We have Tate and Zach here updating scores for us. Daniel and Michael from the production team. Tank the Chai Guy, baby, says the buzzword for the night should be vibrate.
Ooh, I like that.
Off to a great start on this one in terms of ideas. And we take all ideas here on this sim. Let's see. We had 164 entries in our free roll, Glash and Freeze Pops, Deshaun and Lamar foot race. Madden After Dark.
Who wins in a foot race there, Deshaun or Lamar?
Probably Lamar.
I'd say Lamar too, but if we're talking like mile run, I think Deshaun has him.
Okay. I mean, look, their speed is not all that close in terms of Madden speed. 84 for Watson, and Jackson is 96.
Wow.
You ever hear that debate about who would win in a race, maybe if they were dribbling a ball, like in basketball? Like some dudes are just super fast dribbling the ball while running. Maybe like I might take Deshaun weaving through a bunch of defenders to beat Lamar to the end zone. That makes sense. So if it was just 1 against 11.
Yeah, I see what you mean there. You're saying Deshaun might be the better overall athlete. Lamar's footwork is incredible. I mean, we're talking about 2 absolute studs here.
Yeah.
So flip a coin. But yeah, I'd love to see them go head to head in like a pros versus Joes episode. Remember that show where these random guys off the street would try all these different sports against legit like Hall of Fame dudes? That show was awesome. They need to bring that back. I feel like one of the streaming networks could have a really good version of that show. But I'd love to see them go up against each other, like home run derby, one-on-one hoops, maybe soccer, penalty kicks. Super into that.
There's Lamar Jackson, a gain of 8, his first carry. Ownership coming in from our tremendous production team. Lamar Jackson, 90% in the flex for the $500 free contest, 45% in the captain spot. So based on that number, both of those numbers, it feels as if he is more popular than Deshaun Watson. Remember, the Texans have more to work with in terms of pieces. It's really just the Lamar show with Baltimore.
It's a good point. Even though in real life, the Texans are god-awful.
I really do appreciate the chat when they begin sentences with, Glash, don't read out loud. And then I can read the rest to myself. Thank you, Rob. You're a nice guy.
Doing you solid there.
I mean, yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Sean Preston saying Ewokian meatball. Happy New Year. Is that supposed to be me? Is he referencing the forest meatball? Is he saying I look like an Ewok? What are we doing here?
Well, I was going to say, I had to do every sim with you, the ones you work, so it's one of those things like, did I miss something? What's happening? So,
I don't know. I do like the Ewoks, though, in Star Wars. They are very cute.
This is your first night, first sim back since the big championship sim for the holiday tournament, right?
That's right. Yeah, that pregame show was awesome. All threw on our suits. I was up in Rhode Island. I had to break out a microwave for the show up there. It was a ton of fun. It was really cool to see everybody on the same broadcast.
You know something? It's funny you bring that up, the suit thing, because the only person I spoke to about that, Koff hit me up and was like, hey, what do you want to do? Like what are your plans? You know, because oftentimes I'll come on here and dress as something out of nowhere. I was like, I was thinking jacket and tie. You know, and then Jeff followed suit, and then everyone, as I popped on for the pregame, without talking to any of you, all except Kenny.
Of course.
Kenny then, got peer pressured into changing during the pregame.
That was awesome. I enjoyed that. I just felt like it was a big night, and we all needed to just put on our Sunday best. And it shows that we're all professionals here. We're all like-minded professionals, and that's a good thing.
Christian, Luca, since when is Dobbins so good? Well, we do see him from time to time. Third down back, power back. And when we do see him, it's special.
He had a big game on Sunday.
Sure did. Big in the route of the Bengals in the season finale. Beat on walk, captained Gus Edwards. Good luck with that. I don't think we'll see him much. You never know, though.
Gus is a fantastic first name, though.
Oh, we got a touchdown.
That's my captain.
Andrews. That a boy. Freeze pop.
Marky Mark. Good vibrations.
Marky Mark, dude.
Yeah, dude. I put Mark Andrews in my captain spot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congo Cab says, Mark, get that TD. That's not how he probably wrote it in that accent. That is, I just made that part up. Nikki Meyer, evening. Jimmy B, you sly dog. What's up? Hey, so the Ravens are playing Wild Card Weekend. They will play the Titans in Tennessee. What do you think? There's a revenge narrative there. What do you like?
Yeah, so the Ravens are peaking at the right time, but the Titans have Derrick Henry, and they destroyed Baltimore last postseason. Tennessee seemingly doesn't really have a defense right now, so I'll be curious to see if they're able to contain Lamar the way they did last year. I'm leaning Ravens just because I like the team that's sort of trending in the right direction at this time of year. I just think that Lamar Jackson is too talented to not have a playoff win. 3 straight seasons it would be. So I'm going with the former MVP. But if Derrick Henry comes out and just controls the time of possession and Titans eke out a win here, I wouldn't be shocked.
Derrick Henry, I was saying this a few hours ago on the 6 o'clock that I'm not a big running back for MVP guy, but man, that guy's been awesome. Like,
he's in the combo, there's no doubt.
Yeah, but is he though? Like he is, but he isn't. Like
he's in that like top 5 conversation. It's
right.
it's a 2-horse race, but he's one of the 5 best players in the league this year.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he'll be in that discussion, but he's not going to win it. He's got
right. It's going to be Mahomes or Rodgers. Who would you go with?
Rodgers.
Hey, Rodgers!
And I feel a little guilty because I know Mahomes and the Chiefs are 15-1 and he's like top 3 in everything. But it doesn't necessarily mean the best player. And look, I know it was last year, but I learned a little something. Like the Chiefs have a loaded offense when he's not out there.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know who deserves a ton of credit too, and this goes for both players. Matt LaFleur with the Packers, who doesn't get as much attention as Andy Reid in terms of a play caller. But it's Rodgers, man. Aaron Rodgers had a great year. So did Mahomes, but there can only be one.
I think it's Rodgers too, and I think it's for part of the reason that you said. If you take Rodgers out of that situation in Green Bay, what does that team look like? If you took Mahomes out of that situation in Kansas City, they're probably still a playoff team. If they have Alex Smith as their quarterback, a healthy Alex Smith, the Chiefs are in the playoffs. We saw that version of the Chiefs make the playoffs every year.
They went 12-4 with Alex Smith his final season.
Right. So in Green Bay, though, I don't see that roster performing at that level without Aaron Rodgers. I mean, outside of Devontae Adams, who on that team would you consider a stud? I guess Aaron Jones is very good now. I respect Aaron Jones.
And
but the rest, I mean, Robert Tonyan, I mean, he had 10 catches all of last season. Now he's got 10+ touchdowns.
Oh, think of the list that you can make of tight ends that Aaron Rodgers has now elevated in his
It's
tenure.
nuts. The only guy he couldn't elevate for whatever reason was Jimmy Graham. And I think that has a lot to do with who Jimmy Graham is after his peak years.
That's true.
But yeah, I think it's Rodgers too. And I was riding the Mahomes train week after week here, but the more I sit down and think about it, I got to go with Rodgers.
The chat is supporting Derrick Henry, which I respect.
I love Derrick Henry. I love watching the guy. I really do, but it's tough when you have 2 QBs having a year like this, especially with the 2 guys with that type of cachet, to think it's not going to be one of those 2 guys.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last running back to win it? Adrian Peterson?
Yeah, 2012, I believe. AP. It was 2012 or 2013, the last 2,000-yard rusher. And then before him, maybe, was it LT?
Sean Alexander didn't win it, right?
I'm going to pull up a handy-dandy list of NFL MVPs.
There you go. That works.
Yeah, dude. I always check Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Can
that's
I
how
put
I
it
do my
down for my
essays.
bibliography?
Oh, boy. The
MLA
chat wants to see Lamar Jackson take it 90 yards to the crib, which he has done before in Simland. That player with the catch a moment ago, that was Nick Boyle, the tight end, too. Under a minute to go, first quarter. Baltimore 7, Houston nothing. Brendan Glasheen and Tommy Freeze pops.
In 06 and 07, we had back-to-back. I'm sorry, 05-06, we had back-to-back running back MVPs. Sean Alexander followed by LaDainian Tomlinson.
Alexander did win it.
Yes.
Then Tomlinson won it after him. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, I think Alexander had set the touchdown record, and then Tomlinson broke it the following season.
Is that true? Derrick Henry missed 2 games this year. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. He's a beast, man.
Oh, my God. I forgot about that. You know something, though, too? What doesn't help running backs, and I'm not saying this is fair, it's the league has become so friendly to passing and just passing offense. These young receivers that are coming into the league year after year, it's a passing league.
Totally.
They allow more stuff to go in the passing game. And because quarterbacks make the league better. The more great quarterbacks there are in the league, the better the league is overall, whether you like it or not.
There's a reason why once Sammy Baugh started slinging the rock around that they never stopped doing it. It's because people enjoy watching the ball in the air because it leads to higher scoring games.
Right.
A quick history lesson for you guys.
And he's not, I'd have to go look at his stats right now, but he's not much of a pass catching back.
Derrick Henry? No. I mean, he's a put the ball in my belly and just let me go.
And this is also something I don't think that's right, but I think the perception is like, oh, well, if he was more like Alvin Kamara or Dalvin Cook and had that other dimension to his game, he'd be more like respected and more of like, you know what I mean? Like, which I think is silly. Like he's good
insane.
At what he does.
It's totally insane to say. Kamara is more like Marshall Faulk. Derrick Henry is more like your traditional Adrian Peterson type.
Right.
I mean, 2 players completely different, both extremely dominant.
Carter Robinson says Ray Lewis made a comment and was talking about Derrick Henry, how great he is. Also made the comment, linebackers are not as big as they used to be. They are smaller and faster.
That is true. People are looking more for speed because coverage is more important because, like we talked about, the game is becoming much more of a passing game. And that smaller type of linebacker that has crazy speed is actually working out better for teams in blitz packages too, because they're harder to get your hands on as big, tall offensive linemen. The league is not as tall as people would think. Look at these. Some of these tackles are even 2 or 3 inches shorter than they normally are because guys are getting faster and shorter. And it's a knee war, as my high school basketball coach used to say. Win the knee war, win the game.
In the $500 free showdown for this one, Mark Ingram takes it for a first down. Got a large tie, 14-way tie. Lamar Jackson is in the captain spot in our free roll. Not sure where you are at. Blue Eyes with a Z in I. Z is in first. And Jackson takes it up to 18 yards on the ground to the Houston 42.
Let's see where I am here. I'm in 16th. Let's go.
Hey, boy. I was sitting around the top 5 for a bit in the 6 p.m. game, but fell out of it at the end. Felt good though. J.K. Dobbins for a first down. His 5th carry, almost 40 yards. He's having a good day considering the salary, and he's not the RB1, but 3rd down back, also the power back.
Yeah, for those of us who have a few Texans in their lineup, I'm sure we'd all like for them to wake up a little bit on that side of the ball. So let's hope for more Texans possessions here in the second quarter.
Clean pocket for Jackson and decides to go right into J.J. Watt's belly.
Into his belly. J.J. Watt, man. Shadow of his former self.
I want you to, if you if you want to. Eileen Fleming in the chat. She's addressing you if you'd like to read that comment.
Sure. Hello, Tony Free Pops. Can I say hello? Because my sister and I call her husband Tommy Scapes, because he scapes in Italian ice like no one else. Hashtag icy and football. I assume she means scrapes?
I think so, too.
Yeah, Italian ice, delicious.
Yeah.
But hello, Eileen. And
Come on,
you're
Eileen.
enjoying a nice Italian ice right now. It's a great nighttime treat.
Sounds
Refreshing.
amazing. Oh, no.
Oh!
Mark Andrews fumbles. Oh,
What
no.
are you doing?
Mark Andrews, that's your
Don't
captain?
you know you're my captain?
Yeah.
To strip you of your captaincy. Like Washington did for Dwayne Haskins. Oh, booth review. Oh, he's down. Knee hits. Yeah. Give me them points. It's okay, Eileen. I saw the typo. It's okay. I have fat fingers. I typo all the time.
Eileen says not come on, Eileen. Okay, she doesn't want that. Sorry, Eileen.
Here we go. We're back.
We are back.
Baltimore's back.
We are back. We are getting Doug back. Another
Oh!
my God!
Oh!
The Texans defense.
Oh, is he gonna get caught? Hollywood's gonna catch him. Hollywood's gonna catch him. Hollywood.
Oh.
Wow, the sim gods wanted that to happen. Wow.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. He was down too. They don't review this.
The booth doesn't want to take a look.
That's unbelievable. He was down.
Yeah, coward move by Harbaugh not to challenge that one too. Oh, here we go. Are we gonna get 2 in a row?
Wow, that might be a first. Back-to-back plays.
Here we
He's
go.
definitely down.
He was down. He was down again. Arm down. Elbow equals a knee. Down.
Also, the ball's still on his belly. Like, I never liked to see it.
Here we go.
Wow, for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, here we go.
It
The
really
Ravens
felt
are
like
back.
it really felt like I was yelling at my TV on a Sunday watching a football game. He was down. What are you talking about? That's a caught from first inside the 5.
I wanted another fumble. That was great. That was exhilarating. This is exciting. I'm having fun.
Never seen that in these sims. I'm doing these since March 28th. Back-to-back plays in which we get booth reviews and they both get overturned.
Coming up on a year on the streams here, guy.
Oh my God. Is that
the
Ricard?
fullback? Wow.
The pride of UMaine. Patrick Ricard, the Mass native. Spencer, Mass. Patrick Ricard.
Spencer. Wow. Unreal. The Black Bears. Big
Maine
time
Black
stuff. Touchdown. The pride of Spencer.
So, were those 2 booth reviews, ladies and gentlemen, worth it to see that as the result?
Yeah, true. Are people mad? I feel like they're mad. I'm kind of mad.
Wow.
Where is Spencer?
Spencer Mass couldn't tell you.
That's one of those towns in Massachusetts that just no one knows where it is. You know, there's so
Worcester
many.
County.
Worcester County. Okay, I'm actually a little bit ashamed of myself for not knowing that. Both sides of my family from Worcester. I should know that.
Oscar Hernandez says, love it. All right.
There you go. Must have been a punt play.
Small Ben, what a disgusting act.
That's in reference to the Joe Buck reaction to the Randy Moss fake mooning. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
when
yeah.
Randy Moss fake mooned the Lambeau Field crowd, and Joe Buck goes, "That is just a disgusting act."
Now that is just a disgusting act, Troy. You just can't do that in a big game like this. Randy Moss certainly knows better.
Yeah, when I used to play games up here in Green Bay, you used to see the Green Bay faithful give the moonrise to the Cowboys buses. We'd be leaving Lambeau Field because normally we'd come up here and get a win. Remember, we won some Super Bowls in the 90s there, Troy.
Just you can't do something like that, and I just don't understand how that can be acceptable in that locker room. It's 2nd down and 6 from the 29. Here is Watson. He'll take off and run. A spin move, Watson. And he's marked down at the 42.
Yeah, I wish I had wheels like that during my playing days. Although probably a good thing I didn't, because I got knocked out of the league pretty good, probably earlier than a lot of people expected.
Brings up a 1st down for the Texans inside 3 minutes to go in the first half. Down 2 touchdowns. Here is Watson. Pass is caught. Darren Fells to the 40.
I was talking with Deshaun Watson earlier this week, and I was talking to him about what it means to be a professional quarterback in the state of Texas. And, football, it just matters more there, Joe. When you're there, you feel it. It's in the blood. It's in the water.
Oh, you're a Hall of Famer. You can talk about that all you want, Troy. It's great to be with you in this Hall of Fame booth. On the pitch, it's David Johnson spinning and gaining 6 yards. He is shoved to the right, and now you see the tablet man really digging in with the rest of his team. Let's go to Aaron Andrews for more insight. Well, Joe, I really like this blue outline on the tablet. It really brings out the green turf here in Baltimore. I'll tell you, the coaches are not pleased on the Texan sideline with the lack of attention to detail. It's quite amazing that they're just not locking into the game plan. I'll try and get more of a gauge to see if they improve that. Aaron, thank you so much. You're watching Madden Sims on YouTube. Watson, pass is caught, and that is a 1st down. Nearing the red zone, it's Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, Joe, you ever try and use one of those tablets?
Never.
I'm
still a old-fashioned paper, pencil, and I'll do all my boards here for my preparation that my dad Jack used to use. I'll write it down in highlighters and pencils and my own personal pencil sharpener.
Well, Joe, I'll tell you this. Your dad would be mighty proud of the man that you've become. Well-deserving Hall of Famer, going to be right there next to Pop up there in Canton, Ohio.
Oh, thank you so much, and love the entire team here at Fox and the job that everyone does to put on this broadcast. We have 2 wide to the right side, and a quick throw. Pass is incomplete. Watson, a contested ball, now 3rd and 5.
Yeah, 3rd and 5 here, Joe, and this is when you're going to look to your playmakers to make a big play here in the red zone. And I always tell, my teammates, if you're not scoring with red zone opportunities, you're probably going to lose the ball game.
We'll see if they can make them pay. That ball is caught, and a touchdown for the Texans. Watson finding Brandon Cooks. What a throw, and all of a sudden we have a 1-score game in Baltimore.
How would you like to be a guy on the receiving end of that bullet? I mean, he just rifled that one in there. Looked like Brett Favre in the mid-90s taking on one of my Cowboys teams there in the playoffs. Absolute bullet. Texans get on the board here.
And you can really admire the mental toughness of Brandon Cooks. He must have heard us up in the booth talking about Randy Moss. Just a mature celebration, made the catch, and then rose to his feet and went and congratulated his teammate.
Yeah, you like to see some personal growth there. And I was having a conversation with Randy after he had that, infamous celebration, we'll call it, up there at Lambeau, and he says he doesn't regret it still to this day. If he caught the touchdown in that same position again, he'd do it all over again. So maybe Randy can learn from Mr. Cooks here about personal growth. Although I think Randy Moss is doing just fine. Another one of our Hall of Fame brothers there in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah, that's one man's opinion, Troy. I'm not sure if I totally agree, but we'll leave it at that. 14-7, 1:06 to go, first half in Baltimore. Thanks so much for joining us. And we'll find out if the Ravens decide to be aggressive with 1:03 left. What do you remember about your time playing in Baltimore from time to time? I know you're more of an indoor Texas guy there, Troy.
Yeah, you know, Baltimore is a city that really loves their football. And, you know, again, it's not like it is in Texas. Cowboys fans are the best in the country. Oh, wow, what a hit.
Oh, my goodness, and that is a touchdown for the Texans. Wow, we've had multiple miscues on the Baltimore offense. This is stunning, Troy.
Yeah, you know, Baltimore trying to be aggressive here with a minute left in the half, trying to take a commanding lead, but they looked over at the other sideline, and the Texans, they weren't going to go out without a fight. Both teams with all 3 timeouts, and Texans forced the turnover, scoop and score. It's a tied ball game here.
Got those points back in a hurry.
And whenever your defense can put points on the board there, Joe, that's a good day if you're an offensive player, let me tell you.
Oh, without question.
You're able to sit there and, you know, take a little extra sip of water, maybe get a little bit more prep in.
And I'll tell you, doing the World Series on Fox, you hear managers all the time speaking on, you know, a single or just a walk, take a hit by pitch, rally just a little bit at a time. And I'll tell you, I'm sure they wish they could score 6 just like that on the diamond, Troy.
Yeah, you know, the most they can get on a single pitch would be 4. That's a grand slam there, Joe. And I got to tell you, always exhilarating when you're seeing the long ball in baseball.
And don't forget, we'll have Fox Baseball down the road. In 2 months, we'll have Yankees and Twins here at 1 p.m. on Fox. Join us to see Aaron Judge taking on whoever plays for the Twins.
Yeah, I don't know a single player on the Minnesota Twins there, Joe, but I got to tell you, they win a lot of ball games. I don't know how. I know Rocco Baldelli, manager up there, Pride of Rhode Island, but other than that, I got nothing for you on the Twins.
I'm losing it. This is the longest minute ever. I can't keep doing this. Oh, God.
Joe, are you okay?
Oh. Well, let's check in on the leaderboard, which is presented by DraftKings. SGMG 710 leading the $500 free contest, Troy. And then over in the Glash and Freeze Pops Deshaun and Lamar foot race, your buddy there, Tommy Freeze Pops, Troy, is in 7th place.
Good for him. I know he usually struggles in these things, so happy for Tommy as we're starting a new leaf here in 2021.
I am rooting for you, partner. ZEH 1300, hire new talent. All right, 40 seconds. Let's get to halftime, please. There goes Lamar. And he's got the first down.
Fancy footwork there. I love the spontaneous Joe and Troy. That was good.
Well, the minute you brought up, you know,
it had to happen. I sort of put it on a tee for you.
Yeah, you know.
That is just a disgusting act. Like, Joe, he didn't actually moon them, you idiot.
Andrew wondering who scored the touchdown. So he had a defensive score for the Texans. Brandon Cooks has a touchdown. And then for Baltimore, Mark Andrews, and then Patrick Ricard, the fullback. Oh my gosh, Lamar, wide open man, touchdown! J.K. Dobbins, 46 yards.
With the LeBron celebration, too. Ohio State guy, clearly showing some love for his Akron bro, LeBron James. What a play. Deep ball to the running back. J.K. Dobbins having a big impact on this game so far.
Wow. J.K. Dobbins. Not J.K. and you guys today. If you played him, you should feel great. Rostered in 28% of lineups, 3% in the captain spot. That is certainly going to change things in our free roll. I thought about playing Dobbins, but now I'm in 49th. Pittsburgh Pittner is in first place. Oh, I thought I saw a Pittner here in the chat.
Pittner. Yeah, Nicholas Pittner.
Nicholas Pittner. Excuse me. You're in first. Take a picture. We also have 76 of you watching on Twitch. Good stuff.
What's up, Twitch fam?
Creature from the Glass Lagoon. The creature rises from the lagoon. From time to time, my lineup has risen into the top 20. And then Dobbins, he shall come to the bottom of the lagoon with me. Brendan Glasheen. Bye-bye. Yeah, Robert, I don't blame you. If you wanted to mute, Buck and Aikman can be awful. So that's why we came back in to save the day.
Yeah. I mean, my fiance probably break up with me if I do it even ever again. So luckily, I don't think she heard that one because she's listening to some sort of Netflix thing pretty loudly in the other room.
That was an indirect shot at your fiance.
It was.
That was very
Totally.
well done. That was good. I mean,
I'm glad
I
you picked up on that. Yeah.
Very good. Vid always, thanks for hanging here. Appreciate it. Barry needs Akins to go off. I wouldn't mind that. He's my punt play. 2nd and 7. Watson is roaming.
Oh, what a move.
His defender to midfield and beyond. He is brought down at the 45. He'll take the garbage yards as the half concludes.
I was going to say, getting some garbage points there as we head into halftime. So exciting first half for two teams with two very good quarterbacks, two defenses that are pretty good as far as Madden Sim land goes. So I'm enjoying myself. And we had a first half Joe and Troy appearance. Very rare.
Mm-hmm. In the first half, for sure. By the way, I knew this hit the noggin here. Nicholas Pittner asked to be into this DK SimFam Friends League at 6 o'clock. He just got invited in tonight.
Wow.
And he's in first place.
Beginner's luck.
Wow. I mean,
speaking of which, if you guys aren't in that league and would like to join, throw your usernames in the YouTube chat. Glash will be happy to add your name into the league. We want to get as many people in this as possible. So throw your name in there if you're not in it and you'd like to join.
Happy to do it. I got this. Jerk. 3-way tie for first place in the $500 free contest. 2-way tie for first in the $500 free late classic. And Pittsburgh Pittner is sitting in first place by a healthy margin, by about 7 full points. Pretty good. Yeah.
I want to see who's in his lineup.
Mike Bizzle says, love the hat vibe.
Yeah, that was unplanned. We both showed up with a hat on.
Totally unplanned. See, now they're coming in. They're coming in hot. These SimFam Friends League requests.
Pittsburgh Pittner's lineup: Mark Andrews in the captain spot, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Brandon Cooks, J.K. Dobbins, and your boy Akins. So having Dobbins in his lineup, seemingly the big differentiator here for Pittsburgh Pittner, because I myself have Andrews in the captain spot, Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, and Brandon Cooks. And then I have Justin Tucker and Kenny Stills, but I'm not a very creative person. So I assume a lot of people have a lineup very similar to mine. Pittner doing a little differentiation. I respect it.
Oh, Travis says, the Clash, that's the guy who asked how to pick a team, and I said, just pick guys and pray. That's pretty funny. So I see you guys dropping names in here. I am copying and pasting them into the invitation queue. The only thing that you guys have to do before I hit send invites is, can we get to 400 likes? I mean, come on.
I got to do that.
You haven't done that yet?
I smashed it.
Okay. Edge 95, I've got you, brother. John Damon. Oh, John Damon. Johnny Damon, he's got the best butt in the league.
Yeah, my sister loves Johnny Damon.
Ashton says, in the second half, we get Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth.
Ooh. I don't know.
I don't want to insult Al Michaels because I can't do his voice well enough.
I also don't think I can do like that southern drawl that Chris Collinsworth has. You know, that slight southern drawl that he does. Can't do it.
Here's a question for the chat. And we're almost at 400 likes. I just thought of this, and I might be a fraud for bringing this up. Do we get rid of the buzzword? We're in a new year. Ooh, we just move on. We move on from the buzzword. And not because I don't mind that some people hate it. That's too bad. But I'll be honest. Like maybe we should just make that a 2020 thing, and then we'll remember it.
Glash, production meeting on the air here. Sports radio background myself. When you have these types of benchmarks, eventually these things can get stale. And if the talent doesn't enjoy doing it, it probably means the audience doesn't like it too. Meaning maybe it is time. So if you don't feel passionate about it, it's something that we can move on from and maybe find something else that better suits your tastes right now.
I don't know what it is yet. We'll get there. But kind of give it some thought today.
So you want to do it today and, leave yourself vulnerable to making a change moving forward here? Or do we want to just quit cold turkey? I mean, it would be, a clean break if we don't do it today. First Monday of the new year.
I don't know if my manager will like it because we get most engagement of the day.
How about this one? How about we don't do it today, and then we do it the next time you're doing Madden After Dark and see that it still has buzz, Like, let's watch the engagement grow. You kind of need to throw these controls in every now and then to kind of see if you still have the juice, right?
Steve Davis, God, please. I won't have to mute you again. I'll shave all my body hair. Vince and John say, Brendan, we're really not that mature yet. We need our buzzword. Brother Phil, you don't do Buck very well either, Glash. But it doesn't seem to hinder you. You should always feel free to try. And all of your half-assed impressions. Flop away, my friend.
Flop away.
What is going on with the fumbles? Yikes!
Is it a slick evening in Sim Baltimore?
Seriously.
Sean Preston says, first no pizzas, now no buzz.
Buzz, 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 Lightyear to the rescue. Zachariah, there's a small chance I'll unmute you if you do away with the buzzword.
Well, you probably don't actually have us muted, Zachariah, if you knew that we were talking about that, unless you have closed captioning, whatever it's called.
I like this from Bad Boys of Pop. Instead of a buzzword, we just do a moment of silence, of introspection, and people can comment the things that they are thankful for on that given day. still keeps the engagement. So just go silent at 10:59. Do an opposite of the buzzword.
We call it a moment of thanks.
You can get in this chat and just,
go
keep
nuts.
Keep it PG and keep it appropriate, but unleash whatever you need to unleash, and we'll make it just a chat minute.
I sort of like it.
And in that way, it makes it about you, the people. Gotham is yours.
I really like it.
I like it too. And
Okay, let's try it.
See, the initial thought is Tom Cruise says boring. No, we'll find a way. Earl says unless there's a touchdown.
Yeah, true. That is the stipulation. We can go nuts if there's a TD.
So the people that say that's lame or boring, are you also people that like the buzzword?
True.
You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna say that's lame, I don't know. They probably will just say, just call the game. Just call the game at 10. I don't know. It's turned into a little tradition. I kind of like it. And I have a microphone. As I told Zachariah, just go to Amazon, get your own microphone.
I am interested to the answer to your question here, as Mark Andrews puts the Ravens a little closer to another tutty. Because if you're saying that that's boring, then that would imply that you do like the buzzword.
Aha. I think people that hate it also kind of like it too. They won't say that here. It's only a minute.
Our producer Daniel bring up a good point. We just completely glazed over the fact that there was another fumble review in this game. There's so many fumble reviews in this game. What the heck?
See, that's what happens. You got to talk about the game. Yeah, that's nuts.
Second goal
just
here.
talk about bleep, about other sports, and whatever else. Don't get ahead of yourself. We're not there yet, says Greg Kopp. Edge 95, don't lie to me. He's like, oh, you're going to tease us? You're going to get rid of this thing? And then, wait, maybe we'll keep it. I don't know, man. Hey, look, I'll be the first to admit, we've done a lot of these. So stuff can get boring. I know, like if you're sick of Buck and Aikman, I'm sorry. We have fun doing it. I think enough people enjoy it. I've come to find out in this business is Lamar squeezes in for a touchdown. All right, Ravens score. You're gonna upset people, and you're gonna also have people that like what you do. You just gotta do you. So
if you're hitting about 500 in this industry, you're doing something right. That's what I've come to realize.
Yeah.
If you're hitting 500 in baseball, you're the greatest hitter of all time.
It's true. But that's the idea of the reverse buzzword. We'll shut up and let you take control. Kind of.
Yeah, you can guest commentate from YouTube. We'll let you call the game in the chat. How about that?
We're going to have tryouts. Whoever does the best play-by-play via their words will get a shout-out.
Break out the thesaurus, kids. I like Daniel saying we should do a vote in the chat right now. So send us a yes if you want the buzzword. Say no if you don't want the buzzword. Simple one-word vote.
Now, how are we going to be able to tell who wins?
No, we'll figure it out, Clash. Yes to keep, no to get rid of.
It's a very touchy subject voting here, okay? Like, come on.
We will have people counting and recounting and making sure we get this vote right.
Maybe we should just keep it. No, don't vote yet. You losers. Wait till 10:59.
No, vote now. Vote early and vote often.
Look what you did.
This is amazing.
You can't vote twice.
No, you can vote as much as you want. Just keep throwing it in there.
Wow, this is actually, This is a dark idea by you. Now we're getting even more engagement prior to the real vote at 10:59. This is genius.
This is content at its finest right here.
You know what?
Vote until 10:59. Oh man, this is on fire right now. There's no way to track this.
Tom Carroll, thank God you were hired, because this is genius. No, get out and write it down as many times as you can. We'll come back and find you.
You know what? We have just had a quick vote here in DraftKings Congress. Second votes, third votes, any amount of votes now count. Vote as many times as you can.
And while you guys do that, we'll call the game. 2nd and 5 from the 41. It's a handoff here to Duke Johnson.
Both Johnsons in this game stink. Can I just say that? Every single time I do a Texans game, both stink. Duke, David, both of them stink.
Yeah, that happens. We just heard our chat rate is at a 94. Is that on a scale of 100? It's pretty good. That's an A. Yeah, I'm totally seeing more no's than yeses.
Which is crazy. I thought we'd see a lot more yeses.
Zachariah said, did Glash ask if he should quit? Well, in that case, if there's a lot of no's, I guess that's good.
So we usually average under 20 for our rate. We're now at a 94.
Hey, if you voted, hit the like button.
And then vote again.
Just so we know if you certainly, did it.
Yeah, if you give us an upvote on YouTube, that's the only way your vote actually counts. That's how it's certified.
You see, this is what's interesting. The ironic thing about this is you clearly all have enough patience for each other and these rapid comments.
We're now hitting a rate of 152.
What's the problem if we just speak them out loud and say the words yes, no, yes, no, yes? It's all it is, because it just becomes verbalized.
Yeah, I wonder if there is a way to really go back and count all these.
Steve says, just sing for 1 minute. Everything you say, instead of doing that, half the people mute you. You don't know that for sure, Steve.
What do you want to sing?
No, people will hate us more, I think, if we sing. Guys,
we are going to do a manual recount at some point. We'll have the results in 6 days.
Keep. Let us know if you already cast your decision. Please write it down again. Yes or no? Do you want the buzzword to continue?
Oh no! How about this, Clash? Okay, starting from this point on. Okay, now votes count again. Go.
Genius. 28-14. Oh man, that's great. Lamar Jackson, 12 of 14, 179, 2 touchdowns. Watson, 10 of 12 for a touchdown, 113 yards.
No quarterback looking at a bonus here in this game unless they have a monster fourth quarter.
Mike Bizzle, yeah, that's right. Got to get Leafy's vote. I'll do that. I'll make sure I do that. Kicking club. After you run out of fingers and toes, what are you using to count with? Earl Sparks, my head hurts.
No receivers looking at a bonus here probably either, Glash. Again, unless we have maybe a big play for Hollywood Brown, I don't think we're going to see anyone in the bonus.
Steve Davis, you guys are stupid. They're just trying to get as many chat comments as possible. You're actually brilliant.
Or maybe they just want their vote to count.
I tend to lean the latter. So
yeah. We're going to do a raw count of yes and no at the end of this broadcast. Daniel, our producer, has volunteered to do so. And if he really hasn't, I just volunteered him. He's going to go back and count every single yes or no, regardless of when it came in, from 10 p.m. on. So go on and do your thing. Make your vote heard, because Glash will listen to the outcome. If no wins, he's going to stop.
But if we don't feel comfortable by 10:59 tonight, we're going to have to recount again tomorrow. So we might just have to do it tonight.
In fact, we might just do a week-long vote. So just get your votes in.
Down at the 1.
1 yard away from making it a one-score game here for Houston.
Boy. You guys are the best. Seriously. Wow, 1 yard line, first and goal. We're going to see Ricard again. Oh, no, well, it's Houston ball. Who's their fullback? It's Scotty Phillips is their fullback.
Scotty. No, we're getting one of the Johnsons in here. David. Davy Johnson.
All right. There you go.
Remember how good he was on the Cardinals that one season? Or was it like kind of like 4 games and then the next season? Whatever it was like a 20-game stretch where David Johnson was like the best player in the NFL. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you know, he was worth a trade. He was worth being in the same trade as DeAndre Hopkins.
Which means, is he the best running back in the league? Because DeAndre Hopkins is amazing. Oh, wait, no. It's just a really dumb trade. God, that was an awful trade.
Tom Cruise is the buzzword, a mammal. Yeah, we only have a couple minutes, if we indeed do it.
I have an idea for the buzzword minute here, Glash.
All right.
We scrap every single vote that's happened so far. We only count votes that happen in that minute.
I said that from the beginning.
Can we decide on that?
There's no way we can go back and add these up.
Okay, here's what we're going to do, Glash. So everyone has about 3 minutes here. I'll give you till 10:58. You vote yes if you want us to only count votes during the buzzword. You vote no if you want us to count every single yes or no that's happened so far. Everything from now until 9:57 Central, 10:57 Eastern counts. Go.
This was Tom's idea, not mine. So if you're mad at Tom, don't get mad at me. All right, the Truz X Factor is lit for Lamar Jackson. I appreciate the LOLs being dropped. That's good. Hollywood Brown to the 29. Brad Wallace.
Oh, great point.
Do the Twitch votes matter?
It's a great point. Twitch votes matter, always.
Wes says, Tom's the greatest. This is pretty hilarious. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, repeating the question. You have until 9:57. If you want votes of yes and no to only count during the buzzword minute, vote yes now. If you want them to count throughout the whole broadcast, vote no. Again, you have about 60 seconds left in this specialty vote.
All right, here we go. Handoff, first down, Ravens. It's Dobbins up to 44 yards.
From Fox broadcast team to the CNN big board on election night. I love it. Bringing in John King here. We have a special election update. Yes, things are heating up here in DraftKings County as we look at the results here compared to the 2016 election. Pull that up. Click. As you can see, things are heating up at this time of night normally. And it's going to be an exciting finish here, Wolf.
Bad Boys of Pop. This will be the highest engagement game of all time, but I'm not watching early games tomorrow because of this. Joseph Marr, it's amazing how I can pick exactly who will score about 99% of the time after I've already selected my lineups. Criminal Bob says you suck.
Not nice. You guys have about...
So what are we going to do?
Here we go. So it seems like no is the answer, meaning for the minute of 10:59, the votes will only count in that minute. So you're going to have to cast your vote one more time here. Yes, if you want the buzzword to remain. No, if you want it to go away and only be a part of 2020.
What if we'll do that, but then what for the results, what if we just weigh the room and we go, all right, like when they do like that show Wild 'N Out with Nick Cannon, whichever side was louder in terms of the cheers, we'll make that decision based on, we'll get a sense of where we are.
It's going to be a gut feel thing.
Yeah, all right, so go ahead, chat. Well, not yet. Need another minute or so. But
we'll prompt
based on the vibe we get, we'll make the decision.
Yes, it'll be a vibe, but also vote as many times as you can in that minute.
Yes.
Because the more you vote your way, the more likely it is that that's going to happen. So yes to keep, no to get rid of.
And just a reminder, you're using the Buzzword platform to do this. So just keep that in mind. This would not be a significant moment in time if it weren't for the Buzzword. That's the last thing I'll say in my speech, my final speech.
Let me know when to hit the microwave.
Okay, will do.
I'm ready.
The votes will start counting at 10:59 in 3, 2, 1, go. Go ahead, everybody. Yes or no? The buzzword, do you want it or do you want it to be gone?
How bad do you want it?
Yes or no?
How bad do you need it? Do you want it? Do you need it? You don't want it? You want to get rid of it? You done with it? You want it to stay in 2020?
I need to abstain. I feel dirty.
You want it to carry on with us here in the new year? What do you want? Ooh, Justin Tucker with a deep field goal try here. Jay Tuck down the middle. That helps Tommy Freezepops' lineup. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Come in here fast, baby. Oh, yeah. We're going fast. That rate is climbing.
I see a lot of yeses.
I saw a lot of yeses in a row. I'm seeing a fair amount of no's. A lot of yeses in the mix, though. Wow. I'm getting more of a yes vibe now.
I'm feeling yes. I sense a yes.
That was a quick minute here, Flash. I'm getting yes.
All right, we got to let these final ones trickle in.
Yeah, we know we are on a delay here.
That is true. I forgot about the delay. I think
yes winning by a landslide.
Yeah, I think it's a yes.
And you know what, Glash? I think we do have to account for the fact that the 10:59 buzzword audience is the one that's awake right now, right? Maybe some of those that don't enjoy the buzzword have already gone to bed for the evening. They cast their no, thinking that they were going to be okay and that their vote would count. Therefore, you snooze, you lose type of situation. But those who stick with us through the end, their vote is now counting. Their vibe is now counting towards our wild and out Nick Cannon style vote here.
It was a very random example.
Yeah, very random. You could have just said read the room, but you had to connect it to Wild and Out, is that still on TV? I feel like they've tried to bring that show back like 17 times.
All right, here's Watson. Nice ball on that crossing pattern. That's enough for a first yes to the 50. It is Duke Johnson on the catch. Nice play. 4 catches for Johnson.
I will say this. If we do have a data analyst in the YouTube chat or someone watching that wants to go back and somehow figure out the exact number of yeses and nos we've gotten since the beginning of this broadcast, and they want to share that information with us, that will be the true vote. That and only that. So you better be a pretty damn good data analyst
Greg Coffin, what are we voting for again? You can't fade tradition, says Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. Yes, got the high ground. Wow.
Obi-Wan saying you can't fade tradition, but remember a few years ago when all of these amazing college football rivalries just ended because conferences decided they wanted to start making more money? That was them fading tradition. And that sucked. Like, I want to see Texas play Texas A&M every year. That doesn't happen anymore.
Technical producer Daniel says, I'm actually counting these using the search and find functions in Microsoft Word. That is incredible.
That is why Daniel is one of the best in the business.
That's actually a great idea. Just copy and paste from the chat and toss it in Word and then search yes, search no.
Wow. We're pretty dumb for not thinking of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Bunch formation left side for Watson. Texans are down by 10.
Greg Coffin putting me in my place here. Apparently he is a data analyst. Oh, touchdown.
Brandon Cooks is at it again.
He's a beast, man.
I feel good about putting him in the captain spot. But I'm moving up now. Let's go.
Moving on up.
Moving on up.
Where am I?
I'm in 30th. You're in 6th.
Oh, yes. I'm getting better at this, guys.
Pittsburgh Pittner is still in 1st. Meager 66th is in 2nd. Captain Blood, I saw him in the chat. He's in 8th.
What's up, Blood?
If the Thunder don't get you, won the 6 o'clock free roll. They're in 12th. DGCBAM is in 1st place in the $500 free contest. And then in the $500 late classic, that was the late classic, excuse me. The showdown has a 3-way tie. Jackson and the captain, Cooks, Brown, Dobbins, Andrews, and Texans D.
This has been a fun game. I mean, look at this score. 31-28. Lived up to the hype. Still a lot of time left.
Smash that like button. And look, I thought that was a good exercise. I know some of you don't like the buzzword, and I was genuinely curious. So we had a discussion, and I'm glad we all discussed that together.
You were gauging the audience, and in this world, in Simland, the audience is everything, right? So I don't blame you for doing so, and I think people should be grateful that you did, because we do this for them. We want this to be the best experience it can be for them. So thank you for participating. Thank you for being a part of your civic duty. Your vote counted today.
CEH 1300 says, hey, I got a Joe Buck impersonation and I'm a Patriots fan. Can I work at DraftKings?
Sure. Here's a job.
I think CEH is in a bad mood tonight. I'm not sure what it is. She's normally one of the nicer people. Not really fond of tonight's action. It's too bad.
All right. Who else does a Buck impression? Does Koff?
I don't know. I think so.
You think he's just talking about you?
Yeah.
Oh. That's not nice.
Earl Sparks, we should all vote again tomorrow to make sure.
I am in favor of a revote.
How long
you want to make sure you got it right, you know?
How long do you think we could keep that going for? How many straight days? Guys, it's March 16th. We got to do this again. Now, we haven't done a buzzword since December 29th. We've got to try this again.
We bring it all the way to the Supreme Court.
That'd be kind of funny. I think. Cough only has an impression of my dad. # short story equals long story. CEH says, thanks for doing this for us, Tugboat.
Just trying to make sure your voices are heard here, guys.
You guys are great. Thank you for putting up with us and having a good time, having some fun. It's appreciated.
Mike Bizzle, buzzword tatted on my chest.
Bad Boys of Pop. That would be the Simpreme court.
That's right. Where you're still an appointee for life, even though it's only Simland.
Eric Schmidt says we're morons. That's totally okay.
Fact. Absolute fact.
3rd and 4, and they'll just take a knee. Troy says, I vote to never vote again. Now, what do you think was more hated? That experiment or the buzzword itself?
Oh, the buzzword, for sure. I think people enjoyed that experiment given the engagement we just got.
Vote yes or no. Would you rather the buzzword or voting yes or no on the buzzword?
Oh, man. I love this job.
Yeah. All right, it's a game. 31-28. Good sim. Really was.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Good way to ease back into it, you know?
Joe says, I believe he meant morons in the best way possible.
I do too.
CEH admits he had a bad day. It's all right.
We all have them.
You
I
can
have
come
them
in
all
here
the
and
time.
yell at us and rant about your day. It's all right. That's why we're here. If we're
Happens
going
all
to do
the
it to
time.
you guys, if we're going to sit here and yammer on micro, you can yell at us too. It goes both ways.
Right.
You know?
We're a team.
Robbie Noble. All right. Let's wrap up the show. Three-way tie for first in the $500 free. Lamar had 2 passing touchdowns. So did Deshaun. Neither quarterback got above 200 yards. Nicholas Pittner, congratulations. His first DK SimFam Friends contest, and he got first place.
Incredible.
That's pretty cool.
We also have some final voting results coming in. You're going to have to stick around for the end of this post-game show to hear the results.
All right. And finally, looking at the $500 free late classic, DGC BAM. Captured first. Jackson in the lineup. Brandon Cooks, who's been like team must play in these sims in Madden 21. Andrews in there as well. Player of the game, please. Krusty Coffin, player of the game.
I'm going to go with Brandon Cooks. 2 TDs to make it a ball game there at the end. Stand out for the Texans. I really liked his value to come up with 2 tutties. He will be receiving the Lion's Choice free soft serve ice cream cone with this wooden nickel here in the greater St. Louis region. If you're ever in town, ice cream's on me.
All right. And then your Not My Kid award?
You know, I am going to go with my man, Mark Ingram. Big trust, woo-woo. Didn't really come to play today as the RB1, so Mark Ingram, not my kid, not my problem.
Joseph Mars says, I want a recount of my team's score. So, Daniel, this is how much, now, this comes down to how much you trust Daniel, everybody. Daniel did he added up the votes. 131 yeses. And the no's, 50.
Wow. A landslide victory. And these votes only for 10:59 to 11 p.m. The only votes that counted as we determined based on a prior vote. So congratulations to those who voted yes. The buzzword remains. At least for another day.
And for any feedback on this vote, if you have any positive, negative feedback, you want to talk to Adam Kaufman tomorrow at noon Eastern. Bengals at the Colts, and then he'll be with you again for Raiders at Bears. So address all of your problems at noon tomorrow, okay?
In the YouTube
We're just
chat.
the messengers. Tomorrow's schedule, Bengals at Colts at noon, Raiders at Bears at 2. You'll have Kaufman and Christian at 4 p.m. Cardinals at the Panthers, Emerson and Rossi at 6. Packers at Falcons with Rossi and Kenny Ducey. And then tomorrow night, I'll be here for the 8 and the 10. Chargers at 49ers, and then Rams at Bills. I will be with Brandon Cristal for both games.
Yeah, what the heck? Brandon Cristal taking my spots.
Brandon Cristal.
Those are my spots, Brandon.
So that means Brandon Cristal will have to do the buzzword tomorrow night. Unless something changes between, if there's a discussion tomorrow in the earlier part of the day. So you'd be best fit to begin your how alarmed you are. And cast your vote, or make your vote heard even more moments before the chat in the sim starts at noon tomorrow, to really get your point across, and have Adam and Christian address those issues, and just leave us alone.
Just keep it going all day long. That's the only way we're going to know how you guys actually feel about it.
Yeah, but just don't with us. We had to set the table, and now it's up to everyone else to listen. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to Tate and the rest of the ops team tonight. I think it was Patrick was here tonight with us, right? Tate and Patrick. Pretty sure it was both of them.
Tate was definitely here. He loves here. Waffle House. He was telling us about it earlier.
I think Patrick. Zach. I'm sorry, but Patrick was on the 6 o'clock. Okay. Oh, Patrick's here at 6. Okay, I wasn't crazy. He was here at 6. So Tate, Patrick, Zach. Good stuff. Thank you, Tate. Appreciate that. Good work, guys. They are the people that keep these things going, the ops team. They're huge, important stuff. So thanks to them. Thank you to Michael and Daniel. Daniel not only putting the stream on, but also counting those votes. It's very, very kind of him to do that. So again, be here tomorrow at noon for another 6 sim slate in Madden Simland. For Tommy Freeze Pops, Brendan Glasheen saying so long, good night from virtual Baltimore.